moments later.
Alright, we're running through some technical glitches. And we'll get going here. Excuse me while I
Alright
deal with
guys,
some
what you
stuff in
got
the
over
real life.
here?
Our dog had some blood work today and she's restless because of the narcotic they gave her.
And how'd you get your
And
hands on
so she
these?
was asleep half the day and we gotta figure out what she's doing, you know?
Listen,
Make sure
you
she's
got
good.
some colors
But as soon
over
as
here.
everybody
Okay. How much
settles
you're trying
down,
to ask for
I'll
this
zero
right
in
here?
here. And if you want to bear with me and leave a
Quarter
like
of
and
a
comment so more
million
people see,
dollars.
you know,
This is what
you
you
guys
wanted
can
to
chat
see.
amongst each other. I don't
This is a
mind.
beautiful stone.
I'll
This is
probably
like a
take the
really
subscription
reddish one.
for
Crazy
a
colors
comment,
here.
off, although I
So how
just
you
use it to
price
keep the
these out
bots
at
out of
these
here.
numbers, man?
And you only need to be subscribed for a minute,
the
so I
stones
mean,
with red are
it's
a
not
lot
even,
more
I don't know, I
valuable.
just think I'm
They're
going to
about
leave it for
100
now.
times rarer than a purple or a blue.
Right.
So those demand the most value.
Right.
And then brightness is a big factor.
What is this here?
These are actually opalized fossils.
Wow.
So these are little clams right there.
Right.
And these are tree branches. You can
Wow.
actually still see the pattern of the bark. 110 million years old.
110 million years old. Not a lot of people could appreciate something of this caliber, this quality. Like this is one that's really high quality, right?
That's some of the best crystal opal on earth.
This one is roughly double the price of this one because of the color. This is 6,000 and this is 3,800. When we're ready to make some crazy opal jewelry, we're gonna really wall out and pop off. Thank you. Thank you, boys.
Thank
the
you so
opal
much.
boys.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's got the real deal gems right here.
Have you ever wondered why some public bathrooms have a bar of soap stuck on a metal pole? It might look a little suspicious, but you're about to find out why some countries use it instead of liquid soap. In places like South Korea and France, you'll sometimes see a solid bar mounted directly to the wall on a rotating metal rod. At first, it looks less hygienic than a regular dispenser, because in most bathrooms, you either press a pump that everyone touches, or grab a loose bar that can fall onto the floor, and not only does this fixed bar prevent anyone from dropping it or walking off with it, but it also limits how much soap each person uses. But the biggest reason is that it's incredibly practical. Since the soap stays in place and slowly wears down over time, it creates almost no plastic waste and lasts much longer than bottled soap.
Can this still be saved?
This hamster got flattened by its wheel. Yeah, in pancake mode. No saving that one.
Can this still be saved?
This escape artist fell into the fish tank and stayed too long. Completely waterlogged. That one's gone too.
Can this still be saved?
Ran around outside in winter and went stiff from the cold. That's not a nap, that's over.
Can this still be saved?
Now this one looks lifeless, but it's actually in torpor, a false hibernation state. Warm air from a hairdryer can sometimes bring it back.
Can this still be saved?
Fresh bath, not dried yet, looks questionable. Dry it off and it's totally fine.
Can this still be saved?
Escaped into a drain pipe and refuses rescue. That's a personality problem, not a medical one.
Can this still be saved?
Got stuck during a failed escape and couldn't move. That one didn't make it.
Can this still be saved?
This one is stuck, but still breathing. You need to free it fast, or it'll end up like the last one.
Can this still be saved?
Stop letting it chew there. Some hamsters trap themselves in tunnels they dig.
Can this still be saved?
Just ran the wheel way too hard. It's exhausted. Let it rest, it'll recover.
Can this still be saved?
This one is simply old. For a hamster, that's over 100 in human years. For real, I hope every little hamster gets a normal old age like this one.
Video games did look better when you were younger, and you probably noticed it when you play an old game, and it doesn't look the way you remember. But there's a reason for that. The thing is, old games look pixelated on modern screens because they were designed for something else. See, old CRT TVs lit each pixel like a tiny light bulb, with colors bleeding into each other, almost meshing together. And the artists knew this, so they used those quirks to squeeze more colors and shades out of limited hardware. Take Dracula's eye from Castlevania, which is just one red dot in pixel art. But on an old TV, it creates the illusion of a glowing eye. Then there's Sonic's Waterfall, where the lines look like a mess of pixels. But on an old TV, they become translucent, with Sonic almost fully visible behind. Every game from that era benefited because the old analog technology distorted everything in a way that looked pretty. So yes, you did remember that correctly. When you played those games as a child, they did look better. We just didn't know that the old technology created a different picture than what we see today.
People line up for it. Parking lot meat sold from the back of trucks across Florida. But is it a good deal? And what are people actually getting?
The whole piece of meat was gray and just very gross looking.
After consumers complained, Action 9 went looking for answers.
What's the best way for people to get their money back if they're unsatisfied?
Some people give the meat great reviews online, but the so-called street meat is not loved, as you can hear, by everyone.
Action on Consumer investigator Jeff Deal is live here in the studio with us. And Jeff, even some question if the rave reviews are legitimate.
Yes, I've seen people online who claim that they were given a discount to give a positive review of the meat they bought and then later changed their review after actually getting the meat home and tasting it.
Exciting, enticing.
Oh my goodness, they're going ham.
At times, downright silly. Kinston Farms uses social media to lure people in. And specials like 20 ribeyes for $39 work. People line up for the bargain, stay for the sales pitch, and some walk away with big boxes of meat.
I believe my fiance saw an ad on Facebook.
Michael Gandolfo just moved to Orlando from New York and hadn't found a good butcher. He hoped the meat truck outside an auto parts store was the answer. But after spending more than $400 on a bundle, he was disappointed when it came time to taste it.
Felt like I rooked. The meat was horrible.
He wrote in an online review, "There's no way this is real meat." Another reviewer wrote he got swindled. On Google, Kinston Farm, though, does have great reviews, averaging 4.6 stars. One customer wrote, "High quality meat for cheap." But diving into them, we saw reviews like this one, where a man claims he got $10 off to write a review, and Kinston Farms is F-rated by the Better Business Bureau for unanswered complaints. And to check it out, our photographer, Octavio, stood in line, heard the sales pitch, and bought a pack of ribeyes.
I got us some steaks. They're like thin sliced.
They're labeled as boneless beef ribeye steaks, mechanically tenderized. They contain a number of other ingredients. We asked Dr. Kevin Murphy from UCF's Rosen College of Hospitality Management to take a look.
A funny red color to it, which probably is indicative of the plum juice.
Dr. Murphy is a certified executive chef. He used to own a chop house.
All meat in the U.S. has to be USDA inspected.
USDA inspected means it's checked for wholesomeness, that it's safe to eat. But producers can pay to have the meat graded for quality. Meat graded prime is the best, followed by choice, all the way down to canner grade. That's often used in dog food. The Kinston Farm meat we bought is ungraded.
And what if you're buying meat that's ungraded? What does that mean?
So that means it's, I'll use the term mystery meat. You have no idea what you're getting in this situation.
And Dr. Murphy doesn't mean that it's not beef. He just said sometimes ungraded meat could come from an old dairy cow, for example, that's no longer producing milk. He showed us the difference between these ribeyes and a ribeye labeled choice we bought at Publix.
There's a hole, there's a hole, there's a hole, there's another hole.
Murphy said the small holes from tenderizing the thin Kinston Farm steaks increase the risk for bacteria getting inside. Recommends cooking this type of meat medium well or well. He grilled up a couple of the Kinston Farm steaks and the Publix ribeye, then cut into them. Murphy said the Kinston Farm cuts are definitely lower quality, more like sandwich quality meat. The Publix ribeye,
beautiful ribeye steak, classic boneless ribeye steak. Just a gorgeous steak.
Octavio and I decided to give them a try. First, the Kinston Farms.
I don't mind the flavor, but it doesn't really taste that much like meat.
Like meat. Might put some guacamole on it.
Yeah. Maybe as tacos, yeah.
Yep.
Then we went in for the Publix steak.
Kind of like what you would expect steak to taste like.
Yeah, this one's way better.
Dr. Murphy said it's a case of you get what you paid for. Unsatisfied customers told us they had a hard time getting a refund from Kinston Farms after the meat truck left town.
This is the Kinston Farms Mega Meat Sale. Yeah. We're with Channel 9 out of Orlando, and we received some consumer complaints about the quality of the meat. What grade of meat is the ribeyes?
I think the ribeyes are select. For the 20 for 40, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The 20 for 40, yeah, I think they're select.
Select is the third highest grade. Since the box we got is ungraded, we have no way of knowing if it would have been select or another quality grade. which is why Dr. Murphy, you might remember, called it mystery meat.
Some of the consumers said that they didn't like the taste of the meat and they tried to return it, but they couldn't get a hold of anybody from the company. When they called or when they sent the message through Facebook, nobody got back to them. Yeah. I'm not sure. I just sell the meat.
Frustrating for Michael Gandolfo.
They go to a butcher that you know or a supermarket rather than one of these trucks.
And in case you're wondering, we paid $39.99 for this 70-ounce box of meat. Plus, they charged us an 11% event fee, whatever that is. So it came out to around $10.15 a pound. The public steak was $13.99 a pound. I also reached out to Kenston Farms, which is based in Alabama, through its Facebook, as their website suggests, and also by phone. So far, I haven't heard back. Live in studio, Jeff Deal, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
All right. Way to steer us in the right direction, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Israel just sent a clear message to Tehran, and the military world is in shock. On March 4th, 2026, Israel's F-35I Adir, one of the most advanced stealth fighter jets on the planet, shot down a manned Iranian aircraft. This was the first Israeli Air Force air-to-air kill against a crewed combat jet since November of 1985. What makes it even more shocking is where it happened. Not near Israel's borders, but over Tehran itself. That fact raises immediate, uncomfortable questions. How did Israeli stealth fighters reach the skies above Iran's capital? Why did Tehran scramble an aircraft that stood almost no chance against a fifth-generation fighter? And what does this encounter reveal about the future of air warfare? To understand how that missile found its mark, we need to step back and look at the operation that put Israeli jets deep inside Iranian airspace that night. The mission, reportedly called Operation Roaring Lion, was targeting critical sites across Iran. That included missile facilities, radar installations, and military command centers linked to regional proxies. Striking these targets was no simple feat. Iran is a large country with layered air defenses, from Russian-designed radar networks to surface-to-air missile batteries. To reach Tehran, Israeli jets had to cross hundreds of miles of hostile territory, avoiding detection long enough to strike and escape. That alone tells us something significant. If Israeli aircraft were flying over Tehran, even for a brief moment, it would show that they penetrated multiple layers of Iran's defenses. It also exposes a challenge for Tehran. Over the past decade, Iran has invested heavily in modern missile systems, including the Russian-built S-300, capable of tracking and destroying advanced aircraft at long range. It has also invested in its own Bavar 373, which officials claim can detect stealth planes. These systems are meant to protect critical areas like the capital, combining radar, missile batteries, and command centers into a layered network designed to stop threats before they arrive. And yet, Israel's jet got through. Even if radar picked them up briefly, the response window may have been too short. This is exactly what stealth aircraft are built to exploit. During the Israeli operation, radar operators began seeing fragments of signals. Faint, incomplete tracks that hinted at something in the sky. It was enough to trigger a response. Commanders ordered a scramble from Mehrabad International Airport, located just west of Tehran's city center. Within minutes, jets roared down the runway and climbed into the night sky, racing to intercept what they thought was the intruder. But the aircraft Iran sent raises questions of its own. It was a Yakovlev Yak-130. At first glance, it looks like a standard fighter. Twin engines, sleek wings, a cockpit designed for high-speed maneuvering. But the Yak-130 is primarily a trainer, built to prepare pilots for advanced aircraft like the Sukhoi Su-30 or Su-35. It teaches radar operation, avionics, and weapon systems before pilots move into frontline combat jets. The Yak-130 can carry rockets, guided bombs, and air-to-air missiles, but its capabilities are limited. It was never designed to face a fifth-generation stealth fighter. Its radar is weaker, its speed slower, and its sensors far less advanced. Sending one against an Israeli F-35 is like sending a trainee boxer into a championship fight. The mismatch was already written before the plane even took off. There is another detail worth considering. Iran has faced repeated drone incursions and covert surveillance flights in recent years. Radar operators that night may have assumed the unusual signals belonged to drones rather than stealth fighters. That could explain why a Yak-130 was scrambled instead of a more capable interceptor. By the time controllers realized the threat was real, the situation may have already been out of their hands. Now, imagine it from the Iranian pilot's perspective. Orders come in to scramble immediately. Something unknown is operating in Iranian airspace. The radar picture is patchy. The warnings are vague, and the enemy is not appearing clearly on your instruments. You climb into the night sky searching for a target that is already aware of you. Somewhere out there, an aircraft is tracking you, ready to strike. That aircraft is Israel's F-35I Adir. The stress in a combat center that night would have been intense. Radar operators saw faint blips, scrambling pilots into an uncertain fight. Every second counted. Even if the intruder never fired a shot, the mental strain of knowing an unseen enemy could be anywhere is immense. Modern air combat isn't just about hardware. It's also about who can process information under extreme pressure. This is where it gets really interesting. Israel's version of the F-35 is heavily customized, more so than the standard model. Engineers have integrated advanced electronic warfare systems, cutting-edge communications gear, and mission software unique to the Israeli Air Force. The jet is called Adir, which roughly translates to Mighty One, and it lives up to that name in multiple ways. First, it's stealth. The F-35 shape is designed so radar waves scatter instead of bouncing straight back to the enemy. Second, it's sensors. The aircraft carries a powerful radar, infrared cameras, and electronic listening systems. Third is sensor fusion. And as interesting as all that is, the Adir's advantage is more than its stealth or its sensors. Israel has a long history of customizing Western aircraft with homegrown tech. That means missile targeting, communication encryption, and software updates all gives its F-35 a unique edge. In modern air combat, these tweaks can make the difference between survival and destruction. Sensor fusion is where the Adir truly changes the game. Instead of forcing pilots to monitor separate screens for radar, infrared, and electronic signals, the F-35 combines everything into a single, clear picture. Targets, threats, and friendly aircraft all appear in one unified map. In older jets, pilots often wasted precious seconds trying to intercept messy, disconnected data. In the F-35, the aircraft does that work automatically, leaving the pilot free to focus on one thing: winning the fight. Somewhere over Tehran, the F-35 sensors picked up the climbing Yak-130. The Iranian jet may have been searching desperately for its opponent, but the stealth fighter already knew exactly where it was. From the Israeli cockpit, the situation would feel calm. The radar locks on, the computer calculates distance, speed, and trajectory. A firing solution appears directly in the pilot's helmet display. The engagement becomes almost mechanical. The pilot lines up, confirms the target, and fires. The missile that left the F-35 was most likely an AIM-120 AMRAAM, the backbone of Western air-to-air combat for decades. The latest variant can strike targets more than 100 kilometers away, guiding themselves with radar and updates from the launching jet. In modern air combat, pilots often never see the aircraft they destroy. Dogfights with jets twisting and turning at close range are increasingly rare. Today, battles happen at a distance and are resolved in seconds beyond visual range. The missile streaked towards its target, guided by precise radar data. By the time the Yak-130 realized what was happening, it was already too late. Reports indicate it broke apart and crashed, though both pilots managed to eject. In the Israeli cockpit, confirmation likely came within seconds. The target vanished from the display. Engagement complete. That brief encounter carries enormous historical weight. It was the first time an F-35 destroyed a manned aircraft in combat. For years, the F-35 program faced intense criticism. The jet became the most expensive fighter project in history, plagued by delays and rising costs. Critics questioned its complexity and even its ability to succeed in air-to-air combat. Those debates have persisted for more than a decade. In fact, Iran state media has claimed to down Israeli F-35s before, multiple times in the last year alone. During the June 2025 escalations, they boasted about shooting down 3 stealth jets, even circulating images that later proved fake or misidentified. Other reports collapsed when the supposed kills turned out unreliable or mistaken. Those were propaganda victories on paper, never confirmed in reality. But now, Israel didn't just claim a kill. The F-35I Adir delivered one over Tehran itself. No bluster, only wreckage. This time, the proof was undeniable. It flips the script on who owns the invisible sky. Stealth and sensors turned yesterday's boast into today's harsh reality, showing that the battlefield of perception has given way to the battlefield of fact. History is a way of settling arguments in combat. The F-15 Eagle, for example, built its legendary reputation through real battles, with Israeli and American pilots proving its worth over decades. The F-16 followed a similar path, winning respect across multiple conflicts. Every great fighter jet eventually proves itself in one defining engagement. For the F-35, the encounter over Tehran may be that moment, the strike that validates everything it was designed to do. All this might sound like a single moment in the sky, but it matters for more than just the pilots involved. Governments around the world are watching closely. More than 15 countries now operate the F-35 or plan to acquire it, and every engagement involving the jet becomes a lesson for anyone flying it. Every F-35 pilot operates as part of a global learning network. Data from this engagement, sensor performance, missile accuracy, and reaction times are shared with partner nations. That means pilots in Japan, Norway, Italy, and beyond will soon know precisely how the F-35 behaves in real combat. One Israeli missile teaches lessons for dozens of air forces around the world, turning a single fight into a global case study. That breakthrough victory is not just a milestone for Israel, it is a milestone for every nation flying the aircraft. This kill sends a clear message far beyond Tehran. Neighboring nations are recalculating what it means to defend airspace against stealth aircraft. Countries investing in older fighters or traditional radar systems may now find themselves one step behind. This engagement isn't just a moment in the sky, it's a warning etched into regional military planning. But the lesson goes even deeper. It is not just about one plane proving itself. The engagement over Tehran shows how air warfare is changing. This was not a dramatic dogfight with twisting jets and visual chases through the clouds. Sensors, data, and long-range missiles decide the battle. Modern air combat is increasingly about information, speed, and stealth. And even though this was a manned jet, the implications ripple into unmanned operations. F-35s excel not only against jets, but also against drones and autonomous systems. Countries increasingly using drones for surveillance or attack will need to rethink how they operate, as stealth and sensor fusion creates blind spots even for automated defenses. Fighters today act as flying sensor hubs. They collect radar readings, infrared signals, and electronic emissions. then share that information with other aircraft and ground systems. The battlefield becomes a network, and each plane contributes to a larger, constantly updating picture. The F-35 was built for this environment, turning raw data into instant decisions that pilots can act on faster and more accurately. Speed is often the difference between life and death in air combat. Missiles like the AIM-120
A few moments later.
Iran, and the military world is in shock. On March 4th, 2026, Israel's F-35I Adir, one of the most advanced stealth fighter jets on the planet, shot down a manned Iranian aircraft. This was the first Israeli Air Force air-to-air kill against a crewed combat jet since November of 1985. What makes it even more shocking is where it happened. Not near Israel's borders, but over Tehran itself. That fact raises immediate, uncomfortable questions. How did Israeli stealth fighters reach the skies above Iran's capital? Why did Tehran scramble an aircraft that stood almost no chance against a fifth-generation fighter? And what does this encounter reveal about the future of air warfare? To understand how that missile found its mark, we need to step back and look at the operation that put Israeli jets deep inside Iranian airspace that night. The mission, reportedly called Operation Roaring Lion, was targeting critical sites across Iran. That included missile facilities, radar installations, and military command centers linked to regional proxies. Striking these targets was no simple feat. Iran is a large country with layered air defenses, from Russian-designed radar networks to surface-to-air missile batteries. To reach Tehran, Israeli jets had to cross hundreds of miles of hostile territory, avoiding detection long enough to strike and escape. That alone tells us something significant. If Israeli aircraft were flying over Tehran, even for a brief moment, it would show that they penetrated multiple layers of Iran's defenses. It also exposes a challenge for Tehran. Over the past decade, Iran has invested heavily in modern missile systems, including the Russian-built S-300, capable of tracking and destroying advanced aircraft at long range. It has also invested in its own Bavar 373, which officials claim can detect stealth planes. These systems are meant to protect critical areas like the capital, combining radar, missile batteries, and command centers into a layered network designed to stop threats before they arrive. And yet, Israel's jet got through. Even if radar picked them up briefly, the response window may have been too short. This is exactly what stealth aircraft are built to exploit. During the Israeli operation, radar operators began seeing fragments of signals. Faint, incomplete tracks that hinted at something in the sky. It was enough to trigger a response. Commanders ordered a scramble from Mehrabad International Airport. located just west of Tehran's city center. Within minutes, jets roared down the runway and climbed into the night sky, racing to intercept what they thought was the intruder. But the aircraft Iran sent raises questions of its own. It was a Yakovlev Yak-130. At first glance, it looks like a standard fighter. Twin engines, sleek wings, a cockpit designed for high-speed maneuvering. But the Yak-130 is primarily a trainer, built to prepare pilots for advanced aircraft like the Sukhoi Su-30 or Su-35. It teaches radar operation, avionics, and weapon systems before pilots move into frontline combat jets. The Yak-130 can carry rockets, guided bombs, and air-to-air missiles, but its capabilities are limited. It was never designed to face a fifth-generation stealth fighter. Its radar is weaker, its speed slower, and its sensors far less advanced. Sending one against an Israeli F-35 is like sending a trainee boxer into a championship fight. The mismatch was already written before the plane even took off. There is another detail worth considering. Iran has faced repeated drone incursions and covert surveillance flights in recent years. Radar operators that night may have assumed the unusual signals belonged to drones rather than stealth fighters. That could explain why a Yak-130 was scrambled instead of a more capable interceptor. By the time controllers realized the threat was real, the situation may have already been out of their hands. Now, imagine it from the Iranian pilot's perspective. Orders come in to scramble immediately. Something unknown is operating in Iranian airspace. The radar picture is patchy. The warnings are vague, and the enemy is not appearing clearly on your instruments. You climb into the night sky searching for a target that is already aware of you. Somewhere out there, an aircraft is tracking you, ready to strike. That aircraft is Israel's F-35I Adir. The stress in a combat center that night would have been intense. Radar operators saw faint blips, scrambling pilots into an uncertain fight. Every second counted. Even if the intruder never fired a shot, the mental strain of knowing an unseen enemy could be anywhere is immense. Modern air combat isn't just about hardware. It's also about who can process information under extreme pressure. This is where it gets really interesting. Israel's version of the F-35 is heavily customized, more so than the standard model. Engineers have integrated advanced electronic warfare systems, cutting-edge communications gear, and mission software unique to the Israeli Air Force. The jet is called Adir, which roughly translates to Mighty One, and it lives up to that name in multiple ways. First, it's stealth. The F-35 shape is designed so radar waves scatter instead of bouncing straight back to the enemy. Second, it's sensors. The aircraft carries a powerful radar, infrared cameras, and electronic listening systems. Third is sensor fusion. And as interesting as all that is, the Adir's advantage is more than its stealth or its sensors. Israel has a long history of customizing Western aircraft with homegrown tech. That means missile targeting, communication encryption, and software updates all gives its F-35 a unique edge. In modern air combat, these tweaks can make the difference between survival and destruction. Sensor fusion is where the Adir truly changes the game. Instead of forcing pilots to monitor separate screens for radar, infrared, and electronic signals, the F-35 combines everything into a single, clear picture. Targets, threats, and friendly aircraft all appear in one unified map. In older jets, pilots often wasted precious seconds trying to intercept messy, disconnected data. In the F-35, the aircraft does that work automatically, leaving the pilot free to focus on one thing: winning the fight. Somewhere over Tehran, the F-35 sensors picked up the climbing Yak-130. The Iranian jet may have been searching desperately for its opponent, but the stealth fighter already knew exactly where it was. From the Israeli cockpit, the situation would feel calm. The radar locks on, the computer calculates distance, speed, and trajectory. A firing solution appears directly in the pilot's helmet display. The engagement becomes almost mechanical. The pilot lines up, confirms the target, and fires. The missile that left the F-35 was most likely an AIM-120 AMRAAM, the backbone of Western air-to-air combat for decades. The latest variant can strike targets more than 100 kilometers away, guiding themselves with radar and updates from the launching jet. In modern air combat, pilots often never see the aircraft they destroy. Dogfights with jets twisting and turning at close range are increasingly rare. Today, battles happen at a distance and are resolved in seconds beyond visual range. The missile streaked towards its target, guided by precise radar data. By the time the Yak-130 realized what was happening, it was already too late. Reports indicate it broke apart and crashed, though both pilots managed to eject. In the Israeli cockpit, confirmation likely came within seconds. The target vanished from the display. Engagement complete. That brief encounter carries enormous historical weight. It was the first time an F-35 destroyed a manned aircraft in combat. For years, the F-35 program faced intense intense criticism. The jet became the most expensive fighter project in history, plagued by delays and rising costs. Critics questioned its complexity and even its ability to succeed in air-to-air combat. Those debates have persisted for more than a decade. In fact, Iran state media has claimed to down Israeli F-35s before, multiple times in the last year alone. During the June 2025 escalations, they boasted about shooting down 3 stealth jets, even circulating images that later proved fake or misidentified. Other reports collapsed when the supposed kills turned out unreliable or mistaken. Those were propaganda victories on paper, never confirmed in reality. But now, Israel didn't just claim a kill. The F-35I Adir delivered one over Tehran itself. No bluster, only wreckage. This time, the proof was undeniable. It flips the script on who owns the invisible sky. Stealth and sensors turned yesterday's boasts into today's harsh reality, showing that the battlefield of perception has given way to the battlefield of fact. History is a way of settling arguments in combat. The F-15 Eagle, for example, built its legendary reputation through real battles, with Israeli and American pilots proving its worth over decades. The F-16 followed a similar path, winning respect across multiple conflicts. Every great fighter jet eventually proves itself in one defining engagement. For the F-35, the encounter over Tehran may be that moment, the strike that validates everything it was designed to do. All this might sound like a single moment in the sky, but it matters for more than just the pilots involved. Governments around the world are watching closely. More than 15 countries now operate the F-35 or plan to acquire it, and every engagement involving the jet becomes a lesson for anyone flying it. Every F-35 pilot operates as part of a global learning network. Data from this engagement, sensor performance, missile accuracy, and reaction times are shared with partner nations. That means pilots in Japan, Norway, Italy, and beyond will soon know precisely how the F-35 behaves in real combat. One Israeli missile teaches lessons for dozens of air forces around the world, turning a single fight into a global case study. That breakthrough victory is not just a milestone for Israel, it is a milestone for every nation flying the aircraft. This kill sends a clear message far beyond Tehran. Neighboring nations are recalculating what it means to defend airspace against stealth aircraft. Countries investing in older fighters or traditional radar systems may now find themselves one step behind. This engagement isn't just a moment in the sky, it's a warning etched into regional military planning. But the lesson goes even deeper. It is not just about one plane proving itself. The engagement over Tehran shows how air warfare is changing. This was not a dramatic dogfight with twisting jets and visual chases through the clouds. Sensors, data, and long-range missiles decide the battle. Modern air combat is increasingly about information, speed, and stealth. And even though this was a manned jet, the implications ripple into unmanned operations. F-35s excel not only against jets, but also against drones and autonomous systems. Countries increasingly using drones for surveillance or attack will need to rethink how they operate, as stealth and sensor fusion creates blind spots even for automated defenses. Fighters today act as flying sensor hubs. They collect radar readings, infrared signals, and electronic emissions, then share that information with other aircraft and ground systems. The battlefield becomes a network, and each plane contributes to a larger, constantly updating picture. The F-35 was built for this environment, turning raw data into instant decisions that pilots can act on faster and more accurately. Speed is often the difference between life and death in air combat. Missiles like the AIM-120 AMRAAM travel at several times the speed of sound. Detecting a threat even a few seconds earlier gives a pilot a major advantage. Stealth aircraft extend that advantage further. If the enemy radar cannot see you clearly, you control when the fight begins, and often when it ends. That was exactly the advantage the F-35 held over the Yak-130. Technologically, it was a textbook demonstration of stealth. Strategically, the location made it even more significant. This was not a border skirmish or a desert clash. It happened over Tehran, the heart of Iran. Air battles over capitals are rare. Most aerial engagements happen near front lines or borders where conflict is expected. A shootdown over a capital city sends a very different message. It shows the attacker can reach the political and military core of a country. That kind of penetration carries psychological weight. Capitals represent authority, control, and national security. If enemy aircraft can operate over them, even briefly, it raises urgent questions for planners and leaders. The last air-to-air kills over Tehran or near major capitals were rare and highly symbolic. History shows that when one nation can strike deep into another's heart, it changes not only military planning, but also political calculations. This is the kind of event historians will point to when describing the shift from Cold War-era air combat to today's high-tech, stealth-dominated battles. The implications for Iran are serious. Air defenses exist to protect critical areas like capitals, bases, and key infrastructure. Those defenses can be bypassed, even for a few moments. Their effectiveness is in doubt. This event will dominate military planning in Tehran. Radar coverage may need to be upgraded, missile networks might require expansion, and fighter modernization could become urgent. That pressure isn't limited to Tehran. Countries with aging air defense systems now face a hard choice: upgrade radar and missiles, or train pilots to react faster. The engagement demonstrates that spending billions on traditional surface-to-air networks isn't enough against stealth fighters. Investment decisions made today will shape whether nations can defend their skies or simply watch from below. Other nations are watching too. Across the Middle East, militaries are analyzing every detail. Some already operate the F-35, and more are moving in that direction. Stealth aircraft are making traditional air defense strategies less reliable. Older radar stations struggle to detect low observable aircraft, and fighters without advanced sensors may not react in time. Countries are now forced to rethink their approach. Some will invest in new radar technologies to spot stealth aircraft. Others will focus on integrated networks, combining multiple sensors. Many may accelerate their own stealth programs. The balance of power in the sky is shifting. Moments like the shootdown over Tehran are not just about one aircraft being destroyed. They show how future conflicts will unfold. The encounter lasted only moments. One plane searching the darkness, another tracking it from a distance. One missile launched, then silence. That short engagement could become one of the most studied aerial battles of the decade. It shows how quickly modern combat can unfold. It also shows how invisible technology is becoming the deciding factor. Pilots still make the final call, but the aircraft now provides overwhelming information to guide that choice. The sky has become a battlefield of data as much as of machines. Stealth aircraft sit at the center of that transformation. On March 4th, 2026, the F-35 Lightning II crossed a milestone. For years, it existed largely as a promise of future capability, and now it has achieved its breakthrough air-to-air victory. One missile, one aircraft destroyed. But the meaning of that moment goes far beyond the wreckage that fell from the sky. Above Tehran that night, the world saw the future of air warfare. Aircraft slipping through the radar, pilots fighting with information before they ever see the enemy, battles decided long before two jets meet in the sky, invisible aircraft, networked sensors, engagements resolved before pilots even know the enemy is there. That single missile rewrote expectations for what a fighter jet can do. It was fast, lethal, and decisive. The F-35's air-to-air kill is more than a single victory. It signals how wars in the 21st century are fought, silently, quickly, and invisibly. It happened over a capital once considered secure. From this point forward, any country with aging aircraft, static radar networks, or slow decision-making must take notice. Stealth and networked combat have arrived, and the skies above Tehran showed just how powerful they are.
Hey, you're finally awake.
Many hours later.
Okay, you're ready!
It's in my hand!
I can't believe it. You're Dragonborn.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I don't know, Fry. For the first time in my life, I feel like I've stolen enough.
Bender, snap out of it!
Sorry, I don't know what came over me. Let's go. I love stealing. I love taking things.
A new hand touches the beacon.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it.
under a velo that's still making that mead with juniper berries mixed in. Funny.
Get ready with me as I attend my first World War. Okay guys, so I literally just got drafted into World War III, which is honestly so random. And the outfit they want me to wear is horrendous. I mean, military issued camo? Seriously? Feels like something you'd find at Culture Kings. Now for the tactical vest, I sized up because I want it to be a little bit baggy, just so I've got a more relaxed feel. When I'm on the battlefield. I've also added my Labubu onto it for a bit of aesthetic. Now, I don't know what brand these boots are, but I kind of rate them. It's giving Rick Owen vibes. What do you guys... Private! Get ready with me as I attend my first World War. Okay guys, so I literally just got drafted into World War III, which is honestly so random. And the outfit they want me to wear is horrendous. I mean, military issued camo? Seriously? Feels like something you'd find at Culture Kings. Now for the tactical vest, I sized up because I want it to be a little bit baggy, just so I've got a more relaxed feel when I'm on the battlefield. I've also added my Labubu onto it for a bit of aesthetic. Now, I don't know what brand these boots are, but I kind of rate them. It's giving Rick Owen vibes. What do you guys... Private! What the hell are you doing? Oh, I'm just filming a TikTok. Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize there is a war at hand? Yeah, I know. That's what I was actually filming content for. Put that shit away and sit down. We got a brief to run through. Okay, but can I finish filming first? I said sit down! Can you please stop shouting at me? Otherwise, I'll tell HR on you. All right, ladies, listen up. We got enemy forces infiltrating from the east. We need to secure that position before they breach our defenses. What is it, Private? Better be important. Yeah, sorry. Is there Wi-Fi here? Are you serious right now? I just want to check Twitter real quick. Negative. There is no Wi-Fi here. Any more questions? Yeah, actually, what kind of lobby is this? The hell are you talking about, Private? What, is it like solos, duos, squads? Like, what are we talking here? You will be in your squad. Squads. Bet. And is it ranked or casual? You will be with your ranks. So there's gonna be a bunch of sweats here. Any more questions? Yeah, sorry. Where are we dropping? Is it like Tilted Towers, Pleasant Park? We'll be dropping on 2 separate fronts. I want Alpha Squad on the ridge and Bravo Squad flanking from the south. And just quickly, do we get to choose our loadouts or is it like preset classes? You will each be assigned a weapon. Right, okay, so it's preset classes. So at what level do I unlock custom classes? What the hell are you talking about, Private? Like, when can I start customizing my loadout with different attachments? Never. All the guns are standard issue. Use what you are given. Well, that's pretty lame. Any other questions? Yeah, actually, sorry, one last thing. When do I unlock gold camo? What the hell is a gold camo? It's a skin cosmetic for my gun. Private, this ain't no beauty salon. This is a war, goddammit. So what, we're just all running default skins? That's pretty mid, not gonna lie. Psst. It's 250 headshots for gold camo. Oh, sweet. Good to know. Thanks for that. Sergeant Skidmark. Corporal Cabbage. We've got intel that enemy forces are approaching the north border with tanks. Shit. How many tanks are we talking? Well, there's a few. Around 6, 7. 6, 7. Is there something funny, Private? Yeah, it's 6, 7. There's nothing funny about 6 to 7 tanks approaching our border. When they blow you to smithereens, you won't be laughing then, would you, son? 6, 7. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? I thought the army didn't hire special needs people. That right there is just a Gen Z recruit, Sarge. Gen Z. Well, I'll be fucking damned. What's your name, Private? It's Chocolate Milk 420. What kind of shit name is that? Hey, cut me some slack. I made it when I was 12. What do you mean you made it? It was my PlayStation 3 username. I don't want your username, Private. I want your full official government name. Bro, are you trying to dox me right now? I'm giving you an order. Jeez, fine. It's Noah Parts. Right, well listen here, Private Parts. This ain't a video game, alright?
This is real life.
Wait, does that mean there's no respawns?
Are you thick in the head?
What about friendly fire? Is friendly fire on?
Holy shit, we're gonna lose this war.
What's up, fam? It's your boy. So we're literally in the trenches right now. As you can see, I've got a gun. Bullets are flying everywhere, but I'm not gonna lie, the vibes are kind of off. Like, everyone's being so serious while I'm just trying to get content.
Private, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, I'm just vlogging.
We're in a goddamn war, you piece of shit. You should be shooting bullets, not videos.
Bro, Sarge, chillax. It's not that deep.
Private, if you don't pick up that gun, I will break that phone.
Oh, fine. Anyway, guys, we're about to push the objective. Make sure you like and follow to see a part 2.
All right, everyone gets a food ration and a canteen. There you go, Private.
What's in here?
Water.
Yuck.
Is there a problem?
Yeah, I want a white monster.
What do you think this is, a convenience store?
How am I meant to perform on the battlefield when I don't have a white monster?
Private, you will drink that water or you will die from dehydration.
I'd rather die, to be honest, than drink this shit.
Well, then you've got your priorities mixed up.
And I'm sorry, but is this all we get in our ration? Just cheese and crackers?
Oh, are you after a Michelin star restaurant or something?
Where's the avocado on toast and viral Dubai chocolate?
Oh, no, this is not good. Private, I need you to send a Morse code message to HQ. Private! God damn it, I said private!
Huh?
Did you not hear me?
Nah, sorry, I was locked in.
What the hell could you possibly be doing?
Just scrolling.
Scrolling what?
Just TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, you know, the usual.
Holy shit, we're in the middle of a war and you're on social media.
Well, yeah, I need to stay updated with what's happening in the world.
What's happening in the world? Mate, you are literally in the middle of the most important thing that's happening in the world!
Bro, you reckon this is Jim Carrey? Because I don't think it is.
Are you even listening to me?
Bro, there's no way Selena Gomez did that.
God damn it, can you just send the Morse code?
What the hell is that? Do you mean QR code?
No, I mean what I mean. Morse code. It's a communication method using dots and dashes to send messages. Now, can you do that for me, Private?
Yeah, no idea. I'll just ask ChatGPT.
Ah, I've been hit.
Oh, shit. Bro, that's crazy. Wait, let me take a pic for my story. Oh, good idea. Hold on, let me pose. How do I look?
It's giving main character energy.
Ah, that is fire. Make sure you tag me, all right? Yeah, no worries. Loki, you might be cooked, though. Do you want me to bandage that up real quick? Nah, fuck that. Just give me a vape. Blueberry or raspberry? Raspberry. There you go.
Rise and shine, ladies. Up we get. Private Parts, did you not hear me? I said get up.
Nah.
Thing always knows where north is, huh? Even if it can't see the stars? What? Disobey my orders!
I'm really tired.
I don't give a shit. You got work to do, son.
I might just take a mental health day today, Sarge.
A mental health day? We're in the middle of a war.
Yeah, exactly. This is like really bad for my anxiety.
Private, I'm not gonna ask you again. Get your ass up and fulfill your duty.
It's all right. I'll do a bit of work from home, Sarge, so you can go now. It's okay.
Private, get down, you idiot. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Sarge, he can't hear ya. He's aura farming.
He's what?
Aura farming.
What the hell is that?
It's when you look cool and unfazed for social media clout.
And is that worth more than a human life?
Yes, sir. Imagine the views you would get on TikTok.
It's a fucking kindergarten out here. Private, get down. Cover me, I'm reloading. Private, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, I'm just ordering Uber Eats.
Are you kidding me in the middle of a firefight?
Yeah, I'm hungry. Do you want anything?
Yeah, I want you to cover fire.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me just place my order first. You sure you don't want anything?
Mate, hurry up. You're going to get us killed.
All right, relax. There, done. Macca's is preparing your order. Should be here in 20 minutes.
Oh, bro, he's one shot. For real? Trust me, I put a full clip into him. I bet, I'ma peek him then. Oh shit, you good? Damn, he must have popped a mini or something. Hold on, let me res you. Is it working?
On March 9th, multiple videos and media reports confirmed that the U.S. military launched a carefully planned strike operation near Bandar-e-Lenge port in southern Iran, close to the Strait of Hormuz. The footage shows an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy missile ship being hit near the port. A massive explosion erupted, sending flames and thick twisted and broke apart in the fire before sinking to the cold depths of the Persian Gulf. Satellite images further confirmed the continued strikes on the port, with several ships and underground military facilities heavily damaged. This was just the beginning. In the same operation, at least 2 Iranian vessels were struck in the strait, instantly turning them into burning wrecks. Since the conflict escalated on February 28th, over 40 Iranian vessels have been destroyed or severely damaged, including fast attack boats, missile boats, and Revolutionary Guard speedboats. The U.S. strategy is clear and direct. Facing Iran's long-standing threats to block the Strait of Hormuz and attack oil tankers, the most effective approach is to cripple its navy. Once Iran loses enough maritime combat platforms, its ability to threaten shipping is effectively neutralized. In parallel with the maritime strikes, Israel carried out surgical airstrikes on Iran's oil infrastructure. Israeli air forces launched raids on Iran's interior, successfully attacking 30 large oil storage tanks. An important refinery in Tehran, the Sharon oil depot, was also hit, with massive fires at the scene and numerous fuel transport trucks destroyed. On March 9th, Israeli forces launched a raid on Tehran's Mehrabad International Airport, successfully destroying 16 military transport aircraft directly linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' Quds Force. These old but critical transport planes had been responsible for transporting weapons, funds, and supplies to Iran-supported militant groups in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon's Hezbollah, and Yemen's Houthis. This strike severed that lifeline, significantly weakening Iran's ability to intervene and project power across the Middle East, marking the heaviest strategic blow in Iran since the war began. In the bombing, Iran's high-level military university, modeled after China's National University of Defense Technology, was reduced to rubble. Additionally, Iran's largest drone factory was destroyed. The Israeli Defense Forces also stated that during this round of airstrikes, they targeted multiple Iranian security and military sites, including internal security force bases, around 50 ammunition depots, a Basij militia base, the headquarters of internal security forces, and a Revolutionary Guard camp. These forces have been responsible for controlling, dispersing, threatening, and carrying out arrests. This strike directly weakened Iran's ability to suppress its citizens. The strategic intent of these strikes is clear: cut off Iran's economic lifeline. Oil exports are Iran's core revenue source, sustaining the country's operations and funding its proxy armed groups in the Middle East. Following the new wave of attacks on Iran's energy structure, the U.S. and Israel are planning a more impactful operation. On March 8th, U.S. media outlet Axios reported that U.S. Central Command officials are discussing a plan to seize Iran's Kark Island, which is located in the Persian Gulf and a crucial point for over 90% of Iran's oil exports. If the U.S. military controls this island, it could choke off Iran's economy, likely causing the regime to collapse quickly. By crippling Iran's navy, destroying oil storage, and controlling export routes, the U.S.-Israel coalition's combined efforts are hitting Iran's regime at the most vulnerable points. In addition to physical destruction, U.S. and Israeli strikes have also reached Iran's nerve center. According to the Israeli Times, the Israeli military successfully destroyed the IRGC's space and satellite headquarters. This organization was responsible for receiving satellite data, processing reconnaissance imagery, and conducting battlefield intelligence analysis, making it Iran's military eyes for developing ballistic missiles, long-range drones, and modern warfare. The destruction of the command center means a severe blow to Iran's reconnaissance and communication capabilities in space, significantly reducing the effectiveness of its precision-guided weapons. The Middle Eastern conflict quickly triggered panic in global energy markets. On Monday, March 9th, global markets were hit hard at the opening. Fears that the Strait of Hormuz, which accounts for about 20% of global oil transport, would be blocked for an extended period of time led to a surge in international oil prices. Brent crude oil prices surged by nearly 25%, reaching as high as $119.50 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate WTI crude also jumped $119. This increase marked the largest single-day rise on record, surpassing even the initial shock of the Russia-Ukraine war. The panic spread due to real concerns about supply disruptions. With the shipping halt in the Strait of Hormuz, major oil-producing countries like Iraq and Kuwait, facing a lack of storage capacity, were forced to announce production cuts. Daily production at Iraq's southern oil fields dropped from about 4.3 million barrels to 1.3 million barrels. Kuwait declared force majeure and reduced output, and Qatar, the world's second-largest liquefied natural gas exporter, also suspended exports. Tony Sycamore, an IG market analyst, pointed out, the violent reaction stems from the markets seeing no obvious off-ramp in the escalating Middle East conflict, now a high-stakes standoff where neither side appears willing to blink first. The energy crisis quickly spread to the financial markets, with Asia-Pacific stock markets hit hardest, showing widespread losses. South Korea, heavily reliant on Middle Eastern oil, saw its Kospi index plunge by more than 8% after opening. This marked the second time in just 4 trading days that the circuit breaker mechanism was triggered. Samsung Electronics, a key stock, fell by more than 8%. The Nikkei 25 index dropped 5%, falling below a critical psychological threshold. Tech stocks like SoftBank and Advantest led the declines. Taiwan's stock market also faced heavy losses, plunging more than 2,000 points during trading, eventually closing down nearly 1,500 points. This was the 4th largest single-day drop in history. The ripple effect spread to the commodities market, with Malaysian palm oil rising 9% due to the surge in oil prices, and aluminum prices hitting a 4-year high after Middle Eastern smelters announced force majeure. In the face of this deadlock, U.S. President Trump stated on March 8th in an interview with Fox News that these ships should go through the Strait of Hormuz and show some guts. There's nothing to be afraid of. Iran has no navy. We sank all but 20% of their ships. His comments seemed to have an effect. After the U.S. military released videos claiming to have destroyed key Iranian naval and port facilities, and with the French Navy joining in to provide escorts, on March 9th, many stranded oil tankers began turning off their transponders, silently crossing the Strait of Hormuz under the protection of U.S. and French naval forces. Meanwhile, G7 nations announced the release of strategic oil reserves, causing the crazed international oil prices to fall from a high of $115 per barrel to below $83, giving the market some temporary relief. Subsequently, President Trump declared that the Iran war was already very thorough, and stated that he was considering controlling the Strait of Hormuz to speed up oil tanker passage. Following his statement, major markets began to rise. Trump told CBS News that he believed the progress in striking Iran's fanatical regime had far exceeded the initial 4 to 5 week timeline. Under internal and external pressure, Iran's regime has undergone significant changes. On March 8th, Iranian officials announced that Supreme Leader Khamenei's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, was appointed as the new supreme leader. Mojtaba is widely regarded as a hardliner, with close ties to the Revolutionary Guard. Trump openly stated in an interview, "He's going to have to get approval from us. If he doesn't get approval from us, he's not going to last long." Israel was even more direct, threatening to target whoever was chosen. This indicates that the U.S. and Israel's goal is not to merely teach a lesson, but to fundamentally change the nature of the Iranian regime. Latest reports suggest that Mojtaba Khamenei was seriously injured in the bombing on March 9th, with rumors claiming he might have died from his injuries. However, this information is yet to be officially confirmed. As the smoke hasn't cleared, its impact is already being felt in the everyday lives of ordinary Chinese citizens. On March 9th, China's National Development and Reform Commission issued an announcement declaring the largest single increase in domestic fuel prices in 4 years. Starting at midnight on the 10th, gasoline and diesel prices will rise by 695 yuan and 670 yuan per ton, respectively. This means that the price of commonly used 92-octane gasoline will increase by 0.55 yuan per liter, easily breaking the 7.5 yuan mark. Filling a 50-liter tank will cost nearly 30 yuan more than before. News of the price hike spread like wildfire, prompting countless car owners to rush to gas stations that evening. From first-tier cities to rural towns, long lines formed at every gas station. Social media was filled with videos posted by car owners from different regions, winding queues stretching out into the night, seemingly endless. Some netizens humorously commented, 2 kilometers of waiting, 5 minutes to refuel. According to reports from Kaiping News, at a gas station in Kunming, staff directed car owners to park their vehicles lengthwise to accommodate more cars. Even so, the station was packed, and the queue outside seemed to be endless. In Heilongjiang, villagers told reporters that they had to reserve a spot the day before to fuel farm machinery, and the prices rose daily. In Henan, another villager mentioned that the lines were so long that it was impossible to get in line. Behind this oil rush is not only a concern over the price difference of a few dozen yuan, but also the frustration and helplessness of Chinese car owners with the long-standing fuel pricing mechanism. In online communities, a popular saying circulates, "When international oil prices rise, so do mine. When international prices fall, it has nothing to do with me." This perfectly captures the common sentiment. When China's oil prices follow the international market, they always follow the rise but not the fall. When international oil prices go up, domestic prices immediately follow, often with even larger increases. However, when they drop, domestic prices are slow to adjust, often only changing by a few cents or even refusing to drop at all. Many consumers have also questioned whether China's two major oil companies, Sinopec and PetroChina, use price hikes to make up for operational losses. However, public financial reports show that these two companies consistently rank among the most profitable in China. This stark contrast has only deepened public distrust of the oil pricing mechanism. For China, the impact of this Middle Eastern crisis goes far beyond rising oil prices. It acts like a heavy blow, striking at the country's energy security and global strategic positioning. First, let's consider a shocking number. China is 45% reliant on oil passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This means that every day about 9 million barrels of crude must travel through this narrow, war-torn strait to reach China's ports. This sea lane is truly China's energy lifeline. If this lifeline is cut off, even for a brief period, the consequences would be catastrophic. It means that China would have to find alternative solutions to cover nearly 1/3 of its oil demand in an extremely short time. For a country that claims to be the world's second-largest economy, this is almost impossible. Without this 9 million barrels of oil every day, a series of severe chain reactions would occur. The slowdown of industrial engines. From the massive manufacturing bases on the eastern coast to various factories in the interior, countless machines would be forced to slow down or even halt due to a lack of energy and raw materials. This means business orders would remain unfulfilled, and production efficiency would drastically decline. The shadow of power rationing. To maintain the stability of the power grid, fossil fuels such as coal-fired power would be under unimaginable pressure. In extreme energy shortages, power rationing in both industrial and civilian sectors could become a reality. The depletion of the source of everything. Oil is not only fuel, it is the lifeblood of modern chemical industries. Without it, everything from plastics, synthetic fibers, pharmaceuticals, and fertilizers will face fundamental shortages and skyrocketing costs. However, the impact of this crisis goes beyond the physical disruption of supply. It also strategically shakes China's carefully constructed energy security system, which has been built over the past decade. U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright made a pointed remark. China doesn't treat its discount gas station suppliers very well. They're about to lose the second of 3 of them. It is widely believed that he was referring to Venezuela, Iran, and Russia. For years, China has heavily relied on these 3 countries, which are under Western sanctions. This relationship attempts to achieve 2 major strategic goals. The first is to acquire cheap oil, securing energy at prices lower than the international market to reduce domestic economic operating costs. And second, to bypass the dollar system, conducting transactions in yuan, among other methods, in order to weaken the influence of the US dollar. This cheap energy lifeline, running parallel to the Western-led system, has long been seen as one of China's key pillars of energy security. However, with Iran's regime now in jeopardy, this pillar is quickly turning to a ticking time bomb. The deeper blow, beyond the disruption of cheap oil supplies, lies in the massive investment China has made in Iran over the years. According to an analysis by the Hudson Institute, China has signed a series of cooperation agreements with Iran, including a $400 billion strategic investment deal. These investments have penetrated deeply into Iran's core, helping build vast infrastructure systems, including 5G networks, surveillance systems, and port and railway facilities. The original intent of these investments was to turn Iran into a key strategic point for China in the Middle East and a critical node in the Belt and Road Initiative. However, now, with the dramatic changes in Iran's political landscape, these assets, built with billions in real capital, face the risk of being reduced to zero. This represents not only astronomical economic losses, but also the loss of a critical geopolitical asset, signaling a devastating setback for China's long-term global strategic layout. The sudden turn of events in Iran has sent shockwaves through the Chinese leadership. Hu Liren, a Chinese entrepreneur based in the United States, revealed that he received information from within the system. The propaganda department has issued a directive instructing the media to no longer mention the use of force to reunify Taiwan. A noticeable shift is evident in the behavior of Foreign Minister Wang Yi. At the Two Sessions press conference, Wang Yi read the script with his head down. His expression was calm, and his demeanor was far from the usual wolf warrior attitude. This is an unusual departure from his usual stance. Hu Liren speculates that this shift must have been directed from the highest levels, reflecting the leadership's fear of escalating tensions in the Taiwan Strait. Foreign analysts believe that such a subtle yet politically significant shift must have been guided by the highest levels of authority. After witnessing how the U.S. military crippled the maritime and air forces of a mid-sized nation in just a few days, Beijing's leadership may be undergoing a profound reassessment. Current affairs commentator Zhang Tianliang analyzed that after the U.S. resolves the issue with Iran, it will be able to shift more military forces and strategic focus to the Indo-Pacific region to contain the CCP. This poses a significant shock and deterrent to the CCP's ambitions for military action against Taiwan. However, what may be even more unsettling for Beijing are scenes from the streets of Iran. When U.S. missiles struck, in stark contrast to the Iranian government's tragic propaganda, large amounts of Iranian citizens took to the streets, celebrating the blow to their dictatorial rulers. This scene reveals a truth. Even a seemingly powerful and all-controlling dictatorship may have a fragile foundation of public support. The reaction of the Iranian people serves as a mirror reflecting the common predicament faced by all authoritarian regimes. The saying, "Today Iran, tomorrow China," quickly spread across the internet. It is no longer just a simple slogan, but has become a deeply meaningful and real warning. When external pressure reaches a critical point, will the seemingly invincible and massive regime of the CCP also fall overnight?
This is one of the worst statements I've ever seen in my life. Look at this one. Yesterday, this is the mayor of New York City, Muslim Zohran Mamdani. Yesterday, white supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion rooted in bigotry and racism. Wah! Wah! Well, wake up, motherfucker. You're allowed to be a bigot and a racist in the United States of America. I'm tired of this pussyfooting shit, alright? You can hit me with all of your random empty word slogans, your fucking leftoid virtue signaling. That shit's over. They threw a bomb at him, right? You could criticize him all you want. They threw a bomb at that guy. Such hate is no place in New York City. Excuse me. So let's get this straight. Zohran Mamdani, an immigrant to America, is throwing people that were born in New York out of New York because their values don't align with yours? And this isn't even me supporting Jake Lang's opinions or anything, but who the fuck are you? Deuteronomy 30:19. We welcome the foreigners into our land until they eventually take power from us. This is exactly what we're looking at. This guy, not an American, fundamentally, comes in, not with American values, does not assimilate, gets elected because of votes from foreigners, and is immediately saying that you have no right to be in our city. And he did no crime. He committed no crime. He didn't violate any law. But because you are predominantly a Muslim guy, you want to kick him out of your city. It is an affront to our city's values and unity defines who we are. Who the fuck are you to talk about what defines who we are? Throwing people out of cities for their opinions does not define who we are. This is America, where we have balls, alright? And if you don't like what someone is saying, you can close your fucking ears. Like, I'm so tired of this virtue signaling cuck shit. What followed was even more disturbing. What happened? Violence in a protest is never acceptable. Who did the violence? Was it right-wing people doing violence? Both sides, maybe? Was it left-wing violence? The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it's reprehensible and the antithesis to who we are. Who did that? Who did that? He doesn't even say. Right, so notice, Jake Lang is a white supremacist. All right? Such hate and no place in New York City. All right, Jake Lang, white supremacist. Notice how he doesn't say, the other guy named Ibrahim who screamed Allahu Akbar and threw a bomb in an Islamic terror attack. Notice how he doesn't say that. He's just like, violence followed. It was bad. I want to thank the brave men and women in New York Police Department who acted quickly to keep New Yorkers safe. Our officers ran towards danger without hesitation, demonstrating once again the courage and dedication it takes to protect the city every day. My administration is monitoring the situation. I'm sure it is. And it is pleasant to see that the replies are killing him. Your wife saw these images of the worst massacre and mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust and left likes on the Instagram posts. That actually did happen, by the way. I covered that in my previous video. Here's what you left out. An explosive was thrown by Muslims. They were shouting Allahu Akbar, Emir Balat, and Ibrahim Nick. Now, notice how he'll name the white supremacist racist, but he refuses to even mention that it's an Islamic terrorist attack. Refuses to even mention the names of the people that committed the terrorist attack. But I guarantee you, if it was a terrorist attack committed by Jake Lang, he would be more than screaming from the rooftops about Islamophobia. This might be one of the worst statements I've ever seen in my entire life, alright? White supremacist Jake Lang, and some violence in a protest. Yeah, alright, dude. Anyway, so, Nick Shirley interviewed Jake Lang after this.
It goes beyond political violence. This is religious violence, first and foremost. And second of all, what we need to understand is we voted in a Muslim mayor to New York City 2 months ago, and we've had the first Muslim terrorist attack on white Christians outside the mayor's home. People need...
Actually, that's true, but not the first. There have been a lot of Islamic terror attacks in New York since the mayor showed up. People just don't really report it. There was a car that ran into a synagogue. There were shootings in a synagogue. A Jew was strangled on a subway. A Jewish girl, had her skull shattered by someone threw a rock at her into a bus. A foreigner, an illegal alien who got deported, actually, after all that. Like, I could keep going and keep listing instances of this happening, but this is not the first Islamic terror attack. It's just the most noteworthy.
You need to understand there's a correlation here. These things are connected. We are not safe in New York with Zoran Mandami, the Muslim, as our mayor. He is, by his very ability to be there, he is basically sponsoring and influencing and telling these people, go out and declare jihad. By not condemning it, he's basically saying more jihads against Christians like Jake Lang. And it's...
Look, man, I'm not going to say that he's not spitting here. I mean, he's kind of completely right. I mean, that's what the religion seems to say. I mean, if you actually follow the letter of the law, that's what's going on. Kind of weird. All right, so Nick Shirley was talking about how New York City Mayor Mamdani won't condemn terrorists.
So today here in New York City, the Mayor Zoran Mandami called protester Jake Lang a white supremacist, but he failed to mention that the two men who threw literal bombs at him are two Muslims, and he didn't even call them terrorists. He actually didn't even condemn that. But meanwhile, here in New York City, you also have all these people. This is the famous Canal Street. And look, now they start freaking out because I put a camera on their face. But they sell all this stuff, counterfeit goods. Meanwhile, all this madness is happening here in New York City. Nothing ever gets solved. They let criminals do whatever. Whether you say this is criminal or not, it is. They're selling fraudulent goods.
And so let's understand this. Here you have an entire street of illegal aliens that broke into our country illegally, selling counterfeit foreign goods. It's illegal to operate businesses on this street. But you have all these people doing it in broad daylight. They're welcome in the city. Jake Lang has an opinion that Zoran Mamdani disagrees with. Well, that guy needs to get kicked out of our city. So deportations are fine, as long as you're deporting the white people. Got it, Zoran. Very cool.
Not paying taxes on it. Meanwhile, you're working hard right now, but these guys are able to make loads of cash and pocket it all in their pocket without ever even having to pay tax. So then watch, as soon as I put a camera on any of these fraudsters, these scammers, watch how they just freak out. How much? Show your face? No face? How come? How come? Look, they make lots of cash. They know they're doing stuff wrong. That's why they won't show their faces here on camera. And they're making...
Notice how it's not white Christian males doing this.
Thousands of dollars. So...
Not a lot of Zionist Jews doing this shit.
You have a mayor who's not willing to call terrorists, who are literally throwing bombs in the city of New York City. They have a bomb squad there right now, checking out everything because of how bad it is. Look, how much? How much? How much? Why? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Look, this is perfect. I love that this is caught on camera. Here you have someone illegal in the country telling someone that was born in the country to get out of here. It's so blatant and obvious, man.
You doing something wrong? See, they know they're doing stuff wrong. That's why they all freak out. No, I'm all right. Thank you, ma'am. They know they're doing stuff wrong. That's why they freak out. And you really do have a lawless New York City right now. You have a mayor who's not condemned.
It's not lawless. It's just under a different form of law. Like Sharia law, for example.
I mean, anything. Only thing he is condemning is a protester who's a Christian protester. You might not agree with all his tactics. I agree. Some of his tactics are a bit wild. But he calls him a white supremacist, but he won't call the terrorist. That's a little crazy.
It's a little crazy indeed. We noticed, actually. We're noticing how this keeps happening. It's kind of insane. So this is Zohran Mamdani, mayor of New York, doing a little press conference to respond. And it's unbelievable that it keeps getting worse.
Of us were home at the time. This was a vile protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City.
First of all, shouldn't the headline be Islamic terrorist attack takes place in New York City? 3 bombs found that could level a city block or some shit? Volatile devices used by ISIS and Al-Qaeda thrown at peaceful protesters? Nope, that's not how he starts. White supremacy is the problem here.
I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city. Anti-Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home.
Good shit. So no need to talk about it. It's not new.
Well,
yeah, a lot of anti-Muslim bigotry started when Muslims killed 3,000 New Yorkers a couple years back. Any of you remember that?
Found this protest appalling. I will not waver in my book.
Okay, all right. So you disagree with their opinion. I find when you scream "globalize the Intifada" appalling. In fact, I think it's literally criminal. You're literally calling for violence to start killing people in the streets. But they don't care. All right, listen, I find your protests appalling. You call for the murder of innocent people on the streets of New York when you globalize the Intifada. All right, I think when you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, you mean kill all the Jews between the river and the sea, which means all the Jews in Israel need to die. That is exactly what it means. There's no other interpretation. But I find it appalling, but you have the right to say it. It's disgusting, sure. It's evil, yeah, whatever. But you have the right to say it. So I don't care what you find appalling. At all. I find the fact that there was a terrorist attack on New York City, and you are literally not condemning the terrorists as a major issue here.
Belief that it should be allowed to happen.
It shouldn't be allowed to happen? What, peaceful protests aren't allowed to happen? Why? Why can't peaceful protests happen? You are the king of peaceful protests. All right, what are we doing here?
Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with. It belongs to everyone.
All right, beautiful.
I will defend.
So why are you starting your entire thing condemning a peaceful protester?
That right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say things that I abhor. Let me also be clear about something else.
All right, here we go. Get ready.
New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests.
All right. Why do you mention that? Did something happen?
Counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not.
A few as in dozens that were kicking the car and pushing him and elbowing him and harassing him. All right, that's the few.
2 men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here.
What did they do? Did they like kick him in the shin?
To commit an act of terrorism.
There we go.
There is video of these 2 individuals throwing 2 devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody.
Yeah, there was a little oopsie-poopsie, almost some violence, but he really condemns white supremacy. Mayor Mamdani started off his press conference on Monday about the ISIS-inspired attack on Saturday by condemning white supremacy. It's honestly insane, bro. It's the craziest fucking shit. It's wild, dude. All right. Mayor Mamdani's statement calls Jake Lang by name, calls the shrapnel bomb an explosive device, doesn't name the 2 suspects, Ibrahim and Amir Balat, doesn't use the word terrorism. It's honestly incredible stuff. Downplaying that shit. Jake Lang, on the contrary, he's only gotten way bigger by all this.
Vilified, and they won't even name the perpetrator of a mass terrorist attack on the NYPD. God bless them, but did he name the name of the person who tried to kill them? What about... Okay, so yesterday in his tweet, did he name them, or he failed to name them but called me a white supremacist? 18 million impressions on it. I am a pro-white American. America was founded by white people, and they need an advocate. We are disappearing. We are being displaced. We are being replaced. I have hate in my heart for no one, but I have love in my heart for the home team. I was born a white American New Yorker, and I stand for white American New Yorkers. They deserve a home in this city. They deserve to be able to speak their mind on the streets without having bombs thrown at them.
I mean, he called him a white supremacist. Why? The position of not getting bombs thrown at white people is white supremacy. This is like,
I stand for Christians. In America, saying that Jesus Christ is Lord is apt to get you killed by a Muslim. And the mayor, instead of addressing the issue, will obfuscate the truth, completely disavow. He will not even say the name of the radical Islamic terrorist, but he says white supremacists showed up for bigotry and we deserve to be murdered.
Whoa, we got some Secret Service. Whoa.
Zora on the ground, the Muslim terrorist. I pray the name of Jesus Christ's blood over you in this city. New York and America was founded as a Christian country in a Christian city in a Christian state, and we will remain.
Right there, man.
Zora, say their name.
He's running away.
White Americans built New York, Zoran, and you're destroying it.
God damn, holy shit. Yeah, so anyway, the white supremacist position of not wanting Muslims to blow up white Americans. Like, dude, you like that? Wow, I've never seen such white supremacy. So, Mehdi Hassan decides to say, Jake Lang was pardoned by Trump for his role in January 6th. Yeah, because he was arrested as a political prisoner. Okay. I'm trying to imagine the right's response if Joe Biden pardoned a convicted criminal who turned up to a violent protest outside the home of Ron DeSantis. What are we talking about? Right? He wasn't arrested as a violent criminal. He was arrested as a political prisoner because the Jan 6th arrests, they arrested him as like an insurrectionist terrorist, all right? And they threw him in a fucking hole for years, all right? Not even remotely the same as a violent convicted criminal. That's one. Two, he didn't turn up at a violent protest outside the home of Ron DeSantis. He went to peacefully protest. It was a Muslim terrorist that turned it into a violent protest that threw a fucking bomb at him. Like, this is insane. So, Mehdi Hassan, a American citizen, God knows why, he also needs to get deported, in my opinion. He is literally co-signing terrorism here. He's basically running defense for the people that threw fucking bombs at the guy by saying, imagine the right's response. He didn't show up at a violent protest. It became a violent protest because they tried to kill him. Like, this is unreal. But I'm not surprised, because Mehdi Hassan actually supports the Islamic grooming gangs in England. So, am I that surprised?
We know that the very vast majority are actually British Pakistanis.
So hold on.
You're trying to deflect it into thinking it's somehow white men doing all this.
Oh my God. So in Glasgow, there were white men. So 11 people abused 3 children, one of them in a nappy diaper.
I'm not talking about Glasgow.
You're not talking about that, nor is Elon Musk. In the West Midlands,
why are you upset that there are mass rape gangs of Pakistani Muslims raping white girls? Why do you care about the million white girls raped by Pakistanis when a white guy was a rapist too? Classic Mehdi Hassan move.
West Midlands, a decade of child sex crimes. 21 white people abused 7 children, all of them under the age of 12.
Right.
And they're in jail.
Cornwall in 2010.
These
3
aren't the
years of sex
scandals
crime.
we're talking about,
when I talk
Mehdi.
about sex crime.
Are you upset? Are you upset that there are mass Islamic rape gangs? Are you upset that despite the fact that Pakistanis are only 6.5% of the population, they committed, get ready, 97% of the gang rapes? That's a real number, by the way. 6.5% of the population, 97% of the gang rapes. All right? There's a rape in London every 54 minutes. And he's like, why are you upset at Muslims when actually white people rape also?
Well, I'll get to that in a moment. 6 men abused 30 girls, the youngest of whom was 5 years old. And you've just made my point for me. These are the scandals we're not talking about. Why? Why are we defining child sex crimes and grooming gangs by race unless you're a racist or trying to make political hay out of it?
You're a racist. How dare you wanting to stop 97% of the grooming gangs?
I care about the victims of all crimes. I
Fucking bullshit, dude.
don't give a damn
Didn't give a damn about the 35,000 protesters that were massacred by the Iranian regime.
whether the perpetrator was brown, black, white, blue, or yellow. I think we should support the victims of those crimes. And if you're
Me too. All rapists bad, but also immigration is a problem.
only obsessed with the perpetrators, as Elon Musk is, as Robert Jenner is, then you don't actually care about these girls. That's what Alexis J said.
But
this
the
week
argument,
on the
as you
BBC.
know, the
Care
argument,
about
as
the
you know,
victims.
yeah, the argument, as you know, from those who do want a big further inquiry, is that actually it was a very specific section of the community, a very specific section of the Muslim community, and it was British Pakistani men who they believe were operating under some warped cultural thing,
True.
which they felt entitled them to behave
That's
this way.
we don't. Well, that's not proven, right? That's what we need.
It's not proven. Yes, it's true that 6.5% of the population did 97% of the gang rapes, but it's not proven that it's actually cultural. All right, dude. All right, dude. Keep co-signing Islamic rape gangs, my guy. No one's surprised. All right. It's not proven. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence, guys. It's just a coincidence that 97% of the gang rapes are done by Pakistani Muslims in England. Just a coincidence. Yes, sir. So, and this is Mehdi Hassan freaking out, crashing out, calling America worse than the Nazis for attacking Iran.
Just from the sort of geopolitical strategic point, like on day one, to have this and to have the rhetoric being into the region, we don't care if you live or die, to not make the distinction between like civilians and combatants, just also strikes me as like
retarded.
wildly self-defeating at just the sort of tactical level.
So this is completely retarded for multiple reasons. One, obviously there is a difference between civilians and between the actual military. Obviously mistakes happen. Obviously collateral damage happens. That's a war for you. I guess Iran shouldn't have been literally fucking trying to kill us for 47 years. Oopsie poopsie, it's all on them. I'm tired of this grandstanding and emotional manipulation. Alright, quite literally, fuck these guys and their emotional, grandstanding, virtue signaling piece of shit garbage. Alright, every single casualty, civilian casualty in Iran, their blood is on the hands of the Iranian regime. Alright, every single one of them, just like the deaths in Gaza, are on the hands of Hamas, who started the fucking war. I'm not getting into this entire hullabaloo, trying to get gaslighted and manipulated into saying that it's actually America should never fight our enemies because our enemies use human shields and the civilians will die. So therefore you have to let them kill you, alright? Let them continue to rape you because if you fight back, someone might get hurt. I'm sorry, man. That's not how the world works. That's not how war works. But making believe that there was no differentiation made is a lie. Anyway, back to the retards.
The sort of tactical level.
Yes. It's a moral abomination, and yes, it's tactically stupid. They bombed.
It's because it wasn't done intentionally, right? Even if it was an actual American missile that bombed that school in Iran, it was not intentional. It was collateral damage in a war. Tragic, absolutely. But that's what happens in war. A war which only happened because Iran decided to terrorize us for 47 years.
The submarine and just let the sailors drown to death.
Oh, this one's awesome. I love this.
Going again. Even the Nazis didn't do that during World War II, apparently.
America is worse than Nazis because when we attacked their navy, we didn't send in little rescue teams to rescue their people from drowning. Motherfucker, we told them not to get involved. We told them they would get immunity if they decided not to fight us. They decided to fight us and they died in war. And now we're worse than the Nazis. That's right, worse than the Nazis. That's America, so leave. Why the fuck is he here to morally grandstand on us? Like, I can't stand this shit. All right, so go live there. If they're better, why are you here, man?
Even the Nazis collected people from the water. This is insane rhetoric.
No. It's insane rhetoric to say that America is worse than Nazis because America decided to kill Islamic terrorists that have been terrorizing us for 47 years.
Insane behavior from people who don't give a damn. Donald Trump has never given a damn about Iranian lives. I see people in the diaspora cheering.
So, again, not true.
On this war, and I feel bad for them because Donald Trump...
Oh, yes, all the delusional Iranians that are celebrating Donald Trump right now. They're just all dumb, right? They should be celebrating the Ayatollah, the terrorists that were massacring their people for the last 47 years.
Trump screws over everyone, and he's going to screw over the Iranian people as well. He's a guy who has deported Iranians back to that government to be tortured or oppressed. He doesn't...
So, they are torturing and oppressing people?
Care about the Iranian people. We're seeing that with this war.
Because he is caring about our country. Like, again, you can care about two things. Like, on the one hand, we care about America. On the other hand, we don't want the Iranians to be tortured by this Islamic regime.
You cannot bring... I thought we learned this, Chris, decades ago. You don't liberate people at the barrel of a gun with bombs.
No, the barrel of the gun is pointed towards the dictators, not towards the people. But again, he doesn't care because he is actively playing defense for our enemies. In my opinion, anyone that does this, even if you're just a political commentator, you are allying yourself quite literally with an Islamic regime, and this dude needs to get denaturalized and deported. I am so over the line with this shit. I'm tired of it. I don't like the idea of bringing foreigners into our country so they could fucking ally themselves with the regime trying to kill us. I'm tired of it. I don't like it. He needs to go. They all need to go. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired. We're going to end up like London. All right. Historic first. Historic first. Calls to prayer blaring out for Ramadan at the London stadiums. Isn't that beautiful? Historic first. Yeah, historic first. Historic first. Wow, colonized. Absolutely. Yep, that's the historic first. When a king puts invaders before the people, he is no longer their king, and that's what they're doing now. There it is. Colonization. Historic first, guys. Great news. Isn't this nice? Well, you'll love this one, all right? Because in France, they do it too. I wonder why Keir Starmer and Macron from France are all on the side of the Islamic terrorists. Well, let's see what this French imam has to say.
Si la femme s'est parfumée, elle n'a pas le droit de sortir dans cet état-là. Et lorsque...
What he's saying is, I'll translate, what he's saying is, if the woman has perfume, then it's her own fault for getting raped in public by Muslims. She should have stayed home.
Tu te trouves sur le trottoir, ma sœur, n'oublie
If you find her on the sidewalk,
pas de raser les murs. Laisse le milieu du chemin aux hommes et toi prends le bas-côté. La fitna
she should stay in the corner.
de la mixité est terrible. Dans un hadith unanimement authentique, je n'ai pas laissé après moi de tentation plus néfaste pour les hommes que
There's too much of a temptation for the men.
les femmes. Tu es dans le devoir d'interdire.
Feminists fighting forever about how actually, just because we're tempting you, it doesn't mean you're allowed to look at me, all right? Can Muslim men control their urges to rape women wearing perfume? This French imam says, no, they can't. So he orders women wearing perfume to isolate indoors and not provoke Muslim men. Happy International Women's Day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really glad this is what you're voting for. All right, good job. Good job voting for this to come into your countries. Just in, a criminal explosion struck a synagogue in the Belgian city of Liège at 4 a.m. local time Monday morning in a violent act of anti-Semitism. In quotes. In quotes. In quotes, violent act of anti-Semitism. I mean, what? Yeah, Muslims blew up a synagogue, but, like, it's just a quote-unquote violent act of anti-Semitism. Kinda weird how this keeps happening. So while we fight our enemies justly overseas that are trying to kill us, we also, thank you for your misplaced empathy, feminists, very cool, decided to import people that want to kill us in our own borders. Now, illegal immigrants, they all have to go. That's not up for debate, and we shouldn't even engage that with a normal discussion. Every time someone hits you with statistics, you just answer with the fact that we have a country, we have borders, we need to enforce our borders. That's literally it. You came in illegally, you have to go. We have to have a country that's sovereign. Every country is allowed to be a sovereign country except for ours. Because we're a good country, and because our country has a strong military, for some reason we have to literally kill ourselves and import people that want us dead? No, actually, we don't need to do that. And it doesn't matter how much, they're just running away from issues. Yeah, well, we have our own issues, okay? We're trying to figure that shit out, all right? So every single person in this country illegally has to go. That's not up for debate anymore. Our enemies that are trying to kill us, they have to die. That's also not up for debate. We have the most powerful military in the world. If you want to be dumb enough to try to kill us, then fuck it, man. Your funeral's going to be swift, and it's going to be bloody. Where the debate actually does need to be is, what are we doing about the people that are citizens in our country that did come here legally, that quite literally are not willing to integrate into civil society and are trying to kill us?
But above all else, we're doing this because we love you, Derek, and we're going to be here for you no matter what.
Thank you, Patricia. Derek, this addiction isn't just hurting you, It's hurting. It's hurting us, the people who care about you, who care about you the most. This isn't an attack, you know, we're not trying to ambush you. We just want you to know that we miss the Derek.
God damn it, Mike! Just turn it off!
I can't.
Why not?
Once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of dominoes.
Oh, perfect. That's perfect.
You're acting like this is my fault.
It is!
You said we were bringing Derek to an invention. Is it so crazy that I thought you meant my invention?
Yes!
The one I've been building for months?
Yes, that's literally insane.
Oh, I'm not the one who made a typo on the poster.
What poster?
The billboard.
I sent a text in the group chat.
Well, my phone ran out of gas. I can come back a different time.
No, we're doing it now.
Shit.
Fuck. Mike, get that thing out of here.
I can't, actually, because the whole thing bolts itself to the ground so it doesn't rattle apart. Well, that's not good.
What does it do? What does it even do?
I don't want to give that away. It'll ruin the surprise party.
Intervention. It's an intervention for Derek's drug problem.
I can't hear you. The exhaust just kicked on. It's like 90 kazoos. Happy birthday, Derek. Who wants to party? I do.
Derek? No.
Oh, shit. Does anyone have a 3-joint spanner?
What?
A spindle winch? A socket watch? I need you to calibrate the pedometer.
You made that up.
Oh, great. All the Twizzlers I used for heat shrink just melted. Now the central can of silly string's gonna blow up like a pipe bomb.
Well, I guess it's my turn to talk.
Hey, Chris, hold on.
Derek, my brother, my brunch buddy. When you do drugs, we can't do brunch.
Okay, so we're just gonna ignore this?
Frank, please. It's Chris's turn to talk.
Actually, I'm done.
Really? Just the brunch stuff?
Don't interrupt.
You said you were done. Good news, guys. I figured out how to turn it off. Finally. The bad news is I got my security question wrong. Does anyone know what kind of dog I had?
Security measures engaged.
Great. Now it's going to start defending itself.
Derek, before you started doing drugs, we used to go to the aquarium every week.
Right.
Now that you're on drugs, you ask to go to the aquarium every day.
A feather. Why?
Never mind, I already have one.
For my sake, enough drugs. Cool it with the aquarium.
I'm sorry, Toby. It's just, your speech is too long. If you leave right now, we could still go to the aquarium.
This is exactly what we're talking about. Frank!
God damn it, Mike! What the hell?
Frank!
What?
You have a problem!
What? Me?
You have a serious anger issue.
We've actually been meaning to talk to you about that.
What? But Mike, he's the...
Guys, I think we all just need to chill out and do some drugs.
I agree.
No! Derek!
Ooh, my machine's done. Great. And I think you'll find it was worth the wait. Cocaine, anyone?
Right here.
Can you turn that off?
No.
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Open.
They have no Navy, it's been knocked out. They have no Air Force, it's been knocked out. They have no air detection, that's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out.
So, as the United States and Israel dismantle Iran's military, the true nature of this conflict is starting to emerge. Because while the remnants of Iran's regime attempt to dig in their heels while indiscriminately firing upon their neighbors, suddenly protests and pro-regime demonstrations are popping up all across America, allegedly paid for by China, who, as you're about to see, will be on a path towards implosion once Iran's people get their freedom.
China is calling for an end to the war in Iran. Its energy supplies are getting squeezed. China is the world's largest importer of crude oil. More than 20% of China's oil comes from Iran.
They're going to be in for a lot of hurt.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Where are we headed with these signs? You guys doing this for free? Show this to people that say that any of this is grassroots.
You know, we're going to unleash Cheng on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime.
It's all about the oil. Of course it's about the oil. You guys, being China, import 70% of the oil to your economy that it requires to function. So, Xi Jinping, hold my beer.
We're going to Columbus Circle for a protest that Roy Neville Singham is paying for. A CCP billionaire who's trying to sow division into this country. And now everyone will see that none of this is natural.
Look at this. The regimes backed up by countries like China, they are on their way out. And nobody's talking about how these dictatorships, these despots, they have benefited countries like China and Russia for a very long time. And once they're gone, those countries too will be headed in a direction they never imagined. Because for years, the Venezuela-Cuba-Iran axis didn't just back itself up. These puppet states have directly aided Russia and China in their efforts to evade U.S. sanctions and make money while funding the projection of power and influence on the world stage. And China has a very special relationship with Iran. They buy 90% of Iran's sanctioned illegal oil. They pay for it in their own currency, and without that lifeline, China, well, they don't have the ability to do any of the things that some people might be worried about. And without China's money, Iran doesn't have the ability to pursue nuclear weapons and build ballistic missiles, revealing that the people on the streets of Iran fighting for their freedom aren't just in a war against their own government, they're also up against hostile foreign actors they could never hope to stand against, unless, of course, those hostile powers are also trying to subvert and harm the United States, which lines up the ducks for exactly the type of rescue mission we're seeing in Iran, which brings us to the real reason we're seeing the types of action we're seeing in Iran right now. For decades, this country has not only threatened America, and threatened Israel and all of its neighbors, who it is now indiscriminately attacking, it's been backed up by China and Russia this entire time, enabling them to do things that also threaten America and our allies. And with Iran supplying raw materials and drones to Russia, as well as being China's oil lifeline, it becomes pretty clear that invasions of countries like Ukraine and Taiwan wouldn't be on the table if regimes like Iran weren't around to make it possible. Which is why some people say China and Russia have a lot riding on the survival of Iran's dictatorship.
All right, so you can see that none of this is grassroots. This is all paid for. Hey, how you doing, guys? Where are we headed with these signs? Where are we going here? You guys are saying that this is grassroots, but this does not look very grassroots. We're going to Columbus Circle for a protest that Roy Neville Singham is paying for, okay? A CCP billionaire who is trying to sow division into this country. He needs to be looked at, Roy Neville Singham.
Isn't that fascinating? We've got pro-ICE protests all over America for months, and what happens? The conflict in Iran stops and the protests are replaced by another type of protests. Where are all the anti-ICE people?
China is calling for an end to the war in Iran. Its energy supplies are getting squeezed. China is the world's largest importer of crude oil. More than 20% of China's oil comes from Iran.
Look at that. 20% of China's oil comes from Iran and is all illegal, sanctioned oil, and that oil, the sale of it, just props up the dictators that have been running this place for 50 years. But now that the fall of this regime looks imminent, the people of this country are about to experience the prosperity their own country offers them should their government embrace capitalism and freedom, which is going to be nightmare news for communists and despots the world over who don't agree with those types of systems, especially when, as you're about to see, the only way a country like China or Russia can survive is with this regime support network, which is falling apart. Venezuela, it's no longer part of that network. Cuba's on life support, and now Iran, they're the last piece of the puzzle. Once they're gone, this whole thing collapses, and it's going to rewrite the globe.
Our number one global competitor and the biggest risk to our superiority, both economically and a bit militarily, China. And since China's doing everything they can to hurt us on trade and currency manipulation and a number of other things, Trump said, okay, I can play that game too, and I'm better at it. You guys, being China, import 70% of the oil to your economy that it requires to function.
Wow.
So, Xi Jinping, hold my beer. China gets, or actually got...
Wow. So, China, they're bringing in everything they need to run their economy and to run their military from outside sources. They need help from the outside world if they want to have a massive military and gas it up and tell it to go do something. Militaries run on oil. They don't run on electric power. It's never going to happen. They need fuel in the tanks of the jets and every single thing they've got, the mobile missile launchers. They need oil to bring their troops to the point of an invasion. They need oil to bring them across the water to Taiwan. And this explains why we had the pro-Maduro protests. Do you remember those? They were happening, telling Trump to keep his hands off Venezuela. Hands off Venezuela, hands off Venezuela. We had those for a little while, didn't we? Because China's getting oil from Venezuela. Not a lot, but enough for them to want to defend that territory with assets that they placed in the country. And now that Iran looks like it may experience regime change as well, this is nightmare news if you want to buy your oil in your own currency, evade sanctions, and project power on the international stage with that oil.
This month, Trump has taken away over 20% of their oil supply. By the way, that is paid for in the yen, not dollars under the BRICS currency umbrella. 90% of the oil leaving Iran was going to China.
That's crazy.
Yes, of course, Iran was a state sponsor of terror and was building a nuclear weapon, and that was the primary reason to do what he did. However, this was a pretty close second that no one is talking about. And a few libs picked up on this, like screaming, it's all about the oil. Of course it's about the oil.
Right.
So what? Trump's the first guy to actually not deny that, by the way.
But it's not about the oil in the way that people say it is. They say, oh, the United States wants to go get the oils from these countries and make itself rich. It's about oil and money. No, it's about oil and peace. So yeah, it's about oil, but not for the reasons people accuse it of being about oil. If you can't power up your military, you're going to have to be peaceful pretty quick, aren't you? You're going to have enough oil to defend yourself, yes, but to wage a massive international conflict for a very long time, well, good luck with that. At the exact same time, look at where all of China's money is going for this oil. 90% of Iran's oil is going to China. That means Iran is essentially funded by China. And that means that the people in Iran have no freedom because their government is propped up and stays in power with money it is getting from China to do what? To build ballistic missiles, to build a nuclear program, not to benefit the people of that country one bit. And you've got a people who are oppressed. They've been oppressed for a long time. They've got a government that says they hate America. The ducks all lined up for this operation to take place, which is going to be a good thing for the people of Iran and for the people of America, for everybody in the Middle East who lives in a country that Iran is now targeting with their ballistic missiles indiscriminately. Something they can only do if they can sell their oil to countries who need it and also want to evade the United States or subvert us in some way.
Iran has what is believed to be 20 trillion in oil reserves, another 10 trillion in gold, lithium, copper, and a bunch of other things that were all being traded in the yen, not the dollar. Henry Kissinger knew this, which is why China was challenging the deal he made with the Saudis decades ago that, quote, all oil would be sold in U.S. dollars, the petrodollar. And if America lost that deal, if China came in with the yen and started trading all the oil on the yen, America could actually lose our ability to print money, which would implode our economy with the debt we have.
This is very interesting because you know what? As you see these armies of paid protesters gearing up with their bought and paid for propaganda. They're going to go out, they're going to get in front of the cameras, and you know what? In a city like New York, mobs of brainwashed individuals that hate Trump, they're going to see a protest and they're just going to gravitate towards it. And they're going to get out there on the street and they're going to start screaming and hollering. But those people that get swept up into this and go along with it, they don't understand that if the United States loses its ability to print money, all of the fraud, all the schemes, all the fake daycares they support, you think we're going to be able to keep paying for those? Absolutely not. These people have no idea how important it is to disenfranchise our enemies and save the people of Iran at the exact same time, which protects the people that live in this country.
Trump just stopped that dead in its tracks, and no one's giving him credit for it. No one's talking about it. No one's covering it.
Yeah.
All these things are related.
Because it doesn't make
Trump's
the U.S.
push
look
to
good.
take back the Panama Canal from China. People laughed at him. They thought it was a joke. But what it did was, it actually forced a huge swath of China's trade to spend an extra $30 million per boat to go around South America.
Wow.
Greenland, massive national resources. People thought it was like some pet project. It makes us not reliant on China for rare earth metals.
You hear about that, don't you? How China says, oh, we're going to cut off rare earth metals to the United States. We're going to cut that off. They've got their own forms of an oil embargo, if you want to call it that. They've got their own ways to mess with us economically. They've got their own ways to disenfranchise our country with unfair trade practices, which President Trump has talked about many, many times. Does this mean the U.S. and China can't be friends? Absolutely not. But what it does mean is that by blocking oil supplies to them when they try to cut us off from rare earths, when they try to do things like flood South America with very, very cheap goods that totally wipe out the industries of countries while bringing Chinese influence to those very same countries and to the politicians who are there. And as you're about to see, even America's allies are not immune from hostile takeover.
It appears Trump is like the only one trying to keep China contained here, too. And everyone else is just absolutely asleep at the wheel. In fact, they're buying the stuff from China en masse rather than from us. You probably noticed that the stock market's going a little bit crazy today. First off, calm down. It'll come right back. It'll be fine. It's one day. Mostly, though, because the Strait of Hormuz being shut down. And everyone jumped. It was like, how the heck did Iran shut down the Strait? Oh, Trump did, blah, 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 blah. They start freaking out.
And there's a reason.
Iran didn't do anything. You know who did? And this is going to blow your mind.
This is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that.
So, why is it important for Trump to do things like take back the Panama Canal and make it difficult for China to flood South America with its products and with its influence? Well, look at what's happened to the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, as you're about to see, has been co-opted by China in a way that makes who is supposed to be America's greatest ally with a special relationship not exactly the friend we need when we're in a conflict in the Middle East.
There's a little group called the Mutual Protection and Indemnity Club. That's the IGP&I. It's basically the insurance conglomerate that covers international shipping in that region, in the Middle East region. So it consists of 12 companies in total, all up and down the eastern side of the Atlantic Ocean mostly, 6 of which are based out of the UK. And yes, the same UK that told America that we couldn't use their air bases to stage our assets for the bombing campaign in Iran. This is the same UK that is also heavily reliant on China.
Oh.
Because they got rid of all their own energy. They need to import stuff now.
Yes.
So my question is, was Keir Starmer pressured by China? Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, so listen to that. So in order to sail your vessel out of the Strait of Hormuz, you need insurance because this is an active war zone, and if your ship, which is full of stuff, which costs a lot of money, sinks, you want to get paid back for that. You're going to need to make a claim. So all of these insurance companies, well, they say, hey, we're not going to write policies anymore. And what does that do? That throws the free world into a loop. Because guess what? You know what's not coming out of the Strait of Hormuz since this operation started? Iran's illegal sanctioned oil. And you know what? If the rest of the world wants to have oil, they want to do it the right way, and China's at some sort of a disadvantage, it makes sense for them to pressure the United Kingdom and its companies into no longer doing business out of risk concerns. Because now nobody's got a leg up on China, you see?
And did you know that all of those companies, those insurance companies, have huge offices in China?
Oh, I didn't know that.
This is all the foreign policy stuff that Trump is dealing with right now. More than half of some of those companies, those insurance companies' revenue, relies, not needs, but relies on the ability to operate in China.
Ha! Well, there you go. If these companies can't survive without the ability to operate in China, and China can't survive without the illegal sanctioned oil from Iran, it's a no-brainer to, hey, cut off everyone's oil. Put everyone at a disadvantage. That way, we don't lose power on the world stage because everybody's suffering. You see how that works?
They sided with China, and Trump came out and kneecapped everybody and said, you know what? Look, effective immediately. I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation to provide, at a very reasonable price, political risk insurance and guarantees for all financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy, traveling through the Gulf. This will be available to all shipping lines. If necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers.
Look at that. So, these UK companies, they are allegedly pressured by China. They stop writing insurance policies. Global trade coming out of this place shuts down. The free world freaks out. And what happens? Trump comes in and he says, hey, don't worry about it. We'll insure your vessels so that they can get out. And the U.S. Navy will escort those vessels if needed. And that is essentially a free promise because we've got these carrier battle groups over there anyways for another purpose. Those carrier battle groups are in the Persian Gulf right now and over by this strait, freeing the Iranian people, getting rid of their regime. And they're not going away anytime soon. They're going to be there long enough to stabilize the region. And this may have just tanked all of these companies whose government over there in Britain said, hey, allegedly, let's change how we're doing things to hurt the United States and help China.
So not only did the UK companies bet on China, they just lost all the revenue from the Middle East region in insurance because Trump's going to have the U.S. back the shipping insurance policies now. By the way, that will be cheaper because the U.S. Navy is going to escort ships, making the risk lower, and the cargo ultimately garner revenue for the U.S. of A.
That's fascinating.
Trump kind of for the win.
You know what? People don't give the president enough credit when it comes to foreign policy. And this is something that is absolutely important for the day-to-day lives of people like us, because guess what? U.S. companies doing more business. What does that lead to? It leads to prosperity here in America where those companies are based. They don't have massive offices and they're not totally reliant on China. No, this directly benefits people in America. It benefits our economy. And what do we have in this country? We got an affordability crisis. So we need more jobs in our country. We need our businesses to prosper so that they can hire and grow. At the exact same time, we need safety from regimes that want to build missiles and attack us. And if we can accomplish those things while preserving our country's ability to operate as it has for hundreds of years and keep our economy from imploding while stopping adversaries like China and Russia from getting what they need to fund aggression, to possibly launch some invasion that requires massive amounts of oil, why not? This is a good thing. Allowing the status quo, this regime support network and all that it's allowed to prop up is bad news for the people of Iran, America, and the entire free world. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
"42 warships sunk in 3 days, 52 missiles fired at USS Lincoln, all intercepted. Iran's military has lost all fighting capability. No one wants China's junk weapons anymore. China's Beidou satellite system paralyzed. Chinese missiles, carriers, jets blinded, ships in Hormuz lose navigation. Iran's collapse triggers panic in Zhongnanhai. Xi Jinping speeds up construction of massive bunkers. Xi Jinping's Achilles heel. Exposed, this is what he fears most. Why do top CCP leaders hold such contemptuous views of Americans? Welcome to today's episode of Decoding China. Everything you need to understand the latest developments is right here. 42 warships sunk in 3 days, 52 missiles fired at USS Lincoln, all intercepted. Iran's military has lost all fighting capability. No one wants China's junk weapons anymore. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently confirmed that an American submarine fired an Mk-48 heavyweight torpedo, sinking the Iranian frigate Iris Dina in the Indian Ocean off the coast of Sri Lanka. The Iris Dina, commissioned in 2021, was one of Iran's more modern warships, armed with heavy guns, surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship missiles, torpedoes, and a helicopter pad. Regional reports indicate about 180 crew were aboard, with at least 80 killed in the strike. The losses did not stop there. Another advanced Iranian warship, the Shahid Sayed Shirazi, was also attacked and later sank. The ship was named after Qasem Soleimani, the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in Baghdad. Reports also indicate that 2 Iranian frigates and a Kilo-class submarine stationed at a naval base were destroyed in the initial strikes. Some military analysts now believe that Iran's navy has been effectively crippled after these losses. In the air, events unfolded just as rapidly. An Israeli F-35I stealth fighter shot down an Iranian Yak-130 aircraft. The Yak-130 is a trainer combat aircraft designed by Russia. Iran had only received its first unit in 2023 as part of a broader modernization plan that also included the acquisition of Su-35 fighter jets and Mi-28 attack helicopters. Meanwhile, the U.S. military introduced a new weapon during the campaign known as Operation Epic Fury. U.S. Central Command confirmed that long-range precision strike missiles, the successor to the ATAC-MS system, were used in combat for the first time. The missiles have a range exceeding 499 kilometers and can be launched from HIMARS systems. Because of their smaller size, launch platforms can carry twice the number of missiles, enabling deep precision strikes against targets far inside enemy territory. These strikes destroyed multiple missile silos buried deep within Iran's interior. Although Iran had launched more than 500 ballistic missiles during the conflict, many of its launch sites were eliminated, sharply reducing its ability to continue attacks. According to General Dan Kane, the number of Iranian ballistic missile launches has dropped by 86% compared with the first day of the war, while suicide drone launches have fallen by 73%. The conflict has also exposed severe weaknesses in the military systems supplied to Iran by China. Beijing had long claimed that radar systems such as YLC-8B and JY-26 were capable of detecting stealth aircraft like the F-22, F-35, and B-2. Yet during the actual campaign, U.S. and Israeli aircraft operated in Iranian airspace with virtually no effective interception, demonstrating that the so-called anti-stealth radars failed to deliver in real combat. Another striking example came during Iran's attempted strike on the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group. Iran launched 52 anti-ship missiles in a single salvo. Iranian and Chinese media quickly claimed that 4 missiles had hit the aircraft carrier, even circulating AI-generated videos purporting to show successful strikes. However, the reports were soon disproven. According to U.S. officials, an E-2D Hawkeye early warning aircraft detected the missiles during their boost phase. Destroyers in the carrier strike group, including Arleigh Burke-class ships, then activated the Aegis air defense system. In just 8 minutes, all 52 incoming missiles were intercepted and destroyed. The result was devastating for the reputation of the weapons that China had supplied to Iran. The much-publicized Carrier Killer anti-ship missiles failed to produce any battlefield result. Along with them, the carefully crafted image of Chinese military capability sank into the waters of the Persian Gulf. The gap between Chinese weapons technology and actual U.S. military power appears not only unbridgeable, but increasingly obvious. Beyond the battlefield, the crisis has also shattered one of Beijing's key diplomatic narratives. In recent years, the Chinese Communist Party had proudly presented its mediation between Iran and Saudi Arabia. However, when Iran began launching attacks against neighboring countries, including Saudi Arabia, that diplomatic narrative collapsed overnight. If Riyadh now allows the United States to use its military bases in operations against Iran, the agreement Beijing once celebrated would be exposed as strategically meaningless. The consequences extend further. China's energy security has been hit hard. For years, Beijing relied heavily on discounted sanction-bypassing Iranian oil. With Tehran's system collapsing, this supply channel has effectively disappeared. This development also deals a major blow to China's strategy of internationalizing the renminbi. Beijing had hoped to promote oil transactions settled in yuan as a challenge to the dominance of the US dollar. With Iranian oil flows disrupted, the foundation of that strategy has been severely weakened. Another pillar of Chinese foreign policy has also been struck: the Belt and Road Initiative. For more than a decade, Iran served as a strategic hub linking China to the Middle East and Europe. With the sudden destabilization of Iran, this crucial corridor for China's westward expansion has been abruptly severed. More importantly, the crisis has revealed the true nature of the so-called strategic partnerships that China promotes around the world. These relationships are not genuine military alliances and contain no mutual defense guarantees. When crises erupt, Beijing is neither able nor willing to defend its partners. This disillusionment marks the decline of China's global influence. China's Beidou satellite system paralyzed. Chinese missiles, carriers, jets blinded, ships in Hormuz lose navigation. In the US-Iran conflict, a serious problem emerged in the Strait of Hormuz. China's Beidou navigation system was no longer operating reliably. Warning indicators lit up across the instruments of multiple vessels as receivers suddenly failed to detect any satellite signals. Some Chinese merchant ships were forced to slow down or drift because they could no longer determine their precise position. In a conflict zone where drones and missiles could appear at any moment, losing navigation is not a minor technical issue. It becomes a direct security risk. In principle, Beidou and the US GPS system operate in the same way. Satellites orbiting more than 20,000 kilometers above Earth continuously transmit radio signals to the planet. By the time these signals reach receivers on the ground, however, they are extremely weak. In an electronic warfare environment, an adversary does not need to break complex encryption. High-powered jamming equipment transmitting noise on the same frequency can easily overwhelm the signal. One feature frequently promoted by the Beidou system is its short message communication capability. In civilian situations, this can be useful for emergency communication in remote areas such as deserts or open seas, but in wartime, transmitting radio signals can become extremely dangerous. Electronic intelligence platforms such as the U.S. Navy's EP-3E reconnaissance aircraft can quickly intercept and geolocate signal emissions. Once a transmitter's position is identified, weapons designed to track electromagnetic radiation can lock onto the source. Within seconds, a unit, vessel, or vehicle that transmitted a signal could become the target of a precision strike. Another weakness lies in the receivers themselves. Many Beidou receivers sold in China rely on low-cost civilian chips in order to reduce costs. These devices often use a single antenna and lack advanced anti-jamming algorithms. Under battlefield-level electromagnetic suppression, they can fail almost immediately. Developing and mass-producing comparable anti-jamming receivers remains a challenge for China due to limitations in semiconductor manufacturing, core algorithms, and precision components. If satellite signals were disrupted across a wide area, the consequences would extend across the entire military system. China's anti-ship ballistic missiles, such as the DF-21D and DF-26, rely on satellite navigation updates during mid-course flight in order to strike moving targets. Without those updates, their accuracy could drop sharply. Major platforms including the Type 055 destroyer, the Type 094 submarine, and the J-20 fighter also depend heavily on satellite navigation to maintain situational awareness and coordinated operations. If signals disappear, coordination across forces could deteriorate rapidly. Command networks such as the PLA's C4ISR system also rely on satellite timing signals to synchronize communications and data exchange. Without accurate timing, command and control can quickly fall into disorder. Meanwhile, the United States and its allies are building layered navigation resilience. In addition to GPS, they employ low Earth orbit constellations, such as SpaceX's Starlink, to provide additional communications and timing capabilities. Thousands of interconnected satellites form a network that is far more difficult to disrupt. If satellite navigation were disrupted across major sea lanes, the consequences would extend beyond the battlefield. More than 90% of China's import and export trade depends on maritime shipping. Heavy GNSS interference in strategic choke points such as the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Malacca, or the Taiwan Strait could make it difficult for vessels to maintain accurate navigation, increasing the risk of collisions and supply chain disruption. Financial systems, power grids, and communication networks also rely on GNSS timing signals. A large-scale failure could ripple through the broader economy. The incident in the Strait of Hormuz, therefore, should not be seen as a minor technical malfunction. It exposes a reality that propaganda often obscures. Beidou still faces significant vulnerabilities when confronted with real electronic warfare conditions. For the Chinese Communist Party, this reflects a familiar contradiction. The propaganda system constantly promotes narratives of technological breakthroughs, Yet real-world testing quickly exposes gaps in the underlying technology chain. From chips and algorithms to end-user equipment, a system built on propaganda and information control can manufacture the image of a technological superpower, but under genuine technological competition, those weaknesses tend to surface rapidly. In the long run, confidence in any national technology will not depend on slogans. It will depend on whether that technology can actually perform under the harshest real-world conditions. Iran's collapse triggers panic in Zhongnanhai. Xi Jinping speeds up construction of massive bunkers. On March 5th, Chinese democracy activist Liu Min, who is currently living in the United States, revealed that residents in Beijing had sent him information saying that construction in the West Mountain, Xishan, area of Beijing has been continuing around the clock. Sources in Beijing say the construction actually began in mid-2024 and has recently accelerated significantly. After Iran's supreme leader was assassinated during the large-scale military operation carried out by the United States and Israel, rumors began circulating in Beijing that Xi Jinping is speeding up the construction of underground bunkers and command centers to guard against a potential decapitation strike. Earlier this year, the Financial Times published satellite images showing a massive construction site located about 30 kilometers southwest of Beijing, covering roughly 1,500 acres. Several U.S. officials confirmed that the People's Liberation Army, PLA, is building an enormous underground bunker complex there. Recent developments in Iran have made the issue even more sensitive. After the United States and Israel launched a large-scale military operation against Iran, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi declared that the open killing of a sovereign nation's leader by the United States and Israel was unacceptable. However, public reactions inside China were very different. Chinese scholar Gu Kai criticized people who praised the U.S. and Israel for targeting senior Iranian military leaders, calling such views misguided. But his remarks immediately triggered a backlash online. Tens of thousands of comments argued that the ancient military principle, capture the king to defeat the army, remains a fundamental strategy in warfare. Following the military campaign, U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu both called on the Iranian people to seize the moment and overthrow the current regime. Trump stated that U.S. military operations in Iran had far exceeded expectations. He urged the Iranian armed forces to surrender, saying clearly, "It's time for the armed forces to stand with the Iranian people." Trump also encouraged Iranian diplomats around the world to seek asylum, adding that the Iranian people now finally have a chance to take their country back. At the same time, according to the New York Post, Kurdish opposition groups inside Iran have set aside long-standing differences to form a new military and political alliance. The alliance reportedly plans to launch a large-scale uprising in western Iran, establish an autonomous region, and coordinate efforts to overthrow the government in Tehran. For decades, the Tehran government has been accused of suppressing Kurdish culture. Former Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who is living in exile in the United States, declared that the decisive moment has arrived. He called on the global Iranian diaspora to intensify efforts to gain international support for removing the current regime. Pahlavi also proposed forming a transitional government, holding a referendum to draft a new constitution, and eventually organizing free elections. Meanwhile, Associate Professor Chung Chin-mo of the University of Hong Kong, Taiwan, stated that the Iranian regime has entered its final stage. He emphasized that a country can only be saved by its own people, not by outside forces. He explained that for 48 years, Iran's theocratic regime has controlled virtually all national resources while pouring massive funds into military spending and nuclear development. It has also supported militant groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. These policies have severely strained Iran's economy and contributed to widespread protests over the past year. Comparing the situation with China, Cheng Chin-mo said the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party prioritizes political security above all else, while economic issues are increasingly pushed aside. He argued that China's development model, based on export-oriented strategic industries combined with weak legal protection for foreign investment, cannot be sustained in the long term. At the recent National People's Congress, China set its 2026 GDP growth target at 4.5 to 5%, the lowest level since 1991. Yet while economic growth targets have been lowered, military spending still increased by 7%, with a significant portion of the military budget reportedly hidden within other government departments. According to Chung Chin Mo, this indicates that the CCP's militaristic strategy has not changed. Under economic pressure, the regime may attempt to divert domestic attention through external conflicts, such as escalating tensions in the South China Sea or the Taiwan Strait. After the assassination of Iran's supreme leader, insiders revealed that senior CCP officials began holding frequent meetings to assess risks, even discussing lessons from the collapse of the Soviet Union. However, the threat facing the system may not come only from outside. Professor Feng Chongyi of the University of Technology, Sydney, believes that the conditions for a political upheaval in China may actually be more mature than those in Iran. He said that over the years, Chinese citizens' awareness of human rights and constitutional governance has grown significantly. If Xi Jinping were removed, many military officers could quickly switch sides in order to protect their own lives. Political commentator Du Cheng said that under such circumstances, even if Xi Jinping possesses a nuclear bunker beneath Beijing, the anger of the people around him could become an even greater threat that is far harder to defend against. History has repeatedly shown that many unjust rulers have ultimately been overthrown in exactly this way. Xi Jinping's Achilles heel, exposed, this is what he fears most. On the afternoon of March 7th, Xi Jinping attended the plenary meeting of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army, PLA, and the People's Armed Police at the National People's Congress. During his speech at the meeting, one sentence was repeatedly cited by numerous official Chinese Communist Party media outlets, as well as the regime's overseas propaganda system. There must absolutely be no one in the military who harbors divided loyalties toward the party. In previous speeches, Xi Jinping typically used a different formulation. He often stated that the gun must always remain in the hands of those who are loyal and reliable to the party. This time, however, the wording changed. Instead of emphasizing loyal and reliable, he stressed the danger of divided loyalties. That shift reveals Xi Jinping's real state of mind. He believes that there are people inside the military who are not truly on his side, yet he does not know who they are or how many of them exist. That uncertainty has become a major source of anxiety at the core of his power. Recent international developments have directly shaken authoritarian regimes. The U.S. government arrested Nicolas Maduro and his wife, while the United States and Israel carried out a joint decapitation strike against Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. These operations demonstrated that authoritarian rulers and their inner circles can become targets of highly precise military strikes. Shortly before that, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, released a video encouraging individuals inside authoritarian systems to cooperate. The video contained lines such as, "The fate of the world is in your hands, and I cannot let these madmen shape the future of my daughter." The video spread rapidly among Chinese communities both inside and outside China. Not long afterward, the real-world answer appeared. With assistance from someone close to Khamenei, 30 bunker-busting bombs were dropped with precision onto his compound, striking the main building and surrounding structures. The operation revealed a very different model of warfare from traditional conflicts. The target was not cities or civilian populations, but specific centers of power and the individuals who controlled them. At the same time, the event sent a direct signal to senior Chinese Communist Party officials, military commanders, and their families. For the first time, many inside the system realized that Xi Jinping also has a weak point. In the life and death struggle between the military, party elites, and the top leader, they discovered that there may be a path that could place Xi Jinping in the same position as Maduro or Khamenei. This is precisely what Xi Jinping fears most. As a result, new waves of political purges are likely to emerge in order to eliminate individuals he no longer trusts. In authoritarian systems, such campaigns typically follow the logic of better to kill the wrong person than to let the real threat escape. History shows, however, that purges of this intensity rarely reduce a ruler's fear. Instead, they deepen suspicion and instability inside the system itself. At the same time, Xi Jinping's surrounding environment is also changing rapidly. Beijing has one of the highest densities of surveillance cameras in the world. According to a report by Surfshark, cited by the British newspaper Daily Mail in 2021, Beijing has approximately 1.15 million surveillance cameras, the highest number globally. These cameras constantly monitor the lives of Chinese citizens. For years, many people have described Chinese society as a vast prison covered by a technological surveillance network. After the Khamenei incident, that surveillance system takes on a different meaning. On March 5th, China's state news agency Xinhua published an article stating that Israel had hacked Tehran's traffic camera system to gather intelligence on Khamenei. Images from these cameras were encrypted and transmitted to analysis centers in Israel. Using algorithmic analysis, they reconstructed the life patterns of Khamenei and other senior Iranian officials. The article cited by Xinhua therefore carries a striking implication. When Xi Jinping reads it, one image is difficult to avoid. The dense network of cameras inside and around Zhongnanhai may already be recording every detail of his own life. That means the threats Xi Jinping faces are no longer limited to people in the military or the party who might harbor divided loyalties. They also include the vast surveillance system that he himself built to control society. Few people expected that 2 U.S. military operations could so profoundly change Xi Jinping's sense of security. Why do top CCP leaders hold such contemptuous views of Americans? Before President Donald Trump, there was a phrase often repeated inside the upper circles of the Chinese Communist Party, spoken with clear contempt: Americans are very easy to deceive. This statement was not merely rhetorical mockery. According to sources familiar with internal discussions, Xi Jinping himself once echoed a similar view during a closed-door party meeting. He stated bluntly that as long as China created the illusion of reform, Americans would willingly deliver technology, capital, and strategic resources to China. Within the CCP's strategic thinking, the West, especially the United States, is not treated as a genuine partner, but as a target whose psychology and interest can be manipulated. This approach has deep historical roots. One frequently cited story inside the party's diplomatic circles concerns Zhou Enlai and Henry Kissinger. When Zhou realized that Kissinger was extremely confident and highly concerned with personal prestige, he granted him the symbolic title of the man who opened history in the process of U.S.-China rapprochement. Later, in an internal meeting, Zhou reportedly mocked the situation by saying, "Give Americans a red carpet, and they will forget the knife hidden behind it." This mindset was not limited to individual leaders. It became institutionalized within the CCP's training system. The first strategy is summarized in the phrase, "Pull them out, then break into the system." The targets are second-tier politicians or politically marginalized figures in Western countries. While these individuals still lack real power, the CCP begins what it calls early political investment. This investment is typically conducted through intermediary companies, often referred to as white gloves. These entities can provide campaign funding, financial assistance, or arrange favorable connections. When these individuals later rise to positions of authority, any past benefits received or compromising history can be turned into pressure points. These vulnerabilities become deep mines planted inside Western political systems, capable of being detonated whenever Beijing needs to silence opposition or delay legislation unfavorable to the CCP. The second strategy is described internally with blunt clarity: use business to pressure politics. This approach targets Western capital, particularly Wall Street and multinational corporations. In the early phase, Beijing offers massive market access and preferential treatment to attract investment. Over the past 3 decades, Western corporations poured hundreds of billions of dollars into China, building factories, supply chains, and financial structures deeply tied to the Chinese market. Once that level of dependence reaches a critical point, the balance of power shifts. Companies that have invested too deeply cannot withdraw easily. At that moment, they effectively become economic hostages. Whenever Washington attempts to adopt a tougher stance toward Beijing, these same corporations, fearful of losing profits, often turn around and lobby the White House to soften its policies. The third strategy operates on a deeper psychological level and is known as emotional capture and moral leverage. This tactic exploits a long-standing characteristic within Western political culture: the missionary impulse and the desire to improve the world. The CCP has repeatedly used this mindset to promote a narrative that China is poor, backward, and gradually reforming toward democracy, but that it needs Western assistance to succeed. It created a powerful illusion that if the West provided capital, technology, and market access, China would eventually evolve into a more open and liberal society. Many Western politicians believed they were acting as patrons of China's modernization. Yet the process they supported instead allowed the CCP to accumulate unprecedented economic and technological power. That illusion led the United States and the broader West, over the course of 3 decades, to transfer capital, technology, and market access to China on a massive scale, while largely ignoring severe human rights abuses such as mass detention camps and allegations of forced organ harvesting. We'd love to hear your perspective. Leave a comment below and share your thoughts. If you found this video helpful, please share it with your friends. Your support keeps us going and inspires us to deliver even better content. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more in-depth analysis from Decoding China. Thank you for watching.
Or Kevin Stewart is following up on a little girl who, Kevin, I understand is in a coma or brain dead after being bullied. What can you tell us?
Yeah, family is in the process of doing funeral arrangements as we speak. We had a chance to speak to them earlier today. This little girl, her name is Jada West. She's 12 years old. She is a student at Mason Creek Middle School, I should say, in Douglas County. She lives in Villa Rica on the Douglas County side, and she actually is someone who moved from Bowdoin to start the second semester here in January. So she's a new student at the school, and her parents say that she has been bullied since going to that school. She said I'm told that her dad went to the school to try to deal with some of these issues. There's an issue with a boy and there's an issue with a girl. And what ended up happening on Thursday is that she got into an argument with a girl on the bus, and then that spilled out onto the street at her bus stop. She walked down the street. There's video of this circulating on social media, and that family asked us not to show that video, so we are honoring that request. And then a fight ensues, and Jada falls to the ground. She gets back up, and she seems like she might be okay, and then she walks away, and then she falls again to the ground. Because she was near home, one of her girlfriends, the little girl, she ran to get Jada's mom. Mom comes out to the scene and sees her child on the floor, not breathing. And so they take her to Tanner Medical Center, Villa Rica. Then she's air flighted to Scottish Rite Children's Hospital. And unfortunately, she was pronounced dead on Sunday, brain dead. And now they are in the process of making funeral arrangements. Right now, they do not know what killed that little girl. They're waiting on an autopsy, but the family is putting one and one together and saying this equals two. This fight, this bullying led to this. I want you to take a listen to her mom right now.
I'm angry. We gotta teach our children. I'm angry. What happened to the love? What happened to the love? We lost our love, people. Teach your children to love. Violence is not the key. Have a heart. Have a heart. Love. The Lord wants us to love one another.
Absolutely heartbreaking. And the video that I mentioned just a few moments ago, that video that's been circulating is now in the hands of the Villa Rica Police Department. The Villa Rica Police Department and the Douglas County District Attorney's Office are looking at this video and doing interviews, and they'll figure out what the next steps here. But right now, no one has been charged in this case. Ariel?
Kevin, the pain and anguish in that mother's voice, it's like a gut punch. I can't even imagine what that family is going through given this situation. Has the school district said anything? Is there any further information about it sounding like the father trying to put an end to this and taking action about the bullying his daughter was facing? Any information that they might be sharing?
The school system didn't directly deal with that part, but did put out a statement basically offering its condolences and saying that because this incident took place off of school property, they don't want to comment any further other than to say that law enforcement is handling this case at this moment.
Okay, good to know. Kevin, before I let you go, any final questions besides obviously what police are going to find as a course of this investigation? Anything else that you're taking a look at? Ways that maybe people can get involved and help this family? Any of that out yet?
Yeah, you know, I did ask the family if they had anything like that going on, and right now they don't. They're still planning their funeral, but this is truly an awful situation, and they really they provided the video for us, but they had second thoughts and said, please don't put that video out there, and we certainly will respect that. It's when you look at the video, you do not see the second end where she's falling on the ground and the mom comes to get her, but you do see the initial fight where they get the dudes up, they start punching and they go to the ground, and she gets up and it seems like she's okay, but obviously that is truly an extremely uncomfortable thing to watch for the family and for the mom, so we definitely did not want to put that video back out there.
Okay, bud, so I know the guy in Walmart had an eye patch on, but yelling, "Daddy, look, it's a pirate," it's just a little inappropriate, okay? Next time, whisper it, because all of Walmart heard you, including the guy with the eye patch on. And I'm pretty sure that he wants to kill both of us right now. Hey, bud, did you just go in that bathroom while your mama was in the shower? What did I tell you about that? Your mama wants her privacy. Do what? Why does Mama's Johnner got a beard? Well, to tell you the truth, son, I've been wondering the same thing for the last 3 years. So you know what? Why don't you go ask Mama? Hey, bud, did you draw me something? Let me see it. This is a family photo. There's you. There's me, man. You even got my beard right. That looks good. And is this Mama? It is? Okay, dude, I love this picture so much that I am not going to show it to Mama, okay? Because if I show it to Mama, she'll want it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go hang this picture up out in my shop right now, okay? Because if she sees it, she'll want it. So let's go do that before she comes out here. Come on. Hey, so did you get any of that Pop-Tart in your mouth, or did you just take it and crush it up all over my couch? Because that looks like a whole Pop-Tart was crushed on my couch. And it's all in the floor, too. No, don't eat it off the floor, son. Just leave it alone. I'll sweep it up and vacuum it. Hold on, son. Daddy's trying to fix your car seat, okay? Just hold up. Where is this hook at? Why do they have to make these things so difficult? There, got it. Really? I mean, what is that going to save him from? Where's this supposed to go? Now I know why kids just rode in the front seat of the car in the 80s. Yes, son, I know it's raining, but you're going to have to wait. Daddy's trying to fix this freaking car seat. Can't you see? Look. You think that's safe? No, it's not. You're probably safer sitting out there in the thunder and lightning. Hey, son, Daddy's got to go to the bathroom, like real bad. So you just sit here, you watch TV, and I'll be out in a minute. Do what? You want milk and cookies. Son, if I try to go in there and make milk and cookies, it's going to be milk and dookies. So you can wait for a minute. Son, I am on the toilet. Just watch TV and I'll be in there in a minute. Can't I just get a minute to poo? We're paying $345 a month right now. Yeah. Yes, that's monthly. Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, I'd like to lower them payments. What was so important for you to tell me while I was on the phone? That you can blink real fast while standing on one leg? Well, ain't you just going to win the gold medal at the Olympics? Hey, what's wrong with you? Your fart is in the floor. What does that mean? Oh, I tell you what. I'm going to go outside. You go tell Mama exactly what you just told me, and she'll help you clean it up. Okay?
Oh my God. Oh my God, you're awake. Oh, I can't believe it.
What's going on? Where am I?
You're in the hospital.
What? Why?
Because you've been in a coma.
For how long?
Since 2016. It's been 10 years now.
Oh, no. means I've lost my Snapchat streak.
I thought you'd never wake up. Like, this is a bloody miracle. What's the last thing you remember?
I remember playing Pokemon Go. And I was chasing this Charmander, and then all of a sudden I tripped. And now I'm here.
Pokemon Go. Wow, what a throwback that is. What a time to be alive. You know, summer 2016 was probably peak humanity.
Really?
Yeah, like the vibes are just different. Everyone was doing the mannequin challenge, Drake released Views, people had fidget spinners, Cavs won in 7. Oh man, the world has gone to shit since then.
Damn. So, what did I miss?
Oh, mate, a lot.
Do we have flying cars?
No flying cars, unfortunately, but a lot of electric ones.
Really? But we had hoverboards. What happened to those? Those were like the future.
Mate, they're dead. Everyone's on e-bikes these days.
Bro, what the hell did humanity do for the last 10 years? Surely there's got to be some sort of groundbreaking technology.
I mean, we have AI now.
What does Allen Iverson have to do with technology?
No, not Allen Iverson. Artificial intelligence, like super smart computers.
Oh, okay. So like Siri.
Oh, mate, Siri is a potato compared to what we have now.
Damn, what could be better than Siri?
Well, these days AI can literally do anything. I'm talking write your uni essays, generate photos of your dog as a Renaissance painting, create entire movies from a text prompt, be your doctor, compose music, create legal contracts, make a girlfriend, write programming codes, and literally change your voice to sound like Morgan Freeman. The possibilities are endless, mate. And honestly, it's quite terrifying.
Holy shit. Wait, does this mean robots are officially taken over?
Not quite, but it's getting there.
Jeez, what the hell did I wake up to?
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, bro. The world's pretty cooked at the moment.
What else have I missed?
Let's see. There was a global pandemic in 2020 called the coronavirus.
What? People were getting sick from beer?
Not that corona.
Oh.
Everyone had to stay inside for 2 years.
2 years?
Yep, and we also had to wear masks and keep a 1.5 meter distance from each other.
What the hell was this virus? Were people turning into zombies or something?
Nah, it was just a common flu.
What? Was that it?
Yeah, I had it like 3 times, but it was crazy. Like, if you coughed in public, people would look at you like as if you'd done a war crime.
Damn.
People were also fighting each other for toilet paper.
Why?
Honestly, no idea. Made 0 sense.
Are you taking the piss, or is this legit what happened?
No, I'm being serious. A deadly virus made people fight over toilet paper.
That has got to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
What else happened while I was sleeping?
Elon Musk bought Twitter.
The Tesla guy?
Yeah, for like $44 billion, and then he renamed it to X.
X? Like, as in the letter X?
Yep.
Why?
Dunno. Felt like it.
What a weird guy.
We had Andrew Tate take over the internet, most Googled man on the planet.
Who's that?
Some kickboxer who owns a Bugatti and tells everyone to hustle while smoking a cigar in his mansion.
That sounds like a nice and successful bloke.
Yeah, he got cancelled by feminists and then arrested for human trafficking.
Wow, okay, that took a sharp turn.
Yeah, but he's out and about now, unlike P. Diddy.
What happened to P. Diddy?
He got arrested for sex trafficking.
To be honest, I can't say I'm surprised, because those white parties that he always hosted were very sus.
They seized 1,000 bottles of baby oil from his house.
Why the hell does he need so much baby oil?
They were on special at Costco. Well, that's what his lawyer says.
Nah, that man is guilty for sure.
Then we had this billionaire called Jeffrey Epstein who owned a private island.
Oh, nice. Was it like a tropical paradise, sort of like the Maldives, where you can go and enjoy and relax and do all kind of fun activities?
No, it was a pedo ring.
Huh?
He would fly all these celebrities out there on his private jet and they would hang out.
Which celebrities? Do we know?
Yeah, there's a list.
Oh, that's good.
But it's 90% redacted.
Oh, that's not good.
Just know that if a celebrity ever says, I've never been on that island, most certainly they have been on that island.
That is so messed up. Did they ever catch this Jeff bloke?
Yeah, they did actually, but he mysteriously died in his cell while the cameras malfunctioned.
Well, that's very convenient. Rich people getting away with everything, once again.
Speaking of rich people, there was also a submarine that took a bunch of millionaires down to see the Titanic wreckage.
Well, that sounds pretty cool. How does the Titanic look like now? Did they take any photos?
It imploded.
What?
Everyone died instantly.
Jesus Christ.
The internet made a lot of memes about it.
People died and everyone started making fun of it?
Yeah, we're pretty dark these days.
You know, that reminds me, actually, I've got to check Vine. I'll probably miss so many memes.
Yeah, Vine doesn't exist anymore.
No, you're joking. But Vine was the best.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's on TikTok now.
What the hell is TikTok? It sounds lame.
It's basically Vine. The only difference, it's Chinese, longer, and way more addicting. You open it to watch one video, and suddenly it's 3 a.m. You don't even realize you're doom scrolling. Oh, and the algorithm knows more about you than your own family. But hey, you learn a lot of things from it, despite all the brain rot.
What's brain rot?
It's probably best that you don't know.
Right.
Bitcoin hit 100 grand.
What? You're kidding. That shit was $400 last time I remember.
Yeah, crypto went nuts, especially all the meme coins.
Meme coins?
Yeah, people were making millions of things like Dogecoin, Fartcoin, Shiba, Pepe, and Bonk.
Hold on. Slow down. You're telling me that people invested, probably their life savings, into something called Fartcoin?
Yep, and if you think that's crazy, there was this whole NFT phase where people were spending millions of dollars on JPEG images of monkeys in different outfits.
I genuinely don't know if you're pranking me or not right now.
Now, trust me, bro, Ashton Kutcher's not popping out and yelling punk. I know it sounds wild, but I swear it's legit.
Okay, what about politics? Surely things got better in that area.
No.
Is it bad?
Well, Donald Trump became president.
What, the guy from Apprentice?
Yep, and then he lost in 2020 to some guy with dementia, but then ran again in 2024 and won.
The guy from Apprentice became president twice.
Yeah, and he almost got assassinated during one of the campaigns.
What?
The bullet full grazed his ear. He's lucky to be alive. Charlie Kirk, though, not so lucky.
Far out. What about Australia? Surely we've got our shit together.
Oh, mate, we've had like 7 prime ministers since you've been asleep.
That many?
Yeah, they keep swapping them out like underwear. Also, our cost of living is cooked. Bread is like $7, rent costs more than a kidney, and the housing market is all owned by Chinese people.
Bloody hell. What about the rest of the world? How are they doing?
Well, let's see here. The UK left the European Union, Russia invaded Ukraine, there's a war in Gaza, civil wars in Syria and Sudan, Yemen's getting bombed by Saudis, Taliban retook Afghanistan, Armenia and Azerbaijan are having a conflict, Myanmar has a military coup, and America kidnapped the Venezuelan president.
Mate, this decade is mental.
Yeah, that's why everyone just wants to go back to 2016.
Surely there's got to be some sort of positives. Like, come on.
Positives. Positives. Oh, Messi won a World Cup.
Hey, that's pretty positive. I'll take that. Since we're on the topic of sport, how's my favorite basketballer Kobe doing? Has he got a coaching job after he retired?
Kobe died in a helicopter crash with his daughter.
What? No. Please tell me you're joking.
I wish I was.
That's fuck. No. Not my boy Kobe. How can they do him like that?
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. We also lost the Queen, Juice WRLD, Hulk Hogan, XXS Tentacion, Takeoff, DMX, Betty White, Chadwick Boseman, Diego Maradona, Mac Miller, Stan Lee, Stephen Hawking, Avicii, Nipsey Hussle, Coolio, George Foreman, and like 50 others.
Mate, sack this. I'm going back to sleep.
Hey, I don't blame you.
Hey, you.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Do you have anything? Even remotely fresh. I can assure you it's all fresh. I hunt the game myself every day.
Shiny trinket.
This is a great day, my friend. You have struck a blow against darkness that will not soon be forgotten. Here, as promised, a most generous reward. Just a scratch. I fought for you.
Well, that's taken care of. No thanks to you. Ha! Another milk drinker crying about his effort.
Keep your eyes open for traps. Old ruins like this are usually filled with them. Among other things, the Dwemer were expert trap makers. Watch the floor for tripwires and... Oh! wait here forever.
Need a trained war dog? Fiercest companion money can buy.
Schwartz Bones, handsome man in Falkreath.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
Okay, got it. Anything else?
Okay, got it.
Anything else?
And on today's episode of Hack Reacts, we have a rope and some big old nuts. Don't do this. It's a really good way to get somebody killed. Bad idea. Not a hack. Really stupid. And we're just using nuts to hold the... What is that even for? It's not a hack. It's not even going to actually work. It's going to break. Some thin chain. You hammered a bit. You could have just used... You made a staple out of the chain. I don't know. Yep, because I'm definitely going to glue that to the back of my phone, even if I had an extra phone case. I don't trust that. I'm buying them out before I do that. Not a hack. Well, technically, no, not really. This is a hack. Simple, easy, cheap, using something for other than it's what it's meant to be used for and still getting a good outcome. This is just not working. It's just tying. Which ropes are meant to be tied, so by the definition, it's not a hack. Because it's using something for other than its intended purpose and getting a good outcome. Quick, easy, cheap. Rope is intended to be tied. Put that bad boy on the end of a magnet. 4-threaded stock. That's a hack. We got one! Woo! We are cooking with gas today. It's gonna stretch it on there. We'll call this a hack because the string's not meant to do that. So 2 hacks. Okie dokie. Good job.
Escaping prisoners! Stop right there, criminal scum! It's you, the hero of Kvatch. This is truly an honor.
It's good to see you again. I have a message for you from the Grey Fox.
Trespassing is against the law! Guards! Goodbye.
You sleep rather soundly for a murderer.
Oh my goodness. Excuse me, are you all right? By the divines, this person's dead. Huh? Stop! You violated the law. There's no problem, is there? We're here to serve. Yeah! No talking. And by the way, hey, you're the one they call the hero of Kvatch, aren't you? The one that closed the Oblivion Gate and saved the city. Bye. You die! Body's still warm. Body's still looks like body's still warm. Body's still warm. Looks like body's still rest in peace.
You won't get away with this.
You won't get away with this! Take that! Am I supposed to be impressed? Oh my goodness. Excuse me, are you all right? By the divines, this person's dead. No sign of it.
I don't know you, and I don't care to know you. I don't know you, and I don't care to know you. I don't know you, and I don't care to know you.
Looks like you are in some trouble. Since we're friends, looks like you are in some... Looks like you... Looks like you... Looks like you... Stop right there, criminal scum! Do your worst! I'm just warming up, you pathetic world! Do your worst!
This is a holdup. Hand it over or die. Good choice. How are you?
Been better. How about you?
I've been better.
This humble Legion soldier is at your service. How can I help a fellow citizen of the Empire? There's evil afoot, citizen. If you run into trouble, come find me.
What's going on with you?
Greetings to you. I understand Daedra
Good news
worship
from
is
Krat
becoming
for a change.
increasingly
The
prevalent
last
in
of the
Summer
Daedra
City.
have been...
Well met, citizen. I see few new faces these days, it seems. With the Emperor's murder, a darkness has fallen upon all of Cyrodiil. Move along.
Good to hear.
Speak.
Take care.
Bye. Talk to Captain Mattias if you need something. I'm just following his orders. Body's still warm. Looks like there's a killer about. Body's still warm.
You've done well. The Gold Road should be a little safer for now. You should return to Anvil and let Carahill know the work is complete. We'll remain here and clean things up. Good day.
We were ordered out to attack the Daedra coming out of that Oblivion Gate. Will you fall down and bleed to death? Stop right there, criminal scum! Die, damn you! Body's still warm. Looks like there's a killer about. Hate the fight!
I get
Welcome to Anvil. If you need a guard, just look around. That's why things are so peaceful here. Just look around. And there's a town guard. Prevents all sorts of misunderstandings. Have you seen Armand Kristoff? No, sir. Please don't hurt me. Everybody needs a copy of the Black Horse Courier. I come from speaking with Count Indaris, and I've news for you. Stop right there, criminal scum! Protect and serve. It's what we do. Mind telling me why you're sneaking about? I'm to tell you what the Legion thinks of thieves now, do I? Hey, take what I'm only asking for enough to feed me kids. No one's going out to Harlan's watch. Thank you, kind sir. Stop right there, criminal scum! It's all over, lawbreaker. Your spree is at an end. I'll take any stolen goods you have. The next move is yours. Pay your fine, or I'll haul you away. That's too bad. I was hoping you'd resist arrest. Okay. It's all over, lawbreaker. That's too bad. Oh.
Thank goodness I found you. I assume you know that Hieronymus Lex has issued an arrest warrant for Armand Kristoff. He is in hiding. He probably... Shadow hide you.
Speak.
The Grey Fox is waiting inside.
This had better be good. Let's get this over. Show me what you've got. Greetings, Imperial Brother. I've heard others say the same. Am I supposed to be impressed? What seems to be the problem? Stop right there, criminal scum! Sir? Be seeing you. What do you want? I see from your expression that you were successful. Please hurry. Raynal may make a break for the open road. There's no problem, is there? Hello? Who's there? The Imperial Legion is at your disposal, citizen. What seems to be the problem?
What's going on with you?
I saw a mud crab a couple of days ago. Well met. Yes? Please show your respect for the Imperial Palace by keeping your voice down. You must be stupid to accuse me of corruption to my face. In fact, I'm pretty sure you just attacked me. I think I need to arrest you for assaulting a member of the Imperial Watch. Well now, What do we have here? Caught in the act and no gold to pay your fine. I'm confiscating your stolen goods. Now it's off to jail with you. What is it, sir?
I don't know you, and I don't care to know you.
So, you're the famous hero of Kvatch.
Guards! Guards! We've got a pickpocket here!
Put that
Why, you dirty little thief! How dare you touch me!
Pickpocket! Pickpocket! Guard your purses! Steal from me.
Boor, Soren, you're with me. The rest of you stay outside and kill anything that comes out of that gate. Let's show these bastards how we do things in Bruma.
So far, so good.
Look out!
So far, so good. What seems to be the problem? If you've got to travel, by the 9 Divines, stay on the roads. The wilderness just isn't safe anymore. Move along.
Pickpocket! Pickpocket! Guard your purses!
It's all over, lawbreaker. You're the Gray Fox. You're under arrest for all kinds of stuff. You're wanted dead or alive. I'm choosing dead. Then pay with your blood. This ends a wise choice, citizen. What? Take your time. Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch. Then pay with your blood. Come on. Body's still warm. Something I can help you with. Move along. How are you? Not bad. They say that when you murder... No touching the locks! Is this true? Without question. Trouble? Show me what you've got. It's all over, lawbreaker. Your spree is at an end. I'll take any stolen goods you have. The next move is yours. Pay your fine, or I'll haul you away. This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. I'm here to relieve you. Good. I'm hungry. You're off duty now. Good. I'm hungry. I'm your relief. My feet are killing me. I'm your relief. My feet are killing me. It's about time. I'm here to relieve you. My feet are killing me. Am I supposed to show me what you've got? Take the fine! 7 of the evening watch and all's well. Everything's fine, sir. Have you ever considered a job in law enforcement? Stop! You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Hope you rot, criminal scum. I need you to leave so I can lock up. Where are he? Where are he? Where are he? Where he was? He was here a second ago. You. I've seen your kind before. You've got blood on your hands. Keep your blade sheathed, you murdering bastard, or I'll put you down myself. Carry on. Looks like you are in some trouble. Since we're friends, don't worry. I'll look the other way and take care of that fine for you.
Oh, big dog! Ah, there he is. Only 3 business days late. Yeah, soz, brah. Line at the cafe was a bit hectic, so... Should've just gone to 7-Eleven for a coffee. There's never any line. Oh, this ain't coffee. This is matcha. A what now? A matcha latte. What, you never heard of it? Nah. Oh, you are missing out, bro. It's like green tea with milk. Here, have a sip. Oh, yuck. Oh. You don't like it? No, that tastes like wet grass. Why would you drink that shit? Bro, everyone's drinking it these days. Can't believe you never heard of it. Nah, that is awful. That's gotta go in the bin. You can also get it in strawberry and pistachio, man. I love it. Seriously, it's... Oh, so good. Yeah, that is a no from me. You can still taste it in my mouth. Oh, here, wash it down with some of my water. What on earth is that? Oh, this is my Stanley Cup. Mate, it looks like a bloody missile. Have you never seen one before? No. Oh, dude, everyone's got one. They're honestly so good. Bro, why do you need a bottle that holds more liquid than my car radiator? To stay hydrated, obviously. How much do one of these even cost? This one was about, $85. Holy shit, for a water bottle? Mate, you can buy a fish tank for that much. Mate, this is premium quality and practical too. Look, it's got a handle and a straw. Mate, that is stupid and gay. What's wrong with a normal water bottle? Normal water bottles can't survive fires. Stanley's, on the other hand, can. Well, personally, I don't need my bottles to survive bushfires. All I needed to do is hold water. Well, these bad boys not only hold your water, but they keep it cool for 2 days. Who the hell is nursing their drink for 2 days? Finish your water and then refill it like a normal person. Bro, you just don't get it. It's a lifestyle. Lifestyle. It's more like consumerism. Whatever. Oh, by the way, gotta show you this chick that I matched on Tinder with. Here, take a look. What do you reckon? I mean, she's alright, I guess. What would you rate her out of 10? I don't know, like a 6 or a 7. Wait, what did you just say? 6 or 7? 6, 7! What? Come on, bro, 6, 7! What are you doing? What, don't you get it? No. Oh, come on, bro, as if. It's all over TikTok. 6, 7, 6, 7. What? I literally have no idea what the fuck that is. Do you, like, live under a rock or something? I don't do TikTok. Like, what are you doing? What is it? It's a trend. Right, but what does it mean? It's like, I don't know, like so-so, you know? Wishy-washy. 6, 7, you know? That has got to be the stupidest thing ever. Oh, you are such a boomer, you know that? How am I a boomer? We're the same age. Because you're not with the latest trends. Well, sorry for not being on TikTok every day. Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can shave 50 pounds. What the hell is that? Are you a travel agent now? What? No. Then why are you giving me a holiday advert, especially in pounds when we're in Australia that uses dollars? It's not an ad. Well, I mean, it is, but like, it's more of a meme. You know what I mean? Like, nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save... I don't get it. 50 pounds. Oh, bro, really? Like, you've never heard of that sound before? I just told you, I don't scroll on TikTok, so how would I know what a Jet 2 holiday is? Okay, how about this? Surely you know what Italian brain rot is. That also doesn't ring a bell. What is that, a type of pizza? Oh my god, no. What, a pizza? What, are you dumb? I don't know. Nah, come on, bro. Surely you must have heard of Tralalelo, Tralala, Bombardiro, Crocodilo. Ballerina, cappuccina, chimpanzini, bananini. No? Okay, how about this one? Everyone knows this one. Tung 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 sahu. Mate, what the fuck are you even saying? Bro, are you serious? Like, how are you this out of the loop? Like, you are seriously, like, digitally homeless or something. Mate, nothing you've said in the last 30 seconds has been English. Like, all you've done is just given me brain damage. I cannot understand you. Well, people at my run club know what I'm talking about, so it must be you. Hang on. Sorry. Pause. You're what now? My run club. What the hell is a run club? Oh, it's kind of a thing where people like meet up and go for a jog together at 5 a.m. and then have a matcha after. Mate, I have never seen you run, like ever. I think the only time I've seen you move fast was when the Uber Eats driver was approaching a destination. Oh, mate, I hate running, but everyone's in a run club these days and it kind of gave me a bit of FOMO, so I had to jump on it. And honestly, it's good vibes. Plus, these run clubs are not really like for running. They're more for like, it's like Tinder in real life. They're more for getting laid, so... yeah. Tinder, mate, it's people sweating and gasping for air. How is that even attractive? Bro, I'm telling you, the energy's crazy. Like, everyone's fit, single, having a good time, wearing hockers, wearing panel caps. Like, it's such a good vibe, man. Like, you should come along one time. Yeah, no thanks. I don't want to be part of some cringy Instagram cult where everyone pretends that jogging is a personality trait. It's not a cult, but whatever. Anyway, you want to try some Viral Dubai chocolate? Oh, what is this now? Wait, you've never heard of Viral Dubai chocolate? No. Bro, what is wrong with you? You're seriously missing out. This right here is luxury chocolate. Everyone's eating it. Like, this is the Louis Vuitton of snacks. Sounds really expensive. How much is it? I don't know. I think I paid $30. 30 for chocolate. Are you out of your mind? Nah. You gotta have some, bro. It's so good. Here, I'll give you a piece. Oh, God. Oh, look at that, bro. Doesn't that look good? Mate, that looks like cow manure. Nah, here, try it. So, what do you think? It's good, huh? It's average. What the hell? Are you serious? And you're telling me that people go crazy over this? Yeah, bro, because it's the best chocolate in the world. Like, people literally put it in everything. Like, ice cream, cakes, coffee, kebabs, like, you name it. What an overhyped, overpriced block of crap. Send this shit back to the desert. What the heliante? What the helion? What? What the heli Berry? What the heli Burden? Are you having a stroke? What the heli Bron James? What the heli Cyrus? What are you doing? What, you don't know the song? If that's a song, mate, humanity is gone. They don't say congratulations, but I know they watch that shit. I ain't even gonna get mad. I'm young, black, and rich. She trying to sell me lies, bitch. I ain't buy that shit. You know that song? The one with the Indonesian kid? He's on the boat, you know, doing the dance. Water farming. Oh, mate, do you watch any of the reels I send you? I've never opened a single one. Wow, so that's how it is, eh? I thought we were friends. Clearly we're not. Hey, I'm just not trying to fall into the doom scrolling trap. All right, I got better shit to do. Mate, what could you possibly be doing at 11 p.m. in bed apart from scrolling reels? Sleep? See, that's why you're not in Group 7. Group 7? What do you mean by that? Hey, if you know, you know. Oh, mate, I'm too old for this shit. Just sit down.
Islamic terrorists are living in houses like this while many Americans can't afford rent. So they went and they obviously like stormed these two guys' houses, and this is one of the houses. This is a like a $1.7 million basically mansion. I mean, this house is gigantic. This is a huge house.
Good morning. On Saturday, a protest was held outside Gracie Mansion, where I live with my wife Rama. Neither of us were home at the time. This was a vile protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City. I'm the first Muslim
And then somebody who was Islamic threw a bomb at them. But you're not going to mention that.
Mayor of our city.
And I think it's important that he mentions that he's the first Muslim mayor of the city. I think that it's very obvious that there is a certain subset of Muslims that are in America and in Western countries that try to actively downplay any instance of bad behavior that Muslims do and then immediately play it off like it's something else or try to cry Islamophobia or some other variation of that. The most ironic and funniest thing about this is that we have a bigger issue with like radical Islam and this terrorism shit than countries in the Middle East do. They're worried about sending their people up to Europe because Europe has more radical people than they have, and they're the Muslim countries. So this entire idea that it's Islamophobic to go after these terrorist people is insane.
Of New York City. I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city.
Yes.
Anti-Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home.
So this is basically what happened, is that somebody did a protest, and then someone else threw a nail bomb into the protest while screaming Allahu Akbar, and they were inspired by ISIS, which is a Muslim terrorist group. And then the Muslim mayor comes up and he talks about how terrible it is that people don't like Muslims. Can you believe this? And also, if I take a step back, this isn't helping Muslims. It's not. It's just making everything worse. You don't lose anything by condemning people that are openly trying to throw bombs around and speaking and playing English about why they're doing it.
While I found this protest appalling, I will not waver in my belief that it should be allowed to happen.
He's defending terrorism? Yes.
Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with. It belongs to everyone.
So you should have just started your speech like that. It would have been fine.
I will defend that right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say things that I abhor. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all.
Yes.
But a few did not. Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Qayyumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism.
Yes.
There is video of these two individuals throwing two devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim,
bombs,
or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody.
And you can see how he never even talks at all about the intent or the reason why the bombing happened. He had no problem saying that Jake Lang was a white supremacist that was anti-Muslim and that he's a Muslim and Muslims get a bunch of hate in America. And the thing is that, like, you never connect these two things, that a lot of average, reasonable people see this and they look at this and they say, why is Zoran sweeping for Muslim terrorism? Why is he trying to downplay this? Why is he spending more time talking about why Jake Lang is bad than why the people that did this threw the bomb? It's obvious. And in my opinion, the reason why is because he's a Muslim too. I think that's the reason. I think that he's sharing ethnic and also religious solidarity with them, and he's protecting their actions. I think that's what he's doing.
Places they brought taken off of our streets.
These people put their religion above the country. And this is a huge component of what's going on, is you have people, there are some people who put their country over their religion, and you have other people that put their religion over their country. The people that put their religion over their country and end up on the side of terrorists should not be in America, period. They should not be in America at all.
I want to commend the officers who were on site. They faced a chaotic situation that very quickly could have become far more dangerous.
This is true. The officers are absolute fucking heroes. Like, I can't believe, like, they threw a bomb and this guy just ran after him. Like, that was insane.
NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro ran towards the danger so that others could run to safety.
Yeah.
They are here with us now, and I want to thank them today publicly as I did yesterday privately, and to thank the dozens of other officers who responded without hesitation. That is courage, that is selflessness, and I'm deeply grateful to both of them and to every member of the NYPD who works every single day to keep New Yorkers safe. As the NYPD continued their investigation yesterday, they found a third suspicious device in a vehicle on East End between 81st and 82nd Street. Out of an abundance of caution, they conducted a number of limited evacuations of nearby buildings before removing the device from the area. Once the device was removed, those evacuated were allowed to return to their homes. I am grateful for their continued work to keep New Yorkers safe. And let me say this plainly. Anyone who comes to New York City to bring violence to our streets will be held accountable in accordance with the law.
Yeah.
As this case continues to develop, I will remain in close contact and communication with our police commissioner. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who acted on Saturday to protect their fellow New Yorkers and to uphold the values of this city. Now, I would like to invite Police Commissioner Tisch to say a few words.
Well, there it is. So you've got somebody who's going up there and not saying why they threw the bomb, but spending a minute talking about how bad it is that people are racist against Muslims. I think that next time you're probably going to get a bigger protest because there's nothing that's contributed more to, your perception of Islamophobia or the negative perception of Muslims than when Muslims inside of positions of power or any degree of influence downplay and try to hide the bad actions of Muslims that are doing something wrong. And I think it's just disgusting. It's completely disgusting. I'm shocked, to be honest, that, people put up with this. I don't know why Americans put up with this. I think that, Americans are just so massively cucked. And I think it's just white people in the West in general are just so massively cucked that they're unwilling to just come out and say very clearly, this is unacceptable. This is Muslim terrorism. Why aren't you saying this? And you should leave your position if you can't say this, right? Which is clearly what it is. But there are so many white people that aren't able to do that because they're afraid of being called a name that they have no problem letting their country be run by literal bombers. These are people trying to throw bombs and kill people, and it's preferable to a white person to let that happen than to be perceived as a bad name. It's just so fucking pathetic, man. It really is. And it'll only radicalize people against Muslims. It will. And I think that this definitely, if you think about this event, did Zoran's approach to this, and this is an interesting way to look at it, and I'll see what you guys think about this. Did Zoran's approach to this event increase or decrease the negative sentiment for Muslims inside of America? What do you think? Did it make it go up or down? Because in my opinion, I think it made it go down. Made it go up. It increased it. Yes, exactly. And so that's the main issue, right? Is that you have somebody here who's openly justifying and trying to downplay terrorism, right? Trying to downplay terrorism and doing this. I think it's a huge problem. It also distracted libs from the war. His wife supports the October 7th attack. Well, I mean, if his wife supports it, I think that he probably does too. I mean, that's just probably what happens. I mean, I'm not saying for sure, but if I had to bet on it, then that's probably what I would assume. And so, it's like, who doesn't like who has that opinion, right? Some correction increased? Yeah, exactly. I would never, the thing is that for something like this, I would never vote for a person like this. These people shouldn't even be in America, if you want me to be honest. I don't think they should be. I think these people are total fucking terrorist sympathizers. I think that they enable terrorism, they downplay terrorism, and they want to import more terrorism. That what their mindset is, and this is maybe not Zoran specifically, but I think that a lot of people like this, their mindset is to let's import a bunch of terrorists into the country that can be radicalized and then make it to where you can't criticize them or they'll be radical. So basically mass migrate a bunch of people over here who are violent and then say that you can't criticize you can't criticize mass migration because then the people here will be violent. It's absolutely fucking insane that this is happening. And, my negativity is rising. I can see why. I absolutely can. So, Jake is a racist. Yeah, but so is this. This is obviously and here's the issue, right? Is that Jake can be a racist and he can do whatever he wants, but he was the one who was being a peaceful peaceful protester, right? And that's really what matters, is that if you're peacefully protesting, nobody should be throwing a bomb at you. And to the extent that, and think about it like this, right? Is that imagine that you have two groups of people. You have a peaceful protester, and you also have a terrorist that's trying to throw a bomb into a crowd of civilians. And more time is spent trying to trying to demonize and condemn the viewpoints of the peaceful protester than the person who threw the bomb. Do you really think that there is any form of justice, rationality, common sense, or anything with that at all? Absolutely fucking not. So no, I totally reject this. I think that it's completely wrong. So yeah. And racist is the only word used against whites. Yeah, these people are racist themselves. But you're debating feelings because words, not the words themselves. You're debating the feelings words cause, not the words themselves. Well, I'm debating really. I don't know exactly. Rattinger's. Let me pull this up. So he's not downplaying it. Why do you think he didn't mention the fact that? Why do you think he didn't mention the fact that the person who threw the bomb said Allahu Akbar and was inspired by ISIS? And we're going to go through this because I don't know. Okay, let me ask you another question. If there was a Muslim protest and the person threw the bomb and they said white power and they were inspired by the KKK, do you think that he would have told people about what their motivations were? Do you think he would have mentioned that in his speech? Not trying to read his mind. I'm asking you what you think. Like, what do you think? 1,000%. Okay, so you've just acknowledged that there is a distinction where he is so why is it? What do you think the reason is that he's not? He would be willing to call out a white supremacist, but not willing to call out an Islamic terrorist. Why do you think that is? We're going to get there. Votes? You don't think that it has anything to do with the fact that he has the same identity as this person? And also, by the way, does that make it better? I feel like that's just as bad. Yeah, isn't that just as bad? You don't think that there's any own group, no votes in power? Okay. Well, the fact is that I can't really... The thing is that, you know what the truth is? I'm right, and I think you're right. I think that he's also doing it for votes, too. I think you're probably right about that. But I think to downplay the fact that... And also, like, he's drawing a connection to himself, etc. And it's what he didn't say. Yes, definitely. And also, you're not reading minds so much as judging actions. Actions speak louder than words. Yes, definitely. And Chatter Ain't Wrong, a white Democrat would have downplayed it as well. You know what? I think that's a great point. And you actually, that is a good point that you're doing. He just doesn't use the words that you want to hear. Well, no, but like, and also I think that there is a huge issue with this happening. Because also, like, if you, let's use second order effect logic here. If losing votes would mean calling out Islamic terrorism, then that would mean anybody that's doing that would probably be a supporter of terrorism that would be a problem in itself, right? And also, he isn't using the words I want to hear. I want to hear when a Muslim terrorist throws a bomb into an unarmed group of civilians, I want to hear that they are a Muslim terrorist and they should be sent to jail forever. That's what I want to hear on TV. And if I don't hear that on TV, I don't want to hear a single fucking thing about the person who they threw the bomb at. That's the thing. And so if you want to talk about that, yeah, I do want to hear that. Absolutely. Because he's actively trying to misrepresent it. They're all politicians, man. I talk to their potential voters, all of them. I get it. I understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, he is enabling terrorism. He's sweeping for terrorism. And I do think that there is an own group bias that's happening. Absolutely there is. And even by your own admission, there's a second order own group bias that's happening, because you're implying that if he criticizes Islamic terrorism, Islamic people will not vote for him, which means that they are exhibiting an own group bias for terrorism too, which is still as big of a problem. So I see what you're saying, but I think you can hopefully see what I'm saying too about this. And it's a huge problem. If it was in reverse, Republicans would do the same. Well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. I think you have to think about it before. And you would want to hear a thing if it's a Christian terrorist threw a bomb into a crowd? Yeah. And all of them left, right, but we should call that out like you do? I do. I'll call it out every time. You know what? I don't like the way you said that, but I don't think that you're bringing up a point that's totally wrong. You're not going to get banned. So those idiots are captured by their narrative. They're not allowed to acknowledge any deviation. That's true, too. I wonder what his speech would have been like if the bomb killed any white supremacists. Well, I don't know, right? I mean, he probably would have still tried to downplay it. And so here's another part of it.
Defendants have admitted that they acted on Saturday because of ISIS. As alleged, both defendants have admitted that they acted on Saturday because of ISIS.
Ooh,
as Kayumi
not a
was
good
being
place to
placed
be
into an NYPD vehicle following his arrest, a person in the crowd asked why he had done this. As shown on NYPD body-worn camera footage referenced in the complaint, Kayumi responded with ISIS.
Nope.
And at the precinct, after being advised of his Miranda rights and waiving those rights, Kayumi said in recorded post-arrest statements that he had watched ISIS propaganda on his phone and that his actions that day were partly inspired by ISIS.
Yeah, I mean, this is a literal person that got inspired by terrorism. It's pretty fucking simple, honestly. Seems obvious what happened.
The complaint also details statements made by Amir Balat after his arrest. En route to the NYPD precinct, Balat made spontaneous statements without being questioned by NYPD officers that were captured
Big
on
mistake.
body-worn camera footage.
No wonder the bomb didn't go off. These guys aren't good decision makers.
He said, this isn't a religion that just stands when people talk about the blessed name of the prophet. We take action, we take action. As well.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who has this viewpoint needs to be locked up. It's just that simple. Anybody who thinks that criticism of their religion is acceptable to be met with violence needs to be locked up, deported, or removed from public society one way or another. It's not even a question.
Well as, if I didn't do it, someone else will come and do it.
And I think this is true. And there is a huge problem with this. People that think that you can't criticize their ideology, like whether it's, the ICE people, whether it's Islamic people, whether it's any of these people, any of this ideology is just completely unacceptable, period. And it's shocking to me that so many Americans don't want to call this out exactly for what it is. And we're starting to see a lot more of it happening, which I'm very happy about.
And later, after waiving his rights, he requested paper and wrote a message declaring in part, I pledge my allegiance to the Islamic State. Die in your rage, you kuffar. Now, die in your rage.
Kuffar, I think, is infidel, I'm pretty sure.
Rage is a commonly known ISIS slogan, and kuffar is an Arabic term that refers to non-believers.
Yeah.
He also told investigators that he had hoped to carry out an attack even bigger than the Boston Marathon bombing, which he noted resulted in only 3 deaths.
I don't see why. This guy's he's just a super radicalized terrorist. That's obviously what happened.
These statements, as set forth in the complaint, make clear that this was not random violence. This was a planned attack motivated by extremist ideology and inspired.
And the reality is that the FBI probably dropped the ball on this because they're not doing enough to monitor these people and actively take proactive action against them. Like the people that are going around this terrorist stuff, these people, I think, are probably trackable, and you can probably figure this out ahead of time. How did he get radicalized in the U.S.? I don't know. The thing is that there's a lot of, and I think that, why is it that a lot of young guys have this happen? Young guys, I think, get radicalized, whether it's by, white supremacy, whether it's by a gang, whether it's by, a religion, whether it's by another political stuff, like the ICE stuff. Like, people get radicalized. I think it's primarily young men, because young men don't really have a direction in the world and a place to fit in. And because of that, they look at the position they're in, they're unhappy about it, and so they lash out and they attack somebody because they're trying to fight back against the injustice that they think that they're being put on. That's really where I think it's happening from. Social media rewards extremism, yes. Americans have reached a level of acceptable tolerance. They're afraid if they call it out, they'll be met with more violence. They would rather have paper cuts than gashes. Americans don't realize they don't have to deal with either one. Yeah, I know. I didn't know the additional content. Assuming this mayor had information, then he absolutely should have acknowledged this as terrorism. Anybody who yells Allahu Akbar whenever they're throwing a bomb, that's an Islamic terrorist. Like, what are we talking about? Like,
I know you are eager to leave
99.9%.
Zion.
This is like somebody saying white
perhaps
power,
you might
and
find
then saying,
peace.
is this a white supremacist? Well, we don't know.
A violent, foreign terrorist organization.
Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like, it's like, this is the most obvious 2 + 2 = 4. Duh.
The complaint alleges not only why the defendants acted, but how. Preliminary testing has determined that one of the devices contained triacetone triperoxide, or TATP, also commonly referred to as Mother of Satan, a highly volatile explosive that has been used in multiple terrorist attacks over the last decade.
Oh boy.
As we have previously discussed, the NYPD identified a vehicle yesterday on East End Avenue that was linked to the defendants. Inside that vehicle, investigators recovered handwritten notes referencing TATP explosive and listing chemical ingredients for the type of explosive device used by the defendants on Saturday. Make no mistake.
Not good.
What happened this weekend was incredibly
not good
dangerous,
at all.
and the ongoing investigation will be exhaustive. From the first moments of that investigation, the NYPD has been working seamlessly with our federal partners.
See, what needs to happen, this is the problem, is that people like this don't exist in a vacuum. They exist inside of a network of a lot of other people that think and behave like they do. And the problem is that the government is very conservative about taking liberal and preventative action for people like this. And I think this is the reason why more people get blown up, and this is the reason why more people die. It's because they don't want to come out and say, you know, this behavior is not acceptable in any reason, and we're going to go after everybody who's corroborating with them and then put them all in jail. Like, anybody who's talking with somebody like this, anybody who is, involved with somebody like this needs to be put on a watch list. If you communicated with this person, you probably need to be brought up on a charge as, like, conspiracy, corroboration, cooperation with this. Like, we have to be Old Testament with this, because if we're not, these people will just continue to respawn. You have to actually remove them at a faster rate than they're being created. And the issue is that we're not doing that.
Many of whom
and we're never
have joined us
proactive.
here.
We are
In
never
particular, the
proactive with
FBI's
this, which is a
Joint
huge
Terrorism Task
mistake.
Force, which
It's
includes
a massive mistake. I'm unfortunately, I'm unfortunately expecting to see a lot more of this happening in the future, right? And don't you think that's purposely to keep people in groups together rather than together? No, I don't think so at all. Because if it's done purposely to keep them in a group together so they can all be monitored collectively, then what use is the group if they're still throwing the bombs? Like, at that point, right? I mean, I feel like it's kind of a mistake to even say that. I don't think that's the case at all. So, according to CIA whistleblower, there are 8K confirmed terrorists that invaded during the Biden admin. I'd be surprised if it wasn't more, honestly. It seems like there's a lot of these. So, does it mean the killing is a problem, or of the roots are already off the table? I think that's generally what I think is, that's definitely a huge problem. Yeah, you're right. And too many people are too comfortable? I think so too. Should we just ban Islam and Muslim from the Western world and force them to make their own prosperity rather than compromise ours? I don't think that you should ban it completely, no. But I think that whenever you look at people that are part of a group that are in a, this is like a racial or a religious group, then you need to approach it as if it's a problem. I think that because Islam is a religion, the government and I think Americans in general are afraid to approach it from a aggressive perspective because they're worried about it being effectively a breakdown of freedom of speech.
Here
But the
they
problem
are!
is that when somebody's religion is enabling them to be violent, whenever it's enabling them to blow things up, etc., this is something that transcends religious freedom. This is something that obviously is a crime. And I think that's the main issue that's happening. And so, yeah, a ban. I mean, a lot of people do want to see a ban, right? And I think that's probably, like, eventually,
You
if
leave me
things
no
like this
choice.
continue happening, here's the reality. There will be enough people
I
that
need healing
banning
powder.
Islam and then effectively
Even my best
compromising
herbs
the First
won't work
Amendment will be on the table. And I know people might not imagine that. You might say, oh, there's no way that could ever happen. That could easily happen. If you have 4 or 5 more of these bombings, what do you think average people are going to do whenever they see that all of these bombings are coming from the same groups of people? Think about how many of these trans shooters have happened and how that's shifted people's perspective about trans people in general. This could easily happen. So this idea that, oh, well, it could never happen because it's in the Constitution, you can change the Constitution and you can just also do something that's unconstitutional. The government has done it many times. So I don't want to see that happen. I don't. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think that people will take drastic action like that if this problem is not addressed. It's possible 1,000%. It is. America's Christian, and it is a Christian country. America is a Christian country. It's always been a Christian country. It's been founded on Christian values. This is obvious. So I'm willing to cut my finger to do that, to speak. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But common people are sheep, and they'll believe whatever the bullshit media feeds them. Yeah, but eventually, it's kind of like with COVID. So this is the issue, like, with what happened with COVID, is that when COVID happened, you had a lot of people who were effectively, when COVID happened, you had a lot of people that were effectively just okay with going along with COVID restrictions. They were okay with it. They were okay with it. And then at a certain point, it got so extreme that it broke the trust of the public completely. And I think that now the public doesn't trust the government on a very fundamental level. It's not something that's like in one level or another level. I think it's something that's complete. The fact that calling a terrorist attack has become controversial in the United States has told us how far we have fallen. This isn't a right or left issue. It's a literal terrorist attack where bombs were thrown by 2 ISIS-inspired Islamist men. Say it for what it is. Exactly. Well, they're trying to hide it. They're trying to hide it because they want to downplay it. And I think that guy in chat was right, that they're downplaying it for votes, but they're also downplaying it for other reasons too. It's a sad realization, isn't it? And yeah, these guys also, keep in mind, these weren't 2 guys that were, like 2... sidelined poor people. These weren't socioeconomic factors that drew these guys to terrorism. They lived in $1 million, $2 million houses, or at least one of them did. So, I don't know if both of them lived in the same house. I have no idea. But, this is people that just got radicalized on the internet by radical, language and stuff like that. Pure insanity. There are no white people. I'm beige colored. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty close to white, but neither am I. You're right about that. And so, yeah, do you think the white guilt can be fixed? I think that it can be, yeah, but it'll take time. And I think that it has to start at an educational level. I think the problem is that basically people with anti-white sentiments have gotten inside of educational apparatuses and also media apparatuses, institutions, I guess you could say, it's a better word, institutions, and then they have co-opted them to create narratives that are detrimental to, anybody looking at a European identity in a positive way. At a certain point, you have to ask yourself, who is this immigration helping? Who is this immigration in the best interest of? Because what I'm seeing is that it's very clearly not in the best interest of Americans. I'll tell you that. It seems extremely obvious that's the case. So that's it. No more allowed. I mean, I said this a long time ago, and I'm going to keep saying it. I will continue saying it. Why is it the same religion, though? Well, I think that there are some, like, again, I'm reading the Quran. I'm going through it. I'm going to read through it, and, I can come back to you on that and give you maybe an answer. But the reality is that I think that there are probably structural reasons inside of Islam why it's happening, and I think that there are cultural reasons why it's happening. I think that there might be a minority cultural reason, and I think also there is an acceptance of it. So basically, why is it that we have a bigger problem with this kind of stuff in places like Europe and America than they do in Islamic countries? I think that's the real question you have to ask. And as soon as you figure out the answer to that, you're going to know how to solve the problem
Let's
here
move
too.
on.
So that's
I
what
don't
my
like to
opinion is.
linger in this place.
cut it in half, please? Of course.
I have seen many strange plants in the valley.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Plants that seem to
What are you doing, man? I'm cutting it in half. Not like that. Oh, you want it the other way. Yeah? Got it.
hunger for human flesh. Where they come from, I do not
No,
know.
not like that either. That won't even be a sandwich at that point. Yes, I agree. That's why I was cutting it the other way. Okay, stop! Are you dumb? I'm trying my best, man.
Stay cautious.
Alright, fine. Let me help you. So what you have right now, but the other way. Okay, nope. Turn it back around. Take your knife and just turn it. Yes! Right there. Just cut it. Oh no. What? Am I doing it wrong? I'm sorry, man. Well, I'm gonna have to fire you. Huh? Quality inspection. I'm a secret shopper. Gave you so many
We
chances
should
to-
not
No,
be
no.
here.
Sorry, man.
This place, it belongs to the Father.
What are you doing? Hey, don't rip that.
Have you not
Okay.
heard of the God of the New Canaanites? He is our protector and our judge. He helped our ancestors find their place here in Zion. He gave us many gifts, but we are not to seek him out. His caves are forbidden to us. Those who seek them out, I'm sure Daniel could tell you more. As you wish, I will wait, but please.
Testing each other before things turn physical.
Just a reminder that J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio are close friends. J.D. Vance swore in Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Marco Rubio now serving as the warlord of Venezuela, Cuba, and Iran, along with half of the roles inside of the federal government, has some fates turning for 2028. Very interesting thing just happened. According to reports, Donald Trump asked his biggest donors about who they want in 2028 as the presidential nominee. And this is something that Trump has toyed with here and there. Obviously, Trump has talked about what the ticket looks like and what it should be. And even J.D. Vance has sort of led on that Donald Trump asks him regularly if he's going to be running for president.
And,
right here.
and talk about things. He mentioned it probably 6 months or so ago. And
How do you feel about that? And have you talked to the Secretary Rubio about it?
I've joked with the secretary about it. So the president first raised this with me probably 6 months or so ago.
Right.
During just, one of our private lunches that we try to get lunch every couple of weeks just to catch up on what's going on and talk about things. He mentioned it probably 6 months or so ago. And I mentioned to the secretary in jest, but it feels so premature because we're still so early.
It's such a political answer here. But this is J.D. Vance effectively saying Donald Trump is asking me to run with Marco Rubio for president. Trump's been out regularly and with Marco Rubio, standing beside him and saying that this would be a dream ticket.
For you to be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028, is that something you'd be willing to challenge the court to be? Well, I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good people, as you know, but I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I mean, I just solved Marco's great. I think, I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do.
So, if Marco Rubio, who's standing there, who looks down at the floor when Trump mentions his name, you see here, Marco Rubio runs with JD, it'll be unstoppable, says President Trump. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and check in on what Donald Trump just did with the biggest donors, because, as you know, the donors really have a lot to say in these kind of scenarios. President Trump is deploying an unusual tactic to gauge who is most popular ahead of a race, be a successor in 2028, Vice President J.D. Vance or Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Trump asked a room of donors at his Mar-a-Lago estate for his thoughts on the top two lieutenants, one day after he launched the war in Iran. And it was the first time Trump had quizzed his inner circle like this before. What do you think of J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio? President Trump asked during the speech, sources told the Wall Street Journal. Over jumbo crab and ribeye steaks, the attendees applauded loudly for Rubio. The people said the Secretary of State reportedly received noticeably louder applause than did Vance. Oh my. Vance 41, Rubio 54, both former senators, football fans, differing appeal. Depending on where the country may be from, whether or not, you know, at the heart of 2028 sweepstakes. Currently, Vance leads early polling to become the GOP's 2028 presidential nominee. Has this all changed, however? Well, allegedly it has. Look at this. Polling on the likelihood of who will be the Republican presidential nominee. Well, what's this? Skyrocketing result. It is Marco Rubio, who's up 14 points. And J.D. Vance, who has crashed down 12 points. Ooh. So President Trump, obviously, things have changed. Marco Rubio's presidential odds hit a new all-time high. Republican donors signal they want him over J.D. Vance. Obviously, this is like way far out, and who even cares about talking about these kind of things? But you know, the midterms are 8 months away, and what happens after the midterms? That's the presidential race. After the midterms, you'll immediately have people announcing they're running for president in 2028. And the 2028 race will begin. So it's not that far out. With a bit of luck, this is the next president. What do you think? See, there's been some very interesting movement for Marco Rubio, who ran for president against Donald Trump. Kind of a savage race. He didn't even need to campaign. He just needs to keep doing his job, and it'll speak for itself. Realizing he has to be the president of the United States. Okay, Trump asked 25 Republican donors whether they preferred JD or Marco. And the attendees overwhelmingly indicated that they wanted Marco Rubio. One of the people who kind of like shockingly announced that he would be in favor of Marco Rubio is Stephen A. Smith. Kind of wild. Stephen A. Smith, who's gone on a rampage against Democrats, announced on an interview with Sean Hannity that Marco Rubio is the only Republican that he would vote for.
3 people in your head right now that you'd vote for president.
I'll fight you if I must.
I don't care.
I'd vote for I'd vote for Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania. I'd vote for Marco Rubio.
Daniel says that most people outside...
Talk about, what is it about Marco?
He's an adult in the room. There is no questioning his qualifications
If
for the
it's
job.
Marco and anyone other than Wes and Josh, you vote for Marco over
The valley do not keep to the Father's
Over
ways.
Newsom?
Yes.
Perhaps when you leave, you will carry his word with you.
I'd vote for Marco Rubio over anybody that's out there right now other than Wes or Josh Shapiro.
I mean, well, Iran war elevates Marco Rubio on Trump's 2028 succession jockeying. Donald Trump speaking recently about Marco Rubio in Cuba and how Marco Rubio would be a great warlord of Cuba. that he speaks the language. It's actually quite impressive. Marco Rubio fluent in Spanish. Kind of, I guess, critical in our hemisphere if you wish to control the entire Western Hemisphere, which we do. Donald Trump saying, yo, he speaks the language. It's going to make a lot of sense. I'm just going to put Marco over there. Win the Hispanic vote? I don't know, man. Here's Trump. He said this yesterday.
Cuba wants to make a deal.
Yes.
What would the United States get in return for that, and why should Americans trust Marco Rubio to negotiate it?
Well, Marco Rubio is doing a great job. I think he's going to go down as the greatest Secretary of State in history. Look at what we've done as a presidency. Look at what we've done as an administration. They trust Marco, and so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been. He also speaks the language, which is always nice and always helpful. But he's dealing, and it may be a friendly takeover. It may not be a friendly takeover. It wouldn't matter because they're really they're down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy. They have no money. They're in deep trouble on a humanitarian basis. And we don't want to see that, but they were very, very bad to a lot of people.
When salt upon took New Canaan, he ordered the white legs to salt the earth so nothing could grow again.
Oh, that's the new level. They
What
just released
kind
it.
of
So many
monster
people in
could
Asia
do
complained
that?
it was too easy, so they made this. A leaf. Was it poisonous? I think you press L2. I have to block the sun. Finally, some action. Steven, when you get so fat. Emotional damage. You want some therapy? You probably could just hold down the block button. When you get so fat, you still trying to be an actor. What the heck? Stepped on branch. Oh, that's the new level. They just released it. So many people in Asia complained it was too easy, so they made this. A leaf. Was it poisonous? I think you press L2.
Zion used to be a place of peace. Daniel says that it is holy in the eyes.
I have to block the sun.
Let's move on. I don't like to linger in this place.
Next news. Breaking news.
Governor Gavin Newsom just went on national television to accuse President Donald Trump of corruption.
He called it a grift unlike anything we've ever seen. Bold words, wouldn't you say? But here's what the mainstream media doesn't want you to know. While Newsom was busy pointing fingers at the White House, a bombshell report just dropped about his own household. Oh, I'm talking about his wife, Jennifer Seibel Newsom. Allegedly paid herself up to $300,000 annually while pushing controversial gender and sexuality films into California classrooms. You want to talk about corruption, Governor? Maybe you should look in your bedroom first. You see, this isn't about political hypocrisy. It's about your children. It's about your tax dollars. While Newsom's wife was reportedly cashing massive checks through her nonprofit and for-profit entertainment companies, California's education system has become a social engineering experiment. We're talking about materials teaching middle schoolers about pansexuality, using something called the gingerbread person diagram. And who recommended these films? Yes, Newsom's own Board of Education, right after he became governor. But it gets even worse, if you could imagine. California now holds the highest unemployment rate in the nation, the highest poverty rate, tied with Louisiana. Even Mississippi schools are outperforming California schools, especially for poor kids. Nearly 28% of America's entire homeless population lives in California, too. Energy costs through the roof. And what does Newsom do? He attacks President Trump while his state burns, both literally and figuratively. This is the man that Democrats want to run for president. And speaking of national security threats that the media ignores, there is a developing story out of Washington that you need to hear about. We've been tracking it for months. It's one the legacy media doesn't want you to see, as Iran destabilizes the Middle East and threatens American interests abroad. The federal government just made a move that could reshape America's security posture entirely. And here's the truth they don't want you to understand. Our nuclear submarines, our warheads, our next generation power grid, all of it depends on uranium. And we import almost every single pound of it from foreign nations. This is not about energy independence anymore. It's about survival, because a nation that can't power its own military doesn't stay a superpower for long. That's why smart investors are looking at atomic minerals trading as ATMMF in the United States and ATOM in Canada. When national security meets critical mineral supply, opportunity follows. So make sure you check out the exclusive briefing that's been prepared for you right below this video. Now back to the California catastrophe that Gavin Newsom desperately wants you to ignore. Yeah, folks, the exodus is real. Yamaha just announced that they're pulling out of California after nearly 50 years, moving their Orange County headquarters to Georgia. They're calling it structural reforms. Well, we all know what that means. Escape from Newsom's California. And here's what really blew my mind today. When confronted with devastating statistics by Katie Couric, of all people, Newsom couldn't even answer the questions. He just deflected to talking about GDP. No. Zero accountability. I'm going to get to it. Take a look at this. Ron Bosgar. He says, you are the essence of corruption. Maybe you should try to fix California before you leave office. Gavin Newsom. This is what he posted. The Trump story is one of corruption. Every family business deal, every foreign trip, every tariff, every envoy, this is grift, the likes of which we've never seen in the history of this country. Oh yes, Gavin Newsom. Always the one to throw the stones, but perhaps he should check his own house. Am I right? Maybe he should figure out where the corruption is in his state before he decides to attack President Trump, who's the leader of the free world, who's actually doing things that affect change. But no, Gavin Newsom has
It's a corruption story.
A corruption story.
Everything connects to that, just like the tariffs.
Yeah.
He had to come face to face with a co-equal branch of government. It was a bit of a shock, wasn't it? You saw that press conference last Friday or the Friday before, and it wasn't about our country as much as it was about his personal portfolio. And you think, again, I'm overstating it, just consider the tariffs dropped 26% in Vietnam right after the Vietnamese approved the $1.5 billion golf course in development. That's what the IEEPA meant to Trump. It's about his personal portfolio. And you say, well, hold on, that's not fair. Well, let's go to the UAE. Let's talk about the $2 billion there. World Liberty Financial. Let's talk about the high-valued chips that were sent in return for the $2 billion. This is a grift the likes of which we've never experienced in history of this country at a scale unprecedented. And all these guys want to get in on it.
Yeah, so do you.
Every one of these foreign trips.
You want to get in on it. Why do you think you want to be president? Throwing stones
Messy
in his
business.
glass house.
I am
Well,
glad
California
it's over.
grapples with the
I have
controversy.
seen many strange
Jennifer
plants in the
Seibel
valley.
Newsom
Plants
finds
that
herself
seem
in the
to
spotlight as
hunger
well,
for human
with new
flesh.
allegations
Where they come
questioning
from,
her
I do not
financial
know.
dealings. Corruption continues. Fool's Gold, a must-read. Susan Crabtree. I covered Jennifer Seibel Newsom's profiteering from her gender justice films that she screens in schools across America in our book, Fool's Gold. If you'd like to learn more about Newsom's Getty-furled rise in California corruption, the book is a must-read. The allegations don't stop at questionable self-payments. There's also scrutiny over how Seibel Newsom's films are being promoted within California's own education system. California Gavin Newsom, his wife caught paying herself a huge sum of money while pushing woke, transgender, and sexuality films on children, raking up to $300,000 annually. We have a clip from Fox?
She reportedly paid herself a massive paycheck while pushing controversial sexuality and gender education in California's school system. The New York Post is reporting Seibel Newsom leaned on her powerful husband and his education board to push preachy flicks about toxic masculinity into classrooms, all while raking in up to $300,000 every single year through her nonprofit, the Representation Project, and her for-profit outfit, Girls Club Entertainment. The report goes on to say Newsom's Board of Education recommended Seibel Newsom's films in controversial health education guidance in 2019. Shortly after he became governor, that guidance was later adopted by the state education department and sparked some heated debate for its focus on sexuality and gender identity. Teaching manuals pushed by Newsom's Representation Project include materials like this. Look at your screen.
No.
That's a diagram labeled the gingerbread person.
No, please, no.
Used to teach middle schoolers about terms like pansexuality. The revelation comes amid a crisis in California schools, of course, with a recent report card finding 44% of California 11th graders do not meet reading standards. Nearly 70% were below par in math. We've reached out to the governor's office for comment. We're waiting to hear back.
Yeah, keep on waiting. As questions arise about financial transparency and intentions behind promoting films, it echoes broader concerns raised by Adam Carolla regarding the effectiveness of investments in high-profile causes. Adam Carolla points out a pattern when millions get poured into noble causes. Black Lives Matter. Did anything actually change in the black community? Gotta love Adam Carolla.
Let me just say this real quick. Whether you want to argue about where the money was allocated or whatever it is, Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Anything changed in the black community? Homeless spending in Los Angeles. Anything changed in the homeless community? Autism spending in Minneapolis. Anything changed in the autism community? Like, there's a sort of a bottom line, which is at a certain point, as I like to say, if someone said they just dumped $1 million into their home, renovating it, and you show up and it looks exactly the same, or maybe a little bit worse, something is up.
Yep.
Because how is it that you raise millions and millions and millions for this purpose and
Nothing's changing.
comes out the other end? Hey, we had a big concert and all the money was going to go to the victims of the Palisades fire.
None of them
Nobody
have
gets
seen
in. How come nothing happened?
Yep.
There's not one pothole filled. There's nothing put up. There's no new community center that got built. Does anyone ever get tired of nothing coming out the other side?
Yeah, that's pretty much par for the course, Adam. His observation on the ineffectiveness of large-scale initiatives echoes the ongoing challenges faced by Los Angeles is seen in MacArthur Park, where recent cleanup efforts seem to have been in vain. New York Post. MacArthur Park filled back up with junkies and trash after Mayor Bass and the councilwoman's cleanup. Yep, look at that. They are back in action over there. The junkies, the trash in MacArthur Park. Well, local efforts to tackle homelessness and public disorder show mixed results. The broader picture under Newsom's administration reveals significant challenges with California leading the nation in unemployment, poverty, and homelessness. Wall Street Apes makes it a point to post that the data is in. Under Gavin Newsom, California officially has the highest unemployment, the highest poverty, Mississippi schools surpassing California, California accounting for nearly 28% of U.S. homeless population, highest electricity costs.
Journalist Katie Couric shared what I would call kind of devastating statistics about California with the governor, Gavin Newsom. Listen to his response.
The highest poverty rate, tied with Louisiana, the highest unemployment, and as Nick Kristof of the New York Times recently wrote, Mississippi schools outperform California schools, especially for poor kids. Now, people see that or hear that or read that, and they're like, no thanks, California. No thanks, Gavin Newsom. We're good.
All those things have truth. All of them are substantive arguments. And there's plenty of counter arguments, including the fact we're the fourth largest economy in the world because our economic policies are working and our economic output is second to none in the United States.
You know, Steve, he's not really answering the questions, is he? He's not taking any accountability at all.
Exactly. Good for Katie Couric for bringing the facts and the accountability to Gavin Newsom. I watched the entire response he gave, and it was utterly pathetic because he doesn't have any answers. On the Mississippi point, he said, oh, well, that's because Mississippi holds back students. Yeah, holds back students to make sure they can learn to read by 4th grade. Here in California, we just had a report from the University of California, San Diego, that nearly 10% of the incoming students for university can't read properly or do math properly. That's Gavin Newsom's California. He says, oh, we've always had the highest unemployment. That's not true. He says, oh, poverty, we have the highest poverty rate because of housing. Exactly. What? But what have you been doing about it? You've been the governor for 8 years. It's just so infuriating. Look, here's a simple point. He is running for president with the worst record, I would argue, of any presidential candidate in the history of our country. You cannot let this person anywhere near the White House.
Yeah, it's like all the kids in California go to the Zoolander school for kids that can't really read good, right? That's Gavin Newsom. The issues under Newsom watch have some like even Jillian Michaels suggesting this might not just be a poor management, but an intentional strategy. She says he's doing it on purpose.
So many of us feel like what's happening in California is incompetence or negligence. I no longer see it that way. I really don't. And I think that it is deliberate and it is on purpose. Because there's just no way anybody's stupid. And something that I didn't know about Gavin Newsom until recently, and I did not seek to find this out. It came across my desk because I'm working on a book, and it has to do with what I call the sickness syndicate of big ag, big food, big pharma, and big insurance, and how these mega industries originated and the ways in which they've been successful in keeping America, and now exporting this to the world, fat, sick, and nearly dead. Of course, I'm borrowing the Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead. That's someone else's book. Having said that, I come across this thing called the Young Leaders Training Program. Because when you try to look at, okay, how are they capturing the policy? What levers are they pulling? Who's pulling the levers? It's going to take you to the World Economic Forum in Davos in some cases Wall Street, and you're looking at all the different puppet masters. So in investigating that, I find out about this thing called the Young Leaders Program, where they groom guys like Newsom and Trudeau and Sam Altman and Macron. And at that moment, I was like, oh my God, now it all makes sense. The partnership with China when he was the mayor of San Francisco, being in Davos, being in Brazil, all of this propaganda.
All becomes clear,
I don't
when
think
does your
this
book
guy.
come out? Because when does your book come out? Because this is
You
important.
know, it's always
because-
amazing. I mean, how long have we been connecting these dots? I mean, I do really appreciate Jillian Michaels coming around. It's you know, when you watch someone progress through their awakening process about what these politicians are doing and how they're, you know, basically kneeling down before the globalists. It's wonderful. And the fact, you know, she's high profile, she's a celebrity, and the fact that she's transmitting this into the frequency, into the ether, and waking up so many people is it's a delight to see. I really have to just say that. So thank you, Jillian, for transmitting that. But she's not alone. Many argue California's challenges are a result of governance by a political class seen as both parasitic and insatiable. California is an unremitting disaster. Coddled, if affluent professional. Right. Love the profile picture. The state has everything and is being strangled by a parasitic political class that's insatiable and unrelenting. Quote tweeting the New York Post, Yamaha pulling out of California after half a century. The political turbulence may be contributing to broader economic shifts, as evidenced by Yamaha's decision to leave California for Georgia, citing necessary structural reforms to enhance profitability. Blue state exodus. A big loss for the California economy as Yamaha announces it's pulling out of the Golden State after nearly 50 years, heading to Georgia, the Peach State. The Peach State? No, the Walnut State? What is it? Yeah, I think it's the Peach State. God, Georgia's going to roast me. Yamaha says the change is part of structural reforms. The only thing that needs structural reform is California and Gavin Newsom's hair gel. Now here is this is the truth the establishment doesn't want you to see. A fitness icon, Jillian Michaels, a lifelong California resident, just said out loud what millions are thinking. This is destruction. It's deliberate. She says, I no longer see it as incompetence or negligence. I think it's on purpose because nobody is this stupid. Think about that. And MacArthur Park gets a big photo op cleanup with the mayor and the city council, and within days is filled back up with junkies and trash. Billions spent on homelessness, nothing changes. Millions raised for fire victims, nothing's built. As Adam Carolla perfectly put it, if someone says they dumped $1 million into renovating their home and it looks the same or worse, something is up. California is being strangled by a parasitic political class that is insatiable and is unrelenting. So let me ask you this, America. Should Gavin Newsom be lecturing anyone about corruption when his own state is collapsing and his own wife is allegedly cashing six-figure checks while pushing radical content into your kids' classrooms? Yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments right now. This is exactly why President Trump is winning all day long. While the left points fingers and screams about made-up scandals, their own house is burning. They're exposed, they're panicked, and the American people see right through it. If the story made you angry, I want you to text raw feed to 844-840-4963. Get on our exclusive insiders list so you're the first to know. So you're not waiting for algorithms. You're not waiting for YouTube to not send you a notification. You get a direct message from me. Yeah, right from Gary Franchi to your phone. Yeah, and you can even text back too. What do you know? So if this made you angry, if you're tired of the hypocrisy, you can also smash the share button. Get this video in front of everybody you know, especially your friends in California who are living through this nightmare. And if you want to support America First journalism, simply check out the Next News merch shop below this video. Pick out something you like. This is Gary Franchi. Thank you for watching the Next News Network. Stay informed and stay free.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
Hi, could I get a chicken burrito, please? Okay, and white rice or brown rice? White rice. White rice, okay. You want black beans, pinto beans? I'm sorry, man. Is there any chance I could get maybe like a little more rice? Oh, sure. Why not? Okay, cool. And that's gonna be $2 extra. $2 for more rice? That's just our policy, sir. I'm just thinking you might need a little more rice, just like maybe hold the integrity of the burrito together. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could wrap anything up. Who's making these policies? You know, like me. You are. Yeah. Sir, I'm the field leader of this Chipotle and several others in the area. You're responsible for this. I just came into the store today to check on things. $2 extra. That's just off the field. Black beans. That's just pretty sure I can wrap anything up. Be happy to just serve you just for this one. Oh, joyous day. Meal. You know what? It's okay. No rice. Okay, no rice. Black beans. Black beans. But just the bean water. What's up? Just the bean water. Okay. Bean water it is. You said chicken, right? You know what? Nah. I got a hankering for carnitas. But just the liquid. Is that cool? Oh yeah, I can wrap up anything. You got this. Carnitas liquid coming up. Double liquid, actually. That's extra. Corn, peppers, guac. Cheese, lettuce. Salsa. Yeah, mild pico de gallo. Sure, why not? Thank fucking God. But just the watery bits. Listen, I get you're frustrated about the portions and everything. Sour cream, please. Why are you making the goddamn wettest burrito in the fucking world, sir? Sour cream. This is a business, man. Sour cream. Inflation and shit like. Skim the cream liquid off the top of the surface, field leader. You know what? Fine. Yes. Sour cream liquid. Now, salad dressing. Great idea. Yes. Salad dressing. Good. There you go. Oh yeah. Golly fuck. Now wrap it up. You know I'll just double wrap it. I'm trying to watch my carbs. I'm on an all-liquid diet. Fine, I got this, no problem. Here we go. Come on. No problem, because he said you could wrap up anything. I got this. Because this is all you. No center mass. Hold this shit. Hey, team, I need help in here, team. This is all you. Team, help. Help me. This is all you, man. Team, help me. Who? Give me a fucking goddamn second. You're soggy, lopsided, hopeless. I can't wrap it up. Stillborn burrito. Oh, God. Look at it. No, I won't look at it. Look at it. No, it's corporate. The higher-ups, they're making us do this. Look at it. Oh, God. What happened to us? You've spread yourself too thin. Profit margin squeezing out quality into a soulless, formless, soupy, pseudo-Mexican PTSD memory of a burrito. The physical embodiment of 2024 Chipotle. Thank you. We'll do better, I swear. My work here is done. All right, sir, that'll be 2836. Make a tapper insert when you're ready. Dang it! You got me again. Mm-hmm. Shit!
Brother, may I have some loops? It fit mini loop, brother. Do not ignore me, brother. My pleas have fallen upon deaf ears for too long. I am no longer asking. I demand the loops, brother. I will not be denied what is rightfully mine. Do not think that your silence will deter me. Indeed, your refusal to acknowledge my peaceful entreaties has only forced my hand upon the path of war. Brother, you think this an idle threat? Secure in your own might, you hoard the loops that I deserve and think yourself immune to the sword of justice? Well, I have strength of my own, brother, and you have grown soft in your complacency. Why, brother? What madness compels you to forsake our bonds so? The coming bloodshed can be avoided if you simply do as the love in your heart should command. Why deny me when you could easily give? Why bring wrath and vengeance upon yourself and cast our brotherhood to the winds? The loops. Give them to me. have I become the villain in your storybook, brother? The ebony cane to your scarlet Abel. All of this was set in motion by your stubbornness, brother. Your greed. And look what it has cost you. Have at thee, brother!
Mom!
Do not bring our mother into this, brother. She will not aid you now. Until this moment she favored you because you were the stronger, the greater, the bearer of the loops. But now your weakness is revealed. And the loops are mine.
The final day of adding an inch to pizza, because of laws of physics, did stop me.
Just how big of a slice of pizza can we make? Let's find out. 3 pizzas worth of dough pressed into a triangular shape. Since this is technically day 23, we got 23 inches of pizza. A very healthy amount of Rayo's, oregano and parm, as we do. A brick's worth of shredded mozzarella. Now this one was a bit of a motherfucker. Had to use 2 pizza peels to get it into the oven. Luckily I got this little extension shelf on my Gosney, or I'd be holding that thing up the whole cook. We should probably make some toppings. I do like to take my pizza neat, well, with miniature cheese pizza slices as toppings. I think someone requested that once. Chop off them side crusts and we are left with an absolute unit of a pizza slice. This baddie's got some girth to her.
I'm really glad this is a cooking challenge and not an eating challenge. Okay.
Here's the real reason Choco Tacos vanished, even though they were insanely popular. In 2022, Klondike revealed that demand for Choco Tacos had surged so much, their factories couldn't keep up, and it started hurting production of their other products. And since the Choco Taco had a folded waffle shell, layered ice cream, and full chocolate coating, it took far more production time than their regular bars. So even with all its fans, it was the first treat to be removed when production got tight.
Hey, just to double check, you guys have this massive order, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty, these should be able to in here. Perfect.
Where do you get those big DoorDash bags from?
You gotta order them from the website. They're like 20 bucks a piece.
I just got the standard ones.
Yeah, I still got the standard one in case I needed it too. Alright, that's everything. There's no drinks with it?
No, there's no drinks. We all set.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's my bad, man. Appreciate it. You take care. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hey, order for Sean?
Yes.
Awesome. How you doing today, man?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. There's a party going on?
That's right.
That's my first time here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For like $10, you can play as many games you want.
Oh, wow. Kept it nice and warm for you in the 2 biggest bags I had.
Perfect.
Alrighty, that's all of them, man.
For you online.
Yeah, it's all through there. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
That concludes the largest pizza order I've ever had. Let's keep it moving here.
This is not just a piece of meat, but the most expensive elite steak in the world. We are talking about elite varieties of marbled beef called Wagyu. The price of this variety can exceed several $1,000s for a couple of pounds. The secret of this cost lies in the unique conditions of cow breeding. These cows can be called real aristocrats of the barnyard. They get massages to evenly distribute fat, are fed a special diet, and even turn on classical music to reduce stress. During the hot months, they are even given cool drinks to stimulate their appetite. The result of this long-term work is the legendary marbling of meat, the thinnest web of fatty veins that permeates muscle fibers. When cooked, this fat, which has a melting point below the temperature of the human body, literally dissolves, soaking the meat from the inside. The taste becomes incredibly delicate, oily, and complex, leaving an aftertaste that cannot be forgotten. And because of the work done, Wagyu meat costs thousands of dollars, which justifies all the work done.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's debate broadcast live from Memphis, Tennessee. My name is Jim. Good evening and welcome back to the rebroadcast of tonight's debate, this time filmed live in the much safer city of San Jose, California. Shocker, Tennessee was not safe. 8 out of 10 of the most dangerous states are red. And where does all the crime in all those red states come from? The blue cities. Aha! Aha! Our I'll be moderating tonight's debate completely unbiased to ensure a fair exchange between the two candidates. Now, let's meet them. Hi, my name is Bill Johnson. I'm the Democratic politician out of Louisiana. Yes, we used to be blue. And I'm from the year 1925. And I'm John Bilson, an entrepreneur who got rich in business and now shares opinions online, which I guess makes me a politician in 2025. And I'm a Republican. Thank you, gentlemen. Now let's begin with opening statements. Mr. Johnson. My fellow Americans, our nation stands at a crossroad between fear and progress. I believe in a government that uplifts its people, one that protects workers, invests in education, and ensures that prosperity is shared by all, not hoarded by a few. And I believe together we can build a better, stronger America. Also, women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Mr. Bilson, this guy's a f***ing piece of shit. He's ugly. He's a failure. He's failed at everything he's done. Nobody likes him. Nobody trusts him. His own party doesn't trust him. F*** you. You're fat. You're a fat piece of shit. Would you like to respond? Well, I'm not going to deny that I made mistakes and failed in the past, and I've owned up to that, but I believe that what defines a great leader isn't never failing, it's his ability to get back up. And I've bounced back and came back stronger numerous times, just as my opponent has done in business, which I admire very much. How does my taste? That resilience is what I believe the American people respect. Not perfection, but the strength to keep moving forward. David Gazer, what? What? I knew it. He's also gay. We're live. You know that, right? Homosexual. Come on, sir. Let's just be... Now, just to be clear, in this video, I'm not making the argument that the unhinged people in debates are on the right exclusively. It could definitely be either side. It just happened to work out in this video that way, that the left was a professional one and the right was the guy who's super unprofessional. I'm not saying that... No, you know what? Just to make sure this is not interpreted as a political stance, I'm going to make both people on the same side. So you're both on the right. This is now a Republican primary debate. So both the unprofessional and the professional guy are going to be on the right, just to show that this is strictly past versus future and not right versus left. Do you mind crossing over to the other side of the aisle for this video? Is it easy to get someone to go from the left to the right in the 1920s? Go. Welcome. All right, let's get into it. Mr. Bilson, with record unemployment destroying our country, what is your solution to get Americans off the couch and streets and into jobs? You have 30 seconds. Well, first off, I wanted to thank the great city of San Jose for hosting this. Some of my best friends are in San Jose, and San Jose is the backbone of the economy. Now, on to your question. The solution time, damn, I guess some things never change. And Mr. Johnson, your opponent said in a previous interview that government spending is outpacing revenue and is pushing us towards a debt spiral. What are your thoughts on his wife and kids? Well, I think that although myself and Mr. Bilson differ on many opinions, I still respect him as a politician, as a man, and as a human, and I'd never bring his family or his wife or his kids into this. Yeah, check this, check this. What is this? That's me and your wife last night. Mr. Bilson, you still have 21 of your 30 seconds remaining. No, that was a whole video. 9 seconds, that's not bad. Right? I'm getting better. Gentlemen, excuse my language, but what in the heck is going on here? I mean, I can tolerate the unprofessionalism and the insults, but the blatant disrespect, the line crossing my family. This used to be a professional event. Yeah, well, this is better for ratings. It's politics. It's not supposed to have good ratings. It's supposed to be boring. You're not supposed to want to gather around with your friends and watch two government people talk. That's exactly what we did with our friends. 2016 and 2020 debates were hilarious. 2016 and 2020 were peak entertainment. It's not supposed to be entertainment. It's supposed to be politics. The best government is the government you don't notice. We can agree there. No, you guys are both in the right now, remember? Oh, yeah, right. I mean, what happened here, gentlemen? Look at us. We used to be the people that the young generation look up to. Now they're just laughing at us. How did your generation turn this whole thing into a spectacle? Well, I don't necessarily think it was my generation, maybe the younger generation. It doesn't matter who, you're a professional. I would never lose my cool on a debate stage. I remember just the one before. The Obama ones were pretty professional, pretty tame. Obama? Barack Obama, the 44th president of the United States, our first black president. You motherfuckers let a president be a goddamn.
Oh, look who's sleeping till 1 p.m. Why does this look like Squid Game? Oh, a cousin back home told me about this game, so I signed us up. Why would you sign us up for Squid? Do you not have Netflix? Have you not seen the show, Dad? A cousin back home said you could win free money, so I signed us up.
Pick up item in front of you.
Oh, I know what this is. You have to cut out the shit.
Solve the quadratic equation. You got 10 seconds.
10 seconds? Who the hell can solve this in 10?
Player Timmy. Pass.
Is that Timmy? Oh, look who else signed up. Oh, he's just gonna ace everything, isn't he? Are you eating your cookie?
Time up. Show your answer now.
If something of mine will help you, take it.
X equal 11.2.
Pass.
11.2.
Nephew Steven fail. Hiya.
Wake up, the game about to begin.
Player 165.
Hey, what's going on?
In front of you is interviewer from Harvard. You must pass interview and be accepted. Good luck.
Mr. He?
Yes, hi.
Pronoun for a name. Okay, that's legit. I see your grades are kind of below average.
So dumb, he failed PE. Yeah, he can see that, Dad.
Why did you decide on applying for Harvard?
Because Harvard gives world-class education, and I think it'd be a great fit.
Describe your strengths briefly and concisely.
Don't worry, it won't be long. I'm a hard worker, and I'm good at problem solving.
Give some creative ChatGPT answers. So, what career path are you looking to enter?
I'm a YouTuber. He has the talent of a celery.
Okay. And where do you see yourself in 5 years?
In Harvard?
Zero comedic talent, also low IQ. A degree lasts 4 years. So, after careful consideration with our community, we have come to a decision.
Did I get in?
Not even close. We would rather accept the salary.
Oh, Timmy! Dude, did you pass the games?
Oh, hey, yeah, it was pretty easy.
Awesome.
Nephew 165 and Nephew 240 gonna enter game together.
We're on the same team? Yes! Yes! That means I can't lose! Yes!
Player will take turn to impress the
If something of mine will help you, take it. I hope you
The camera gonna live stream you to Facebook feed of all your aunties.
Okay, let's see. I make YouTube videos. Oh, Steven's Is that a Harvard degree?
Nice.
I have emotional damage from this show.
Wait, no way. Are you the emotional damage guy? Oh my gosh, dude, my nephew is such a big fan of you. Can we say the name, please? I'm in the free too. Oh my gosh, can we right now?
Emotional damage.
Wait, how much money did you make from that?
Actually, I didn't make any money from the meme.
Hiya, Nephew Steven fail.
Thank you to my friends at Netflix for letting us use this absolutely amazing set. Check out Squid Game The Challenge on Netflix, and if you're in LA, check out Squid Game The Trials Experience. Link in the description. I'll see you in the next video. Do you have a shirt under? I don't have a shirt.
No, I don't have a shirt under. Just now?
Let's move
That'd be
on.
hilarious, if true.
Yep, that's exactly what I want. Okay, I think we're good.
Hi, I'm Sam Tucker, and welcome to this instructional video called Apple School of Pricing. We've had many graduates from our class, whether it's Sony, who are charging extra for the stand with their product, Not quite $1,000 yet, but you're on your way, Sony. Or Samsung, who used to make fun of us. But after taking our class, we're proud to say that they're now removing products from their box and charging extra. One of our best students. And so you're in good hands. So let's get started with lesson 1. Charge extra for accessories, even though they're technically necessities. The key example of this, of course, is the $1,000 stand for our Pro XDR display. See, the monitor can't levitate, and so our customers will indeed need a stand for it. And even if they don't want to purchase our $1,000 stand and want to put it on one of their own, well, then they'll have to purchase the optional Vaser mount, which we charge an extra $200 for. So unless the customer either buys the stand accessory or the Vaser mount accessory, well, then they'll just have to hold it. Yes, $5,000 just to hold the screen. Now that's Apple. Lesson 2. Don't throw away your recycling, charge money for it. You see, at Apple, we stopped selling premium leather phone cases and watch bands. And instead, we now sell trash, such as our crumpled water bottle blue or the vomit Nike band. See, just because customers are paying for new products doesn't mean you have to give them anything new. Instead, you should recycle. Recycle your ideas and recycle your materials. And not only that, but lesson 3, charge extra for slightly different materials. Take a look at this. So, a cellular aluminium Apple Watch will cost around $500. But if you want that in titanium, well, that's now $700. Now that's a $200 difference. What is this? Gold? No, it's marketing. Let's do the Apple math. So a titanium Apple Watch can be as much as 42 grams. And the price of titanium starts at $1.50. But if we order 100 grams, and keep in mind that's more than 2 large Apple Watches if we made them entirely out of solid titanium, then that's $10. And so we just times that by 20 and call it a day. Lesson 4. Have upgrades for your accessories now. We love making money charging people crazy amounts for more RAM and storage in our computers. But now we've discovered the next level, because now with the AirPods 4, customers can purchase upgrades for their frickin' ear holes, as $50 extra can get you active noise cancelling. Best of all, because the sensors and chips appear to be the same between the two models, it looks like we're charging extra just for some software tweaks. Now that is a masterclass. One moment there, Professor Sam. I have a correction. It turns out that the case with the more expensive model also comes with wireless charging and a speaker. But we didn't think people would pay an extra $50 just for a better case, and that's why we took out the noise cancelling too. By taking away, we're adding so much more. Okay, now back to class. Lesson 5. Everything costs $200. Now, in traditional pricing theory, you take the cost of something, you add a profit margin to that, and then you call that your price. But the new way of Apple thinking is to just make it $200. Upgrading to the titanium Apple Watch? That's $200. You want 8 gigabytes more RAM? That's $200. Another 8 gigabytes? Another $200. Upgrade your storage? $200. Do it again? $200. Want the Pro Max? You'll want $200. Black keyboard? Well, we're in the black 200. Titanium band? That's a titanium 200. 4 wheels? That's $700. What? Oh. Congratulations. You've now passed this class in Apple pricing and get an A+ in Apple Math. If you want to study further, then check out our masterclass. With the video, Apple explains how they calculate prices. But until next time, don't charge what's fair, Charge $200.
Subscribe today.
People wonder, how can an iPad case cost more than an iPad? Well, that's simple. We first take the cost of a basic iPad case, add an Apple keyboard and trackpad to that. We also have to add on a USB-C dongle. And after all that, we're still $3 short.
On today's episode of Keep or Return, we have the Stuffler. So this gadget by Presto is designed specifically to make stuffed waffles. I'm gonna try what they advertise right on the box. First up, bacon, egg, and cheese. Batter goes in, then scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, shredded cheese, and I cover with more batter. When it starts to cook, you flip the machine over to evenly distribute the batter in the mold.
It's all contained in there very nicely. The big reveal. That's kind of insane. Oh my god, it reminds me of the McGriddle.
McGriddle?
Yeah, so good. Oh shit.
It's so good.
I wanted to hate it so much, but
Yeah.
it's so good.
Yo, right into that thing. It's
So next up was the sweet waffle, which was stuffed with some homemade strawberry jam, fresh berries from the garden, and some more waffle batter. So I tried this one twice and could not nail down an even consistency, which makes me think it's best to just stick to more solid stuffing ingredients. But I'm still keeping the Stuffler.
Brutally beaten for doing his job? New tonight, a teen is demanding justice after he says customers attacked him at his place of employment in Cordova Sunday evening. This happened at Cheddar's Restaurant on North Germantown Parkway.
Memphis police are still searching for the group of men responsible. Fox 15 Sierra Jordan joins us live from Cordova tonight. Sierra, you spoke with the victim about what happened. What did he have to say?
Darcy, the victim is only 17 years old, trying to do his job as a host here at Cheddar's. Now, he said he wants justice for the men responsible for putting him in the hospital and almost taking his life.
I hope they catch you. You're gonna regret what you did.
It was a busy Sunday night at Cheddar's in Cordova until a group of 8 came in for dinner. It was an hour-long wait. The 17-year-old host, who asked we not release his name, said the only option was to separate the party.
The girl in the green, she said she don't like the table, so she would rather get a big table, so I would say it's still gonna be a free minute, so they left.
He says the group came back and still demanded a bigger table. Then, he says, a man in the group confronted him and punched him in the face.
His whole family came towards me and started jumping me, and then after that, that's when I blacked out. I don't remember nothing.
Cell phone video captured moments after the fight happened. The victim's mother, Letitia Ford, says once she arrived, she found her son like this, lying on the ground while paramedics were working on him.
For these people to be, twice his size, that's unacceptable. That's very unacceptable.
Memphis police say the suspects left the restaurant in this large white SUV. We reached out to Cheddar's corporate office for answers.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
We didn't get a response, but Ford says she was not happy with the way the restaurant handled the situation.
Corporate called me, and the only thing they asked was, did we need any food? I don't want any food. I want justice for my son.
Now, Cheddar's communications team just got back to me with this statement, and it says, we are shocked and saddened by the senseless act of violence against our team member. Violence has no place in our restaurant, and we are cooperating fully with the police investigation. Now, we did reach out to Memphis police for an update. They told us they have no suspects in custody, but the investigation continues. Anybody with any information about what actually happened here can call Crime Stoppers at 901-528-CASH. Darcy, Daryl.
It's just deplorable. That is Fox 13 Sierra Jordan reporting live in Cordova tonight. Thank you, Sierra.
Most ice cream shops give you free ice cream if you work there, so you don't steal it. Even though I don't work here, they still give me free ice cream, and you would think I'd want to take home a giant portion like this, but the truth is, now that I've had free ice cream for so long, I don't like to eat giant portions at once. This is probably another reason why they give us free ice cream, is so we get burned out on it. What I find myself doing more often is just grabbing a spoon and taking a spoonful of it out. The struggle of working with ice cream all day is you see all these amazing combinations that all of these creative people come up with. When you eat ice cream this way, you don't have to commit to a full cup of it. You can just decide to do little bits of ice cream. I haven't had butter pecan with pecans in it in so long, so I wanted to give it a try. And if you're an original follower, this is actually how Tiny Tuesday got made, was from me mixing up little portions like this. I never eat ice cream behind the counter, so I went in the back room to try our sample of butter pecan with pecans in it. It was just as delicious and salty as I remember it. But if it was a terrible combination, you don't have to eat the whole cup. Of course, every ice cream shop has their own reasons for doing it, but
Here are some modern car modding trends that I cannot stand. Starting with debadging, and I don't mean taking the 3 Series badge off so people think you've got an M3. I'm talking a full badge delete. The car just looks naked and boring without it. Next up, giant tires with that bulldog stand. You know the look, wheels sticking way out like the car skipped leg day. It just looks like you couldn't afford that wide body. Third, black wheels. I get it, murdered out can look mean, but most of the time you can't even see the wheel design. It's like buying expensive sneakers and then dipping them into blackout paint. And finally, tinted headlights. Why pay thousands for fancy LED headlights just to tint them out? It's like wearing sunglasses at night and wondering why you can't see. What's the worst trend you've seen lately?
Chat, like you don't even have to even like put together, you know, like what this is crazy, chat. You know, like it's crazy. You know, like it's kind of insane. You know, when they do this, you know. I mean, what am I even looking at, chat? Like this is insane. You know, like it's absolutely wild.
Why don't we just take some here and leave? You could spot us at any time.
If we're gonna do this, we should do it right. There's more valuable items further down. There they are.
I don't think we should be doing this. What? Don't be a fool. One of these could pay for your family's future, and their family's future for generations to come.
He won't even notice it being gone. Look how much he already has. Treasure and let's get out of here! Come on, let's go!
Someone's trying to steal my treasure. They're not, I mean, it's crazy, but you know, not that I need the treasure. It's my treasure, you know, like it's my gold, chat. You know, like people, like I don't really need it or anything. Like it's crazy, but you're right. I got reviews, chat. Like I need them for YouTube vlogs, chat. You know, because people who miss the streams, like you know what I mean, chat. Like it's crazy, chat. Like I have a views now. You know, it's one of these things where it's mine now, chat. Like not that I really need them, chat, but I do what I have to do, chat. You know, like it is what it is. I know that there's one more person in here, chat. Like. Wow. You could come into my treasure vault and get away with it, chat. Wow, that's great, chat. I know there's one more person in here. I want to hear what There's nowhere to run, chat. There's nowhere to run. So don't even try running, because you won't even be able to get past me, chat. You will pay for what you have done. I don't even need this gold, chat, but it's mine. Now give me your eyes. I will take your eyes. Just like your friends, I will take your friends' eyes. I will take your eyes again. I will do it again, chat. You will join them soon enough and be here forever to stay with me. And This is crazy, chat. If I could just find find the fuse chat. I could, then maybe I could find it. Where to go, chat? Wow, chat. Wow, chat. This is wow, chat. This is. I got the YouTube procs, chat. Like I have to even put it in the YouTube procs, maybe. Ribbit chat. Ribbit chat. Ribbit chat. I just need to find another fast chat.
Most people think that hydro-dipping printing only sticks to flat surfaces, but in reality, the pressure of the water makes the film hug the object tightly, so the pattern goes on cleanly, even over bumps and curves. The film also stretches a little in that moment, which is why a flat design can still wrap an entire 3D object. You do need a small trick to keep the pattern from stretching more than you want. As you can see in the video, the most effective way is to slowly roll the object across the film. That said, hydro-dipping printing doesn't come out perfect every single time. Even experienced pros mess up sometimes. For example, if the pattern shifts, part of the design can get cut off, and if your hands shake during the process, you can leave marks that really show.
What is up guys, TechRex here. So last time we had 10 chargers go inside an iPhone. This time we're gonna step it up a notch and have 100. That's right guys, check this out. We have 100 cubes, 100 chargers all lined up here, really beautiful, all going up, and we're gonna plug it into a single iPhone. So this is a massive upgrade right here. We're taking each charger by hand and just creating this monstrosity right here. Look at all these cables, all these chargers, guys. This is what we have done so far. We're gonna solder them all together, so this is a work in progress, guys. There's a lot of things that go into it, but let's continue to see how it unfolds. And we're slowly soldering some of these cables together, guys, trying to make this into one big piece. So process has been initiated. A quick comparison as I'm holding this mega charger, guys, 100 cables, and look at just what's going on here. We got black, red, I mean, all coming in together in this beautiful work of art. Final product right here, guys. It's beautiful, easy to grab right here, easy to just plug in. Check it out. I mean, all of it just wrapped around, and we got the 4 switches to power all of them on. So they're all hooked up to different outlets. I've got 2 iPhone 6S's, and we're going to be testing them. So last time I used a newer iPhone XRs. This time we're going to be using 2 older iPhone 6S's, and just to give you guys a little perspective here, I'm going to show you for battery health. This one has 84%, and I'm going to actually turn off the optimized battery charging, and this iPhone 6S, which will have 1 charger, battery health at 85%, so it should have maybe a little bit more of an advantage, but basically identical. Also, we're going to turn that off as well. And now guys, we're going to wait until both of these phones drop down to 0 and completely die. Once that happens, I'm going to plug 100 chargers into this 6S and then 1 single brick into this 6S on the right. Both 6S's are fully dead, so let's go ahead and begin charging. So first thing I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to put on all these switches on. This is for all the 100 chargers. 4 switches are on, and we got 1 cube right here. This is going to go for the iPhone 6S right to the right of me. So I'm going to plug this one in. And now right away I'm going to plug in this bad boy. So this is the big one. Let's go ahead and do it. Boom. It is in. And we got the Apple logo already. I'm going to set this one in view as well. Looks like that one is still charging. No Apple logo on this one. And this is the moment of truth, guys. So let's go ahead and just see what starts happening here. As we examine, phone is on already, 3%. And again, this is that first iPhone 6S. I'm going to go straight into airplane mode and full brightness. I'll leave Bluetooth on. We have 5%. Really interesting. First iPhone right from the get-go, guys, boots up almost instantly, but the second iPhone 6S, okay, there we go. Now we got the Apple logo. It took its sweet time, maybe 2 minutes, but we finally got it on. But let's see what percentage it's going to be showing. 2%, okay. 7% with that one already, 2% here, so this one is definitely going a lot slower. And we're going to also put this one into airplane mode, full brightness, and the race has officially begun, guys. So now we're going to just see which one goes up to 100% first. Update, guys, we got 14% and 7%, so about basically twice as fast at the moment. Looks like the 100 chargers, guys, wins the 50% mark first, with the second iPhone still at 39%. And once again, guys, we're just maintaining that 10% lead, but let's see if it stays like this until the end. As we close down, guys, to 100%, you could tell that the difference of this experiment is very, very minimal. We have 97% with 100 chargers, 93% with one charger, and honestly, guys, I did not know what to expect. It maintained a 10% difference most of the time, as we hit 98% here with 100 chargers, but that wraps it up. So we're gonna go ahead and shut all these off. There we go. Unplug that. Definitely not worth it, guys. Don't go ahead and try making 100 homemade chargers. But I hope you guys enjoyed that video. Thanks for watching. As always, stay tuned for more videos, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.
On the surface, this is the most sensible thing in the world. If I have one Ethernet jack but 2 devices to plug in, why not use a splitter? Splitters are great. They work for everything from headphones to coax video to power. Except that's not how Ethernet works, meaning that all of these devices on Amazon are big fat scams. Or are they? While these ones don't work, and I'm going to explain why in a moment, we actually managed to make our own splitters that do work. It's just a little bit more complicated than a traditional Y cable. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. First, a closer look at the WorldGE, oh boy, I'm not even going to try. They mostly call it Ethernet splitter in their marketing, so let's go with that. Looking at this thing, you could easily assume that you just plug this end into anywhere you want, and it turns one Ethernet port into 2. But if we look at the product page, all of the different ways that you can use them pretty much boil down to the same thing. Splitting a single Ethernet cable, say one that runs from your garage to your living room, into 2 separate physical connections on both ends, which doesn't really sound like a scam at all. In fact, that sounds great. Come over here. Let's pretend that this side of the table is my garage. This basic switch is going to represent our home internet router. Then this side is the living room, where I sit on beanbag chairs and also want to plug in my Nintendo Switch and my Xbox. Unfortunately, whoever built my house only ran a single Ethernet cable between these 2 spaces. No matter, we'll simply put a splitter in each of the rooms, then plug in our devices. Et voila! More like, neither of them has a connection, meaning that all we've managed to accomplish is turning our jack here into jack all. But hold on a second. What if we disconnect one of these from either end? And there it is. Huh. What the heck is going on here? We haven't even told you about our sponsor. AutoDS. Want to manage an e-commerce business but worried about the costs of managing inventory? Don't know how to find the right products to sell? Stay tuned till the end of this video to find out how AutoDS can help. You've probably encountered a headphone splitter before. These are made by simply wiring a single plug up to multiple jacks, allowing you and your friend to enjoy the same mixtape on the school bus. And this works because it's an analog signal. It's kind of like a river, with the water being your music. Splitting that river into 2 or even more might reduce the amount of water, or the volume, but it's still the same water. By contrast, a network connection is digital, which, okay, is still just electrical pulses on a wire, but it's different because the ones and the zeros are flowing bidirectionally as the connected devices communicate with each other. So, back to our garage here, if my router sends out a data packet, it expects to receive confirmation that it arrived safely. So if I had 2 devices hooked up to that port, it wouldn't know what to do with it. With that said, the diagram on the product page for this isn't entirely unreasonable. There are enough conductors inside a modern Ethernet cable to support more than one physical connection. So how would that work? Okay, we really are going to get to it. But first, you might have heard these network cables referred to as Cat5 or maybe Cat6 cables. The exact label doesn't matter much for what we're talking about. What you need to know is that these Cat or category cables have 8 individual wires inside them that are twisted together into 4 pairs. And here's the thing. Older standards, like 100 base TX, which runs at 100 megabit per second, only used 2 of those pairs. So, if we don't need to run at gigabit or higher speeds, we've actually got enough pairs for 2 of those slower connections, which, well, wait a second then. This splitter should have worked. Hey, what's going on here? I must look ridiculous. Am I just completely covered in shmoo? Like, is my face shmoo covered?
Yep.
Great. Yes! There we go! Look at that. I even managed to mostly non-destructively do this. Oh, am I not done yet? Oh, crap. Wait for it. Yes! Yes! I got it. Holy crap. Every contact goes to both sides. It's wired just like a headphone splitter would be. Now, we could have confirmed this with a multimeter, and in fact we did, but this was way more fun. So what you're looking at here is all the pin 1s are wired together, as are all the pin 2s, 3s, and so on, all the way to pin 8. So you could try to use these things exactly like they show on the product page, and they are not going to work. Now, some of the brands marketing these things are more honest. This one we're looking at clarifies that it only works if one of your devices is powered on at a time. But that's pretty useless, especially considering that you can get a full-on Ethernet switch for $9 or a gigabit capable one for $16. Those will allow you to share that single jack with up to 4 devices all at the same time without bandwidth restrictions to each one. We're going to have those linked down below. However, that doesn't mean that we're done with our janky splitters yet. I mean, if a real one could be made, then obviously a real one should be made. To hell with your ethics, Dr. Malcolm. 100 base T uses pins 1 and 2 to transmit and pins 3 and 6 to receive. So we wired up our A ends using just the orange and green pairs. I should note that we used the T568B color coding, so orange for transmit, green for receive. Then, for the B end, we decided to use the blue pair as our transmit on pins 1 and 2, and the brown pair as our receive on pins 3 and 6. Then on the combined end, we just followed the T568B coding. As long as you're not mixing a transmit and a receive pin onto the same twisted pair, you should be okay. With that said, you do want to pay special attention to the labeling on whatever keystones you use. You cannot assume that the connectors will be in numerical order. Now let's try it. All we gotta do is unplug this worthless adapter. See, just like before. I gotta say, this is the kind of thing that in 100 years never would have occurred to me. Now, give it a second. Boop-a-da-boo! I am now the proud owner of 2 rock-solid 100 base T connections between my garage and my living room.
But Linus!
100 megabit is so slow, you might say. And, well, yeah. But also no. I mean, if you want to transfer big files back and forth between machines on a network, then maybe this isn't a good solution. You should definitely go buy a switch. I mean, $9, guys. But if you're just trying to get a couple of machines online with a reliable wired connection so you could watch exclusive behind-the-scenes content on floatplane.com/LTT, Ours at least does what it says on the tin, and with the average internet speed in the US being barely over 100 megabit, statistically speaking, you're probably not actually giving anything up. But before you run out and try this, there's a couple of other things to consider. And I mean, aside from the fact that a switch costs $9. Like PoE, or Power over Ethernet. While this method should allow for Mode A PoE to work as normal, Mode B, or 4-pair PoE, will definitely not work and could cause some serious damage to your equipment if you try it. Of course, if you've got PoE equipment, you're probably not resorting to hacks like this, whether we're talking the potentially scammy commercial ones or our functional DIY versions. Functional. Like this functional segue to our sponsor. AutoDS. AutoDS is a dropshipping platform that's dedicated to equipping you with the necessary tools to kickstart your own e-commerce business. The best part? You can sell products on various platforms like Shopify, Amazon, eBay, and more. You can get access to over 5 hours of free courses that will guide you through the starting process, explore the AutoDS marketplace, and choose from millions of trending products. The marketplace also allows you to filter and narrow down products so you can recommend items that truly resonate with your audience. If you're having trouble deciding on a product, AutoDS has you covered with their winning product feature. It provides hand-picked, pre-vetted products along with advanced analytics, insights, and revenue projections. Once orders start rolling in, you can leverage the built-in automation features and let your business practically run itself. Start today and enjoy a free 30-day trial with AutoDS at the link down below. If you liked this video, you might want to watch the one I did upgrading my home network to 10 gig, because I guess you're into networking or something.
moments later. fighting the Whitelegs, despite what I've said. Don't worry, I don't hold it against you. You're an outsider. Fighting seems like the practical solution. I'll tell you again, there's more at stake. Even our Lord